Hello everyone, and this is a new video. Before you start, I will ask you to subscribe to the channel and like it and enjoy watching it. Prologue. In a huge hall of a natural grotto woven with roots, a man in a white Iranian robe stood and watched one of the experiments of Lord Orochimaru. Today, one of the slaves again did not return from the daily feeding of weed, and this alarmed the watcher. It would be nice if the slave did not return from the cages. There are such creatures that they can easily eat a careless slave. But what could eat a slave here? Well, not weed really? They give him offal, and that is enough for him. Need to figure it out. Cap. The beholder again observes the weed, but this time he sees not a semi-dark grotto braided with roots from which drops drip, but a predator devouring careless prey, one of the slaves. So this experiment began to eat slaves. And where do you order them to take? Again put down in front of Jiro and Saya for new slaves and the seal of submission on them, thought Watcher Arita, and he had every reason to be dissatisfied. If it was still easy to negotiate with Jiro a couple of bottles of alcohol and a few pills, and a dozen or two new meats were provided, then with Saya everything was not so simple. The first thing you need to know about her is that she is here for mastering the techniques Fuin, chains of will, which allows you to make loyal and efficient dummy out of ordinary people, and Fuin, binding letters, after the installation of which in the chambers, the number of violent ones decreased significantly. Yes, and try to get drunk here, when your limb is simply taken away for any of your sudden movements inside the chamber. That's why you have to roll up to Saya more gracefully. A bouquet of flowers there, or sweetness. Thankfully, she's also a sweet tooth. The problem just looms, where can you find sweets if you are on one of the uninhabited islands of the country of waves? So the overseer all the time had to look for a way out of the situation. And the dispossession of wild bees is not the most interesting experience of obtaining kusnyashka. In most cases, thrift helps buying kilograms of sweets on rare trips to inhabited islands with large retail outlets. That's why you have to roll up to Saya more gracefully. A bouquet of flowers there, or sweetness. Thankfully, she's also a sweet tooth. The problem just looms, where can you find sweets if you are on one of the uninhabited islands of the country of waves? So the overseer all the time had to look for a way out of the situation. And the dispossession of wild bees is not the most interesting experience of obtaining kusnyashka. In most cases, thrift helps buying kilograms of sweets on rare trips to inhabited islands with large retail outlets. That's why you have to roll up to Saya more gracefully. A bouquet of flowers there, or sweetness. Thankfully, she's also a sweet tooth. The problem just looms, where can you find sweets if you are on one of the uninhabited islands of the country of waves? So the overseer all the time had to look for a way out of the situation. And the dispossession of wild bees is not the most interesting experience of obtaining kusnyashka. In most cases, thrift helps buying kilograms of sweets on rare trips to inhabited islands with large retail outlets. And now the overseer was thinking about how to appease one bitch without her main and only known weakness. You can put pressure on her duties, but after that, you will definitely lose a good attitude on her part. And he really doesn't want that. That's not why he's been tormented by that bitch for the past 4 years. And why do I need slaves? If the weed needs a little human so much, then you can order Jiro just meat. And there, I will have enough resources to process them with jinjutsu. Only I need to order those who are younger, they will fit more in the hold. Arita reasoned logically, and without unnecessary feelings, as if he was sending not small children to be eaten, but broiler chickens born to be eaten. Parameter error, structure error. Heat. Good. Cap. Arita removed his hand from the head of a small and thin boy and watched as he, picking up a wooden cart with fish heads, tails, and giblets, rolled it straight into a small pool of muddy liquid. He has already observed this more than once, but each time he seems to see it for the first time. Lianas protrude from the liquid and gently pick up the cart, and the baby, Trike, falls out of the cart, and the naked body, you can't get enough clothes for each feeding, is gently entwined with a cocoon of lianas. The most interesting thing is that during this process, the shoots fill all the holes, and the substances necessary for life begin to flow to the body. After the cocoon disappears in the root system, and it is impossible to trace its further fate after the last attempts, it was barely possible to fight off the shoots. Nothing. Orochimaru Dano will arrive shortly and deal with you, one way or another, but the problem of your gluttony will be solved, the Watcher said to the plant, and went to the exit from the grotto. Processing of embedded algorithms. Error. Conflicting algorithms. Search for priority algorithms. Heat. Hunger. Hunger. Tasty. Nice. Cap. Two men stood in a grotto entwined with roots. A tall, long-haired brunette with pale skin and golden eyes with elongated pupils, a powerful shinobi Orochimaru, and a brown-haired man of an intelligent appearance, wearing Iranian clothes that hide his figure, with gray watery eyes watching Erida. They watched the daily event of this place, the feeding of the weed. It was noticeable that Erida is a little nervous and shy in the presence of his superiors, but successfully copes with this. Orochimaru, at that moment, was seized by the intertwining of interest, delight, and hope. Erida-san, could you please leave us alone? Benevolently, like a well-fed boa constrictor to a mouse running nearby and thinking, will it fit or let go? The great and, to his deep regret, the only real shinobi scientist of this time addressed his subordinate. Of course, Orochimaru Dano. If you need anything from me, you can send the slave standing on the other side of the passage. The beholder still couldn't completely hide his relief. Definitely, as if waving away a fly, he thoughtfully answered the remark of a subordinate Sannin, already immersed in his thoughts. Having waited for the Watcher to leave, the great scientist, yes, everything with a capital letter, continued to observe the pupation of the next meal of the weed. When the action was over, he walked through the muddy liquid, as if on the ground, and caught one of the shoots with his hand, sending a drop of his chakra over it. At the same moment, the plant, having sensed the mighty chakra of the aggressor, stopped attempts of useless resistance and opened the way to its treasury. That's better. Satisfied with the complacence of his creation, the creator, and, as he almost thought, his father, entered the mouth of a cave carved into the rock. The cave was relatively small, only 15 square meters. It differed from the rest of its artificial counterparts only in that its entire surface was covered with a carpet of intertwined dark green roots and blood-red cocoons. In the center of the cave, on a 40-centimeter leg, there was a ball 1.5 meters in diameter, to the bottom of which a shoot stretched from each cocoon. Orochimaru placed his hand on the surface of the ball while activating the sage palms technique and licked his lips in anticipation. So he stood and let his hand around the sphere with a glowing soft light green light for about an hour. In the end, he took out a kunai and quickly but gently slashed his wrist, pouring about a liter of his blood onto the sphere. Only getting on the surface of the ball, the blood began to be absorbed, and small scales began to form on the surface. When the last drop was absorbed into the surface, the ball turned purple and was covered with a fine snake skin. Well, the experiment was completely successful. The white serpent hissed slightly with pleasure. Creating a body for my chakra is successful. It remains to take possession of the body of an Uchiha with a full-fledged Sharingan, and you can move into my perfect body. The man stroked the purple ball lovingly again. It's a pity that by all accounts, despite all the plasticity of your chakra, you won't be able to reproduce the Sharingan. I wouldn't have to bother with this kid. The scientist, saddened by this fact, turned to the ball. Very pity. A bald-headed slave entered the Watcher's office, his entire head occupied by the symbols of the seal, limiting his will. He was dressed in a clean gray bag and woven sandals. Master, a message from Orochimaru Dano. Bowing low, the slave said infantilely. Speak, gave permission Watcher. The experiment is going well. A ship with food for the project will arrive soon. Let little Sayad get the cameras ready. 50 is enough. All the same, the slaves said the message infantilely. And about the replenishment of the staff of servants, the Lord, as always, forgot. Heavy sigh. Soon the nearest islands will lose their population completely. Can the pestilence simulate? Execution of priority algorithms under the codename data recording carried out. Unarchiving the personality matrix. Error. There is a stable personality structure. Assigned a codename. Alice through the looking glass. Start archiving the Alice through the looking glass personality matrix. Performed. Here's another useless eternal Jinin gone to feed. Aaron amused as he watched one of the first generation Jinin boys. Such higher Chunin simply cannot rise. And why translate the material? Okay, it's none of my business. I'm just watching. Heat. Satisfying. Sleepy. Cap. Alice through the looking glass personality matrix archiving completed. Unzipping the personality matrix. 47 particle. In progress. Food. Absorption. Energy. Cap. Restoration of associative personal connections. Successfully. Using the prenatal period to transfer information to a protein carrier. Top priority. Transferring the memory bank, memories, to a protein carrier in progress. Bulbul. MMM. Delicious. Chapter 1. I have always liked swimming underwater. This hobby has been since that distant first life. It was especially interesting to swim facing the surface. Unusual sensations, and the world distorted by the waves was very. I liked it in general. In this case, the main thing is to pinch your nose correctly. Maybe that's why I like to stray in the outer layers of the world even when I was a part of the Foundation. There too, it was interesting to watch the endless sea of chaos through the peace shield. Now I also swim. Only not in the pool, but in an extremely confined space. At first, I thought about a flask or some other scientific device. At least in my laboratory, the variety of different containers was quite large. I think that many did not even have a name. Certainly in the languages I know. I didn't name them either. So, I marked it according to the type. Ka-10. Type flask. Variation A. Material astral negator. Then maybe I'm in some kind of egg? You never know, my species lays eggs? Why an egg? So there is no umbilical cord. This means that I do not depend on the mother's body and develop at the expense of the already available nutrients. Time passed, the body completed its formation, and I became a baby, but no prerequisites for hatching appeared. I waited and transferred the memory from the bookmark to the mental body, at the same time developing this very body. This happened by itself, but when the process goes to its fullest, the mind, as it were, relives the moments and does not experience boredom. So time flew by until I decided to look at the logs of the bookmark. That's when I discovered an unforeseen addition. Well, I decided, so to speak, to remember my youth and delve into the identity of the settler and the memories attached to that. Mental energy for this is enough even for a simple black-footed peasant who works all his life not with his head, but with his hands. And that's where the strange crap came out. For the time being, I decided to call this energy that way. The crap was a completely new and incomprehensible type of energy for me. It was obtained by burning Ryatsu. More precisely, when mixing the Ryatsu spectra in a certain way. The process of burning was as follows. Psi energy was sent to the physical body and saturated every cell. From the body, the psi, together with prana, the vital energy produced by the body as a result of vital activity, mixes in a kind of whirlpool with all the other Ryatsu spectra. As a result, powerful and rough energy comes out crap. Moreover, the mixing itself can be fully compared only with burning, because the mixture of psi and prana acts as an oxidizer for the firewood, the rest of the Ryatsu. As a result, the flame comes out. The funny thing about this is that such a part of the Ryatsu spectrum as the energy of faith, the control of which, in most cases, is not available to mortals, also goes into the firewood. I'll say more. This restriction also applies to Shinigami. Although they have an immortal shell of the soul, they cannot directly use the faith, only through their spiritual blades, thus creating an ability. And here, in fact, an infant of a mere mortal can use this, albeit changed, sub-energy of the universe. Unthinkable. And that's just fine. After mixing in the astral layer of the soul and getting crap on the basis of the astral body, its outer layers, it creates an energy frame similar to that of Quincy's souls. Moreover, this frame, according to all my calculations, as a result of its development, will become a new full-fledged layer of the soul. To be honest, the discovery of crap put me in a complete stupor, and I stayed there for quite a long time. Then I looked around and found myself swimming in a concentrate of crap. And when I looked closely at how my body is fed, that's when I fell into a complete sediment. My crap worked on the concentrate and converted it into matter. Into the matter, Carl. And not just matter, but the one that my body needs. Proteins, fats, carbohydrates, salts, etc. From that moment my knowledge of this world began. First, I decided to fully look around through the centuries-old psionic sensors. To minimize the cost of mental energy, it was decided to use the surrounding crap as a conductor. It had surprisingly good psionic conductivity. Well, I looked around, and what I saw I didn't like. I was in the center of a spherical formation, consisting of an interlacing of roots, forcing human crap into my egg, and its sources were children with a frame. What I did not like was that their frame was no less than 3 orders of magnitude less saturated than mine. And you know what this reminds me of? And this is all reminiscent of the artificial cultivation of a super soldier or a similar animal used and then destroyed. And now I'm in a panic. If my muscles were any better developed, then my elastic egg would have already been torn. Alright, I'm calm. Calm, I said. Few, even a little ashamed of their behavior. And you can't blame everything on the shocks that are falling on me in the form of a discovery, a new type of energy, a layer of the soul, and my frame has almost developed into a separate and almost independent layer, and the fact that, by all indications, I am being grown as the main ingredient for the ritual or something else that bothers me. I just let my fear out of control, one of the basic emotions that appeared as a result of the evolution of man as a species. For me, this emotion in Hueco Mundo has acquired a truly great size, and only high self-control does not allow it to control me. Yes, there is fear, but it serves and obeys me, helping in choosing my decisions, and not guiding them. Now I let him go and panicked. What a shame. First of all, you need to deal with the settler. Alice in the Looking Glass. And where does this name come from? Clear. From a random memory. And what do we have here? And we have a strong personality here. Shinobi? What is there in the memory? White snake. Okay. One thing is clear, you need to completely open the memory of a man and look at the situation. I feel the answers are already waiting for me. Processing the memory of this seasoned mercenary slash killer slash scientist was very difficult and was barely going on until he started using crap instead of mental energy. From that moment on, things went smoothly. Observation of the circulation of that in the body prompted me to use Krini in this way. It turns out that after processing prana into crap and filling the frame, it goes into the cells of the body and nourishes them. Thus, crap allows you to maintain vital activity as long as there is at least a drop of prana in the cells of the body, which can be converted into crap, with a conversion factor in favor of crap, and directed to support the body. And so, now I can use crap to replenish the strength of my mind. No, I did not become a psi-producing reactor, but fatigue was greatly reduced and productivity increased. 9 times. What did I manage to learn from my settler? At the same time, a lot and deplorably little. First things first. Welcome to the world of Crazy Orange. A world full of fucked up and powerful battle mages awaits you. Mind-blowing inhabitants of other people's heads that have long devoured cockroaches mutated from the chakra, and underfuck and secret organizations that want power over the world. And yes, I was not joking with the underdog. Here, until the age of 16, juvenile killers sacredly honor their virginity. This is due to the fact that with age, the psyche and the crap, called chakra here, lose their plasticity, and if you lose your virginity before the age of 16, then the chakra remembers the partner and the person becomes literally obsessed with his first love, to the point that the other organism just stops responding. And after that, no wonder that for local killers, the most important holiday is the 16th birthday. After it, according to all traditions, you can not only reset the hormone, but also live up to happiness in general. When it beats out of your ears with just a geyser, you either lose steam with intensive training, or go to Iranians. Their control of the body, mind and chakra is part of the training complex, or you work as a kunai lubricant. Now a little more specific. The creator of this carcass is the great and unique Orochimaru, nicknamed the White Serpent. This bastard recently, a year and a half ago, screwed out of Konoha while trying to arrest for experiments on his own. I would experiment on shinobi from other villages, they didn't say a word against it. But he, so bad, used not strangers, but his own mice as mice. Besides, children are the future of Konoha. To understand the essence, it is necessary to make a small digression towards the policy of the village hidden in the foliage. In this military camp, a positive attitude towards orphans is promoted. In Konoha, orphans are not possible outcasts, but the future of the village and the children of heroes who died for the will of fire. Like this. And here is such a beautiful Orochimaru, experimenting on the children of heroes. In general, he's screwed up from the beloved teacher and his bandaged friend. Fortunately, he assumed such an outcome of events from the moment of choosing the yellow lightning in the Hokage, and in 5 years, he set up for himself just a bunch of shelters, which, with his specialization in Doton and Fuin, was pretty fast. And now he has been a particularly dangerous nuke nin for a year and a half. However, with a year and a half I am wrong, he placed his mold of the soul and personality in me quite a long time ago, and I don't have a chronometer with me. So now a new shinobi era can be going on, or one chicken can only enter the academy, which, by the way, is accepted from 8 after 2 years of secondary education, writing, counting, initial sense and chakra control. I also learned the reasons why the serpent needed me. It turns out that he has already finalized and tested the reincarnation of the undead technique and turned out to be very satisfied with it. Yes, according to his calculations, he will have to change his body about once every 3 or 4 years, but at the same time, his path to immortality allows him to assimilate the Keki Genkai of his vessels. And after each use of the technique, it will become stronger. STS is also assimilated, and at the same time it will retain all the genetic features reflected in the STS, i.e. Keki Genkai and Dojutsu like the Sharingan. However, constantly changing bodies is very wasteful. So he decided to create a receptacle for himself that could withstand his chakra. The main problem with this technique is that his chakra is too high, volumes, density, and strength, which he increased throughout the duration of his life. And Orochimaru is one of the strongest beings in this world. Well, in the top 100 for sure. The human bodies of even very trained shinobi simply cannot withstand his soul, and the chakras are destroyed at the cellular level. He partially solved this problem quite simply, Jun. He put seals with a particle of his soul and chakra on his future vessel. The mark pours the serpent's chakra into the vessel, and the body gradually adapts to it or dies. This is such a primary selection. Next, the Jun creates a duplicate SCC corresponding to the one that the serpent has. The second stage of printing activates the duplicate STS and allows you to go beyond your original capabilities for a while. But only for a while. The volume of Ryatsu in the body does not change from this. A sort of afterburner mode. The third stage of the Juin activates a Keki Igenkai of a certain Yugo, which allows him to absorb the Sin chakra of the world, on a subconscious level and not turn into a part of this very world. In this mode, those whose body can withstand the soul of Orochimaru are finally eliminated, and the duplicate SCC and SCC of the vessel merge, becoming one and very powerful. And voila! The new body is ready. And voila! The new body is ready. And voila! The new body is ready. But even so, such a vessel will not last more than 5 years. Orochimaru is just too strong. And here such a chakra parameter as resonance comes on the scene, allowing you to adjust to someone else's chakra. By the way, the jinchuriki choose according to the presence and magnitude of this very resonance, which allows the vessels of the demons to adjust to their prisoners and make their chakra similar to the one that flows into the SCC of the 1,000-year-old demons, and use it without even opening the seal itself. So Orochimaru decided to grow a body for himself, the chakra of which would have an extremely high level of resonance and adjust to his chakra completely at the embryonic stage. Fortunately, he is well aware of an example of such an adjustment, the jinchuriki of the one-tailed Gaara. This kid is so tuned in to the raccoon that he can, in fact, use the semblance of the flesh of his Bijou sand. To achieve this very resonance, he took the genetic material of a certain semi-plant Setsu and the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, which had the highest resonance parameter of all known to the white snake. Actually, thanks to this and the Keki Igenkai of all Senju, Hashirama was able to work with the element of wood Mokuton. He was able to feel the resonance of plants, and, having adjusted his chakra to it, he learned to control them. But even that wasn't enough for him. After all, this body, by definition, was obliged to own Mokuton Keki Igenkai based on water and earth, which means it would not be capable of other elements, which was simply unacceptable for those who wanted to know all the techniques of the world. His SDSCH, already tuned to all the elements, of course, could solve the problem, but it's not in the rules of the serpent to put everything at stake when you cannot take risks. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of one well-known fact: the mother's chakra affects the future chakra of the child. So he took advantage of this to create Super Womb, in which the chakra is under enormous pressure, allowing you to develop the power of the SCH channels, and contains the chakra of many people with different predispositions to the elements. Moreover, in order not to knock down the setting for himself, he decided to use Genin children for my feeding, under the age of 13, who are recruited from various closed temples or kidnapped on their first meet team missions along with their Chunin mentor. A mentor for experiments and Genin on the table for me. Gradually, digesting Orochimaru's memory, creating associative links between his and my memories, I pondered my further actions. And yes, I know that this method has a lot of side effects, but there's nothing to be done. In other ways, I'll be picking his memory for too long. The fact that I need to blame is understandable, and so. But where and how is an open question. With that, where there are a couple of ideas, a couple of Papa's beds, and Auric is perceived this way most easily. Well, shouldn't I call him the creator? Too much honor. And he will check his old beds for sure. Not primarily, but definitely. The idea of joining a free clan or village both flew in and flew out. It becomes a bull inseminator under the drug of desire. I have 0-point horseradish. Where else? Dash. Why not visit your next of kin and my niece Tsunade? This drunkard, although she won't meet me with open arms, definitely shouldn't drive me. If she has not yet taken the post of Hokage, then it is absolutely excellent, but if she has taken it, well, not bad either. I will add political weight as an application for the revival of Senjuikizoku. Decided where to go. Now how to check it. On my legs, I just can't get there, the muscles are atrophied. Yes, okay muscles, my SCS is developed at the level of a 15-year-old jinchuriki. Passive gain will allow me to run the Olympic marathon. Thanks to the effect of assimilation to such a monster as Dad. but the fact that the body at the age of 2 is a problem, and a big one. Okay, first of all, reconnaissance of the base. The father's cast has the location, structure and personnel of the base in memory, but something could change over time. I subjugate with my chakra the weed my super womb, saturating its cells with my chakra. Saturation is very slow. I started managing this energy recently, and right away with a large amount of SDSCH. For comparison, it's like playing ping pong for a clumsy weightlifter. After subjugating weed, the second stage of the plan began under the banal name, Escape from Shoshang, weaving the base with a network of the finest roots. I couldn't afford to be detected, so I worked very slowly and very carefully. And there's nothing to be done that would be better for me with control. I remind myself of a crazy orange with its terrible control and huge reserves of chakra. I can also hit with a bear ejection so that the chakra in its non-material state becomes visible, but with subtle manipulations it's just a scribe. Actually, in this way I am also going to raise my control. Weaving the base with a network of roots took 3.5 months. He determined the time by the strength of his chakra. The fuller the moon, the stronger the water and earth chakra. So you can notice the change of the 30-day cycle. Orochimaru was somehow interested in such a phenomenon and deduced the most complex abstruse theory, the whole meaning of which boils down to the fact that the moon is the body of the Jubi, and the light reflected from it carries with it the chakra of the ten-tailed, which is a huge tree, and the tree is Mokuton, which is a mixture of Suiton and Daten. During the time of weaving the roots of the base, only 2 events occurred: the delivery of my food to the base. At first, I had problems braiding the inner surfaces of the prisoner's cells. The Fuin system on top of the chamber sealed any chakra that moved through space above a certain speed limit into itself. But this problem was solved quite simply. I slowed down the flow of chakra inside the roots located on the inside of the chambers. And now the base is finally completely entwined with roots, the ship bringing provisions, and my food departed 3 days ago, and life at the base entered its daily rhythm. Well, it's time. I grow pollen sacs along the entire length of the root system, containing a rare toxin that causes relaxation of all muscles, taken from the memory of my unlucky dad. I was not afraid that the heart muscle of the inhabitants of this base might fail. Chakra gives amazing possibilities. The maximum that will happen to them is a powerful paralysis. I am waiting for the night. A couple of leaves on the surface cease to receive light, and, after waiting a couple more hours, I blow up the bags. A moment, and colorless pollen fills the air inside the rooms and corridors of the base. Mig and all its inhabitants inhale the colorless pollen that carries the toxin. A moment, and, emptying their intestines, the inhabitants fall to the floor. Several dozen slaves die of cardiac arrest. But the 3 inhabitants did not die or even fall. I braid them with roots. One of the 3 was swaddled pretty quickly. The other 2 fought off the roots growing from the floor and walls for several tens of seconds. But then, the toxin finally took effect, and the resistance was quickly suppressed. Cocoons are delivered by roots growing from the floor to my natural grotto. Here, the captives in turn were freed from the roots and turned into special life-sustaining shoots. The rest of the prisoners were entwined with shoots and became part of the system that supplied me with chakra. Now you can rest. Chapter 2. I woke up well rested and with a full supply of chakra, recovered in 4 days of my sleep. I'm generally interested in chakra. The fact is that the volume of a chakra is a sum of its strength. It depends on the amount of energy of the faith that went into creating the chakra. Density increases with age, and the depth of the chakra channels. Yes, depth. During the whole life, the structure of the SCCH of the reasonable almost does not change, but the depth of the channel, although slowly, increases. In general, chakra channels can be compared to a stream. It can be wide, main, or narrow, capillary, but both wide and narrow have depth how much water, chakras, can fit in the channel. And as with every channel, the water washes it out, increasing the depth. This is how the chakra reserve increases. However, this does not mean that the shinobi cannot mix the chakras from the available stocks of yin and yang and replenish the chakra stock. With SCH, everything is strictly the opposite. The huge depth of the channels, resulting from the extremely high pressure from the uterus during their formation, and weak sources of yin and yang energies. That's why the first generation shinobi will never rise above the chunin. Potential is laid even before birth. So it turns out that I just have huge chakra reserves. When depleted, as it happened recently, I have to recover for several days. Everything distracted, woke up, you can get down to business. My mind floats towards Jiro. See? This living decaying corpse. I don't even intend to touch it in my mind. There is so much rubbish in this stump of a drug addict that you won't even let him feed the pigs. Get hurt. I take a short break and move my mind towards Arita. I touch his sphere of mind. Hugh vomit, feces, and musk does not smell his mind. This is good. We penetrate. The mind is not structured, but you can figure it out. Experimentation, research, everyday worries, base building, occasional workouts to keep fit. No, we don't need that. The average armchair scientist with a wealth of knowledge in genetics. No, this one won't work. In Dad's cast, everything is the same, but an order of magnitude larger and more detailed. The same medical technician and experience with them are simply heaps. Not suitable. Let's see Sai. Let's go back to the realm of the mind. Lightly touch. Yes, clean too. There is no smell of decay or madness. Although, here is a small smell of madness is present. We carefully pass natural mental shields. Boredom, training, hobbies, personal life with boys from new batches of slaves, experiments with jinjutsu. Oh, jinjutsu. Yep, yours. And the lady turns out to be just obsessed with illusions. Illusions, illusions, and more illusions. Mania to know the art of illusion in all its manifestations. Well, even Dad does not have such a knowledge base and practice of illusions. It's decided you'll be my host. I drag the cocoon with Saya to my egg, simultaneously removing all the clothes from the woman and disinfecting her body. I grow a leg for the woman's cocoon next to my egg and begin to merge the cocoon and egg. The merger took 7 hours. And now let's use the knowledge of Dad and the information received from such interesting personalities as Sakan and Yukon. I make my way close to the woman and, using 792 hand seals, I put Juin on her according to the laboratory, long and safe method of Dad. It's doing well. Juin is the result of many years of Dad's work, which absorbed all his knowledge in Nin, Fuin, medicine, and the structure of the soul. Oh, how many test subjects died on his operating table, and how much nerves he wasted. He even used part of such a technique as the shadow clone, which allows him to safely transfer part of his soul, Yin, to a special Fuin. The shadow clone technique is generally very interesting. It creates a complete semblance of your own body from the chakra and moves a part of the soul into it. This body has only one drawback: it is not real and lives due to the chakra placed in it. Moreover, each clone considers himself the original personality only in a fake body. That is why the clones protect the owner of the real body. Also with the clone in Juin, he is real, and when he dies or moves to a new body, his personality simply leaves stasis in the Fuin seal dimension and absorbs the part that is arrived and developed. Stasis will avoid the development of a clone and the possibility of getting schizophrenia. I know it's mind-blowing. I think this technique is amazing. Maybe it's the influence of Dad's memory, but she's really great. Using it as a basis, I can additionally seal my body and, using the method of Sakan and Yukon, penetrate the vessel, gradually digesting it not only at the level of the soul, but also at the level of the body. And since the body and personality will be sealed in the subspace created by the Fuin, and will touch only at the chakra level. The possibility of rebirth in a new vessel or unsealing an unagid, original, body with increased strength will remain. I reconsidered my thoughts and realized that this was the influence of the absorbed father's memory. What to say? Painfully, his personality was strong. We must wait until his memory settles down. But the idea of technology is very interesting. Only it is necessary, in case of death of all vessels, to create an anchor, or even their network, which will allow not to remain locked up for the rest of eternity in a prison created by oneself. Okay, right now, Juin will turn around and it will be possible to supplement it and work on the test subjects. And I'm afraid this overlay I got only on the remnants of the personality and memory of Dad. But not only was I messing around in the egg, but I was also developing an add-on for Juin that would allow me to self-seal in Fuin. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I lacked knowledge of Fuin, the sign of sealing. Here, according to Hoin, a sign of will, Daddy had a bunch of them, but according to Fuin. What kind of Hoin? This is a sealing technique that most shinobi have mastered, and the power of which depends on the will and the infused chakra. The same seal of protection from evil, put by Kakashi on Sasuke, is nothing but a Hoin, the work of which depended on the will of the boy. Fuin, in its essence, is a microcircuit that performs a certain action. If Hoin depends on the user, then Fuin depends only on the master creator, and the user only needs to supply chakra. If Kakashi put a Fuin on Sasuke in the canon, the boy could forget about such an insignificant trifle as Juin, a curse mark. How to distinguish Fuin from Hoin? The Fuin have a spiral in the center of the seal, Kamen Uzumaki, and the Hoin have a sign that is sealed, fire, water, etc. So, I lack knowledge of Fuin. I simply do not have enough knowledge to create a small dimension in which my body can not only survive, but also interact with reality through Juin anchors, penetrating into the bodies of vessels and digesting them. And the simple stasis, in fact, just a very strong difference between the time flows in the world of print and reality of the sentient, used in most Fuins, does not suit me. Will he go to the former place of residence of the Uzumaki? As far as I know, when the invaders realized that Fuin Jutsu required many years of systematic training, and it would not work to learn it like any technique, they simply threw the scrolls and screwed home. With the techniques, there is generally some kind of magical system here. I folded such and such mudras, fingering, applied such and such a chakra to them, and the technique is ready. Then it remains to work out to automatism, at the same time pronouncing its name. In battle, you pronounce, to yourself, the name, add the main seals of the technique and smack on the enemy. True, there are techniques that are learned and performed only on bear control, Rasengan, or with a minimum of seals, Fire Dragon. For such techniques, special control exercises, balls for Rasengan, are created, which are kept in the strictest confidence and are transmitted only by word of mouth. Yes, and with the elements, not everything is clear. For example, if you combine all the seals of some elemental technique from the main 5 and apply the neutral chakra correctly, then you will succeed. Lately my premonition has been telling me, "Get the Asike out of here! You've got everything you can out of here already! Run before the white animal comes!" And for some reason I believe him, maybe because intuition, if turned on, was always right? All is decided. I penetrate Sai's body just like that, and go in search of my niece. By the time I find Tsunade, Sai's body and soul will be completely adjusted to me. I fire several psionic flashes through the root system, calling for Saya. She comes to me, taking off her clothes along the way. Oh, by the way, she looks like a 20-year-old blue-eyed blonde with hair braided in a ponytail and prominent forms. Size 4. Prefers to wear bright kimonos. Moreover, the reason for such an impractical figure for a kunoichi is in her specializations medicine with illusions, and just a mountain of complexes at the expense of her appearance at the beginning of her career, resulting in a manic desire to master the means to improve her appearance. With Medjutsu, after adjusting her appearance, she burned out, but all the enthusiasm turned into illusions. What to say? It was not lucky for a girl to be born ugly in her childhood. And yes, she actually just turned 18. After repeated procedures for its delivery to my egg, I swim up to her again and hug her with the expectation of maximum contact of our skin surfaces. When we took the most effective positions, I activated the first level of Juin, and from the mark on her stomach in the form of 3-tone, signs in the form of dark spirals spread throughout her body, showing the area of activation, duplicating the STS. I activate the second level and the girl's skin darkens, and the body acquires bone shields on the wrists, stomach, chest, cheeks, shoulders, and legs. Well, everything went completely successfully. Problems could arise only with the second level. Last time, during his first activation, she lost control and nearly escaped the island. I had to give a good blow to the brain through Juin and drag it to resume the bookmarks. Through clinical death and adjustment to the Sinchakra, the girl went surprisingly easily. Fortunately, I had all the knowledge for the operation. However, death and a slight change in attitude were not in vain for her, and some of the bookmarks fell off. Now, at the epicenter of my powers, I have carried out the last adjustment and have begun to introduce the vessel into the body. Our tissues interpenetrated each other, and consciousness is plunged into the first, visualized, level of the subconscious, reflecting the personality of the inner world. The inner world of the girl appeared before me in the form of a labyrinth, made of cobblestones, braided with a carpet of green ivy, which bit into the stone with its roots. The latter was the effect of my influence on her mind and the introduction of the ink clone. I feel that this is all his, or rather my work. The weather in this world was sunny and cloudless with a light sea breeze. There was a smell of salt. I made my way through the labyrinth, succumbing to a sense of kinship, as I assumed that my other self would be at the center of the labyrinth to maintain control over the focal point of the girl's personality, the projection of her physical body. Among the labyrinth of ivy-covered stones, there was a clearing in the middle of which all the green shoots converged. In their common root there was a huge bright blue cocoon on top of which a 2-year-old child was sitting in a pseudo-lotus position. The child had a bright and cold look of green eyes with a vertical pupil and a mop of long black hair. The face had elusive snake features. And where does this ink clone disappear? How tired is sitting here and pretending to be a tentacle monster for her. And an eloquent look at the cocoon. Although I gained experience in confrontation and shackling the mind. About. He didn't show up for gathering dust. Come quickly. A few minutes later, in the middle of the passage between the heaps of stones, a second boy appeared, an exact copy of the first. He went up to the sitting man, touched him with his hand, and immediately drew himself in. It turns out from that breakdown the ink clone came out of stasis, and I got the idea of direct psi mind control. No bookmarks or anything like that. I would immediately notice such activity and understand what I do. You have to be a little crazy to use cage bunshin. Did I say that? I just covered her world with thin thickets of ivy and slowly let him eat it, making it his own. It's a pretty interesting takeover. Slow, but with maximum benefit, because you absorb, as if chewing on the inner world, and do not throw whole pieces into the stomach, as I did with Dad's cast. Now I am suffering from indigestion from the remnants of his personality in the form of impulses of inspiration. How to finish chewing for myself with the same idea. I will continue to eat the inner world of Sai in this way. All processes are already underway, and her mind is completely under my control. The body after the merger will also be controlled by me. So it's decided. In the center of the cave, a 10-year-old brunette girl with a cold look of green snake eyes came out of a huge egg covered with purple snake scales, tearing its walls. Not bad. Not bad. The center of gravity for Sai is a bit unusual, but this is fixable. The girl muttered and went to the exit towards the grotto. With each step the child took, the greenery looked more and more unhealthy. Along the way, the child dressed in clothes dropped by Saya, which, due to the difference in size, had a rather comical appearance. As soon as the child came out of the green cave and stepped on the floor of the grotto, behind him there was a roar of crumbling dried plants. Passing into the corridor, slapping bare feet on the concrete floor and wrapping himself in an oversized purple kimono, the child watched the crumbling cocoons from the inside of which rotting skeletons spilled out. When a ship with supplies and prisoners landed at the pier 2 weeks later, the entire ecosystem of the island was completely destroyed. The captain did not dare to set foot on a dead island and decided to go to a secret port north of the land of waves in Hinokuni. None of the crew or cargo found a stowaway in the form of a child attached to the bottom. Here is Hinokuni, or if in our country of fire. Within a month of my hatching, Sai's body was almost completely digested by me, changed sex to male, and looked 7 years old. Adjusting her body was a very unusual process. First of all, it must be said that it was not her cells that adjusted and changed, but mine. My cells acted as stem cells, which can become like any cell in the body and replace the old one. So, my cells began to replace her old ones and divide with great speed, using not the chakra, but the tissues of her body as a building material. This is how absorption happens. The cell of her body dies, mine comes in its place, absorbing the neighboring workable one, and if mine is worse in terms of indicators important for this cell, then it acquires all the indicators in which it is inferior to the one being replaced. In place of her absorbed comes my new one, and the process repeats. Prana, although my chakra has the element of life, but I just don't have enough for this. For such cell division, I took from the inhabitants of the island connected through the root network. As a result, 50% of my cells replaced those of Sai, becoming more perfect, and our body rejuvenated to a 10-year-old and later 7-year-old age. Such shrinking of the body, combined with rejuvenation, was caused by the persistent refusal of my cells to feed on anything other than Sai cells. With the absorption of Sai at the SCC level, I took advantage of my father's experience and merged mine with a duplicate grown with the help of Jun. As mentioned earlier, the structure of the duplicate SSC is completely, except for the depth of the channel, identical to the one that installed it. Here I merged mine with the duplicating one. But frankly, only Shu. The duplicate SCC actually belongs to a Yin clone from the beginning, and is created from my Yin and Yang branded. So really, I just got back what was already mine. After traveling on a boat, I tried the fish of this world for the first time. And what raw? The main thing is edible. My path ran towards the nearest dad's bed containing some money, at least in case of disguise as a civilian, peasant clothes, for the same disguise, some cosmetic makeup. Dad has a very expressive appearance, and there won't be enough chakra to walk under hinge, and a scroll in a waterproof case with bread and water. But first, I need to get to this very bed. Getting through the port warehouses into the city was easy enough. There I stole clothes for my size and delicious food. Then I lay down in the attic of some 5-story building and, having piled on food, collapsed to rest and think, because thinking is useful. I always have something to think about. Take the same hoax of the failure of the father's experiment under the heading, Eat After Reading, under the name, Ideal Vessel. I made it look like we'd had a couple of developmental restraints blown off him, and he just ate all life on the island. At that moment, due to the sharply increased chakra pressure of the concentrate, I simply dissolved. Or does someone think that the gradual increase in chakra sources is due to problems with their delivery? So I will disappoint you. Papa, how a good Fuin specialist could rivet disposable scrolls on plain paper and send me all the accumulated waste material to feed me at once. He did not do this for the reason that the chakra pressure on my emerging STS had to be increased gradually. Otherwise, I would simply dissolve into a concentrate related to my chakra. This option was included in the possible probabilistic error, and Daddy will not be surprised at all. Some of his experiments are generally very probabilistic in nature, and he almost arranges rituals with a drum over them. So I'm covered from that side. This option was included in the possible probabilistic error, and Daddy will not be surprised at all. Some of his experiments are generally very probabilistic in nature, and he almost arranges rituals with a drum over them. So I'm covered from that side. This option was included in the possible probabilistic error, and Daddy will not be surprised at all. Some of his experiments are generally very probabilistic in nature, and he almost arranges rituals with a drum over them. So I'm covered from that side. And finally third, but not the last, Shinobi, Templars, and other chakra users, and their complex relationship with chakra and their organisms. First, I want to say one thing. I understand old voyeur Jiraiya gaining inspiration from watching kunoichi at hot springs. And do not write me down as his companion. I won't be able to experience physical attraction for a few more years. It's just that when you watch Fit Curry kunoichi, you really get an aesthetic buzz, because each kunoichi is like a work of art. Didn't I say that chakra is a good psi conductor? So I repeat. The chakra is an excellent transmitter of will, and itself reacts to the subconscious female desire with its appearance to attract a strong and successful male. Add that all kunoichi keep themselves in great physical shape and get the picture. There are exceptions to this rule only in the form of mental disorders, as well as the consequences of techniques and modifications. By the way, all these bloodlust, keep pressure, etc. are nothing more than an instinctive emotional side blow transmitted through passive chakra radiation. Another property of chakra is the optimization of life processes, including the aging process, and the average shinobi can theoretically live for a very long time. So 100 and 300 years, depending on strength. Why don't they live? The answer is banal, and at the same time very sad. The fact is that shinobi ruin their health all the time with various chakra exhaustions that hit the body, dangerous techniques, and simply a harmful lifestyle. Since childhood, they have become accustomed to the life-giving chakra and the margin of safety of their bodies. In addition, they consider going to the doctor a sign of weakness. Here is such a buzz. However, such a factor as the war also plays a role, decimating the population of chakra users every 2 generations. But no, I can name a whole clan of centenarians Uzumaki. Members of this artisan clan lived off their Fuin art and lived to be 200 years old due to chakra. Yes, even a little sorry for these hucksters who have taken a monopoly on Fuin. With them, the Fuin were expensive, and without them, no one practices this art. Against this background, such a feature of shinobi organisms as gluttony, because of which I was overlaid with food, is simply lost. Yes, the mad orange, which according to the canon is the reincarnation of Asura, is not just a glutton. He, like me, is the owner of a very powerful STSCH, although I'm pretty far behind him in this parameter, in which a bunch of chakra is placed. What about our chakra? Right? Mixture of yin and yang, prana, energies. And in order to produce large quantities of prana, the body must receive a very plentiful nourishment. So the average Jinin eats twice as much as the average civilian, Chunin 3 to 4, and Jonin 4 to 6. Fact? So with Naruto's chakra reserves, eating like him is normal. Lan, the world and life in it were considered. Now you need to decide. Spotenki. And finally, you need to shower. The body is childish, but carries as from a full-fledged male. Chapter 3. Living in the city was very easy. Need food? Steal. Need an overnight stay or home comforts? You go into the apartment of a lonely tenant and, having imposed a hassle on him, you use all the benefits. Entertainment or clothing? I plucked a couple of passers-by, and there is money for them. So I, studying the life of civilians and practicing illusions, lived for about a month. I really liked the illusions because they are multifaceted. In general, there are 3 types of illusory influence: through the chakra on the mind, through the chakra on the brain, and through the chakra on reality. The impact on the brain is considered one of the simplest and consists in influencing the centers of the senses of the brain. Pleasure, short-term memory of an adequate perception of reality. This center is turned off in a dream, and others. This requires only an initial knowledge of the structure of the brain and testing on experimental subjects. The impact on the mind is made by taking the feelings of the enemy under control and substituting them. One who can take control of all 5 basic senses of an opponent can safely be called a master of illusion. The main difficulty of these 2 methods is to deliver your chakra to the opponent's STS. And if it were not for the peculiarity of the eyes, to absorb the radiation of the chakra due to the very. In the Village of Sound, the problem of delivering chakra to the enemy was solved in a rather original way in the form of musical instruments. When the instrument produces sound vibrations, the chakra, embedded in the instrument in a special way, is transmitted through them directly to the addressee and affects him with a haze. I decided to practice illusions of the 3rd type on people. And no, I am not an optimist who thinks that he can achieve mastery in this direction. Definitely not in the next 50 or 100 years. It's just that civilians, who have not met with illusions before, simply don't recognize my crafts, and the shinobi passing by drop them simply on instincts and don't notice either. This is much easier than influencing the crowd through the hassle addressed. Dash. It is these thoughts that appear the next time you watch a news channel on a zombie, while the hostess, under suggestion with critical thinking turned off, is preparing dinner for herself and her guest, me. Am I ashamed? Let's just say, after my adventures in the world under the moon and the royal battle with devouring the loser, my morality has very little to do with human beings, and it's simply useless to measure me with that. Besides, I'm not going to hurt her. I'll just spend the night, and in the morning I'll wipe my memory, suggesting that I dreamed about her. A little hypnosis and no cheating. Maybe I'll even fly. I also need to work out medical equipment. My hands and the table. Oh, it's time for dinner. I spent 2 informative months in the city. During this time, I not only learned the life and mentality of the local society and worked out the illusions of the area with targeted troubles, but also collected information on the location of Tsunade, known in narrow circles as the Great Loser. And in criminal circles, she was very famous primarily for the fact that she constantly borrowed, squandered this money until the last hay, and worked off her debts by treating high-ranking officials. Moreover, everyone was satisfied with such a scheme. Officials received high-quality medical care. Semi-criminal elements received money from bureaucrats, including interest on the debt, and Tsunade spent and spent and spent. In general, she lived in pleasure. As soon as I made inquiries at one of the offices in which Tsunade was a regular customer, how I immediately received data on its exact location and this very scheme. The funny thing is that everything was in, so to speak, open access and easily obtained. A couple of casual conversations here, a couple of suggestive words that increased the talkativeness there. Nothing complicated. In this time period, I am wandering towards one of my dad's mothballed laboratories. Remembering my last whim to go to one of his beds, I could only smile sadly. The remnants of Daddy's personality are still tossing and turning and ruining my life. Well, what was I to do there? But in his mothballed laboratory, although there is no equipment or other valuables, there are halls there. No, not like that, halls. Why are they so good? First, shielding. They are painted with a special fuin that dampens powerful chakra bursts, so I can work out some costly techniques in them. And since I have poor control, the losses during the creation of equipment will be simply terrible, and in a normal situation, they will quickly become interested. Why do I need powerful techniques? And to be? So far my body is too small to run from the stronger ones, and space techniques are very rare here. They are so rare that Orochimaru at the time of our last meeting, except for the summoning techniques, did not own a single one. Someone will say about Kawarimi or the like. Now, these are not space techniques. It uses a complex method of moving the body in the Senchakra of the world with the help of a body equal in volume and, preferably, mass. In order to escape to the world of summoning like a dad, you need to have a contract with the god of the Ryakudo domain or permission to stay in his domain and an intelligent inhabitant of this domain who owns chakra and can summon you. Dad has a permit, contract, and a summoner Amanda, but I have neither. Here, in case of a meeting with someone serious, I would like to have a couple of unexpected arguments. Why don't I use the same Byakurai for this? The answer is simple and sad: I can't. Like this. Chakra, although it is an excellent side guide, it simply clogs Ryutsu with itself. More precisely, not quite like that, I can read the entire spell. Fortunately, the Ryutsu remembers the reflexes hammered into it on the actions of the mind. But while I'm reading the spell, the enemy will have time to knock me out or bang away from sin. Ryutsu's sensitivity to my mental energy is gradually returning, but very slowly. For me, it's faster to work out a couple of powerful techniques and heals of small ones based on chakra than to wait a year or two for a sufficient level of sensitivity. Ryutsu's sensitivity to my mental energy is gradually returning, but very slowly. For me, it's faster to work out a couple of powerful techniques and heals of small ones based on chakra than to wait a year or two for a sufficient level of sensitivity. Ryutsu's sensitivity to my mental energy is gradually returning, but very slowly. For me, it's faster to work out a couple of powerful techniques and heals of small ones based on chakra than to wait a year or two for a sufficient level of sensitivity. Noticing a noticeable stone by the road, I turned right perpendicular to my movement and moved to the upper paths, a tree layer with especially strong branches, along which it is quite convenient to move. Of course, only on condition that you are not afraid of heights and can jump 5 to 10 meters from place. Having galloped like a grasshopper for a few more kilometers, I jumped out into a clearing with a small pond formed by a spring gushing in its center. I stood for a while at its edge, remembering the landmarks, and moved towards the south, but already on the ground. After some time of walking, I stumbled upon the entrance to the shelter in the form of a stone ladder leading underground. I looked down and saw only a dark failure, the effect of the tunnel in all its glory. I examined the entrance more closely. Steps of brown stone, walls with a wave-like pattern of the same, and a gate arch of 3 green painted wooden pillars and 2 adult male girths. Well, where is he? I was looking for a sign, in the form of a creeping one of the ways to the next one, with a dash forming an oblique cross. There you are, little one. I pick up a prepared stick and press it a little, just 2 millimeters, crawling onto the next line. The cube of the wall crumbles along the edges and moves inward, and then, halfway through, a thin needle jumps out of its center from the end, with which a purple droplet falls on the step. Silky inside the wall. That's it. Traps are disabled. If the base were occupied with such a minimum as mechanical traps, I would not get off and I would have to work as a sapper. The base met me with bare walls with a wave-like pattern, which is a huge fuin seal, supported by a passive background of the sin chakra, which it absorbs with its entire surface and thereby maintains the integrity of the walls. I decided to take a cell on the second underground floor next to the emergency underground passage in case of evacuation. Badia's personal bedchamber, and now mine. True, the only thing that distinguishes it from the rest is the size of 5 by 9 meters, and that's it. I take out 4 thin scrolls of 40 centimeters long from my backpack and unfold their lapels one by one to look at the designations of the objects sealed in the scrolls. The first scroll of chakra paper in the fuin contained a piece of weed that I had picked up during my escape. In fact, I grabbed a very small piece, literally the size of the floor of my childhood nail, but from constant interaction with my chakra, it grew quite well. Therefore, out of harm's way, I created a reusable fuin scroll and sealed it in it. Until the time it was possible to destroy it, but the hand did not rise. Stupid? Yes. Sentimental? Yes. Dangerous? Very. But I am I, and I will not harm anyone whom I consider a member of the family. This creature, although it does not have a full-fledged mind, but cared for and loved me with all its being, so that the place of a member of the family can claim all the rights. In the second and third scrolls, army, and therefore high quality, dry rations are sealed section by section. In the fourth, also by section, various useful things are sealed. 2 sets of clothes, candles, ink, a dozen scrolls made of plain paper, etc. The last 3 scrolls are made of plain paper, so they burn out when the object is removed. In the second and third scrolls, army, and therefore high quality, dry rations are sealed section by section. In the fourth, also by section, various useful things are sealed. 2 sets of clothes, candles, ink, a dozen scrolls made of plain paper, etc. The last 3 scrolls are made of plain paper, so they burn out when the object is removed. In the second and third scrolls, army, and therefore high quality, dry rations are sealed section by section. In the fourth, also by section, various useful things are sealed. 2 sets of clothes, candles, ink, a dozen scrolls made of plain paper, etc. The last 3 scrolls are made of plain paper, so they burn out when the object is removed. I think it is worth explaining the classification of seals. In various seals, as in Jinjutsu, there are 3 branches of art. Fuin is a sign of sealing, which creates a stable structure of technique, and the effectiveness of which depends only on the master creator. Hoin is a sign of will, which creates an unstable structure of technique, the effectiveness of which, unlike Fuin, depends solely on the user. The call, in fact, is the call of something inanimate. Someone will ask, but what about the summoned animals of shinobi? I have the answer. There is one exception to the rule. In order to summon someone animate, you must have a relationship of chakra. At the shinobi and his call, when signing the contract with the god of the domain of this very call, a connection is established at the chakra level and allows contractors to call each other into their worlds. By the way, free search is used just to find the most spiritually suitable totem. In general, with the calls of ninja beasts, is actually not so simple. Although they give a lot of bonuses up to the appearance of a genome in a mediocre shinobi and thereby elevate meat for kunai to the elite, they are not popular due to the connection that appears as a result of signing the contract. Shinobi are afraid to become animals likenesses of their totems. Yes, between risking humanity with the ability to ascend and being mediocre, the average shinobi would choose the latter. However, in some way, they can be understood. Let's remember my dad or his teammate Jiraiya. These 2 suspicious types have long ceased to consider themselves human and acquired a bouquet of obsessions. Of the 3, only Tsunade retained her humanity. As my temporary place of residence, this mothball base was chosen for a reason. It once studied the possibilities and techniques of summoning, and a hall has been preserved here in which the line between our world and Ryakudo is very thin. During the last visit of the fathers of this hall, the fabric of reality there could literally spread from one sneeze, and did not spread only thanks to the Sinchakra of the world. I haven't checked this hall yet, and I don't know how overgrown the hole is, but I know one thing: such a hole is not just for a couple. It won't overgrow in 10 years, and when it does, the scar on the fabric of the world will remain for a long time. While I was thinking, I managed to print things out and arrange my room to a minimum. Therefore, in order not to waste time in vain, I went to check the right hall. Directly, left, directly, to the right. My legs seemed to carry me along the usual path. Although why Bud? Badia for a long time studied the possibilities and methods of summoning, and summoning snakes in particular. The same call for a pile of lower arms is the result of these studies. Or does someone think that it is so easy to summon someone without a calling circle? In most cases it is replaced by hand seals, a bloody sacrifice, and tattoos replacing them so easily. I will disappoint you, none of the famous summoners, except for his student, owns such a thing. Yes, before leaving Konoha, he was quite limited in his research and had to limit himself to simple, missing, civilians from neighboring buffer countries such as the Wave Country. And here it is, the ritual hall. Even just entering it, you get the feeling that you are in the other world. However, an ordinary civilian will feel only an incomprehensible discomfort to him. Although I am not a hermit, and they are all excellent sensors, acquiring or revealing this talent as a result of training, but partially inherited it from the hermit father. Well, are you sure? Now don't tempt fate. She has a strained relationship with our brother. Already I began to whisper in excitement, slowly retreating to the exit. Only after leaving the exit portal, I was able to take a breath. And I really almost put off the brick factory. The breakthrough did not take long. In general, did not drag on. They almost sent me to Ryukido. Literally crossed the line. The next day, I savagely ransacked the secret, to everyone except the great Orochimaru Dano, pantry for acid. Do not think there were no rare ingredients. It's just that sometimes an interesting idea comes to mind, but by the time you reach the reagents, all inspiration simply disappears. In such a case, Daddy next to the cell always lined up such a pantry, from which you can take a couple of reagents and conduct an experiment. On the spot! Such pantries are already coming as basic in every plan. However, I simply forgot about this particular dad. The specificity of research is a bit different from using reagents for research. But a brush, dad, like all chakra users, prefers to write with brushes, and sheets for writing ideas are always on his bedside table. Creative person. And yes, this is also one of the reasons for choosing this particular one. I needed the acid to etch the space-stabilizing Choin seal on the iron. I decided to create bracers for myself that would not allow me to fly away from my world, becoming anchors. In the event that they send me to Ryukido, they will eat me too weak for the serpent contractor. Remembering the trials arranged for body, I shudder. The psychological breakdown was terrible and subtle, and therefore even more terrible. It is thanks to her that we have the current Orochimaru vivisector, for whom his neighbor cannot be anything other than a resource to achieve the goal. His apprentice was lucky to be introduced to the serpents and not deserve respect. I don't have such luck as an apprenticeship with the serpent, but I also don't have a desire to go through like that either. Therefore, I want to take the most difficult and dangerous path of becoming a Sennin, raising a contractor beast without concluding a contract with the god of the domain. This path is also dangerous for me because the god of Ryukido can both be offended and praised for resourcefulness. With spirits, you can never be completely sure of anything. However, as with their contractors, who take on the personality traits of their totem. As blanks for Choin, it was decided to use thin and wide iron plates sewn into pockets sewn to a piece of fabric. Sewing them was quick and easy. On average, it took 10 to 20 minutes to sew each pocket to the segment. Well, I'm not a seamstress. After that, in the matter itself, for each plate, I cut out a small window so that the hand would come into contact with the plate. The windows to feed the hoin were located opposite the tenketsu. I killed a whole day on bracers and spent another day processing the ingredients for the upcoming summoning ritual. For him, I needed a bar of ink, an inkwell, a brush with squirrel fur, chalk, a bowl of milk, a bowl with a wide bottom and low walls, incense, candles, a silver knife, and a sacrifice in the form of a living animal. I had to drive to the nearest village for a rabbit. And now the moment has come. I put on and activate the bracers, after which I go into the ritual hall with almost a branch of Ryukido. I take out the chalk and draw on the floor 7 clarifying concentric circles of symbols with 6 rays coming from the center. The chic of the situation is that I need not only to display the correct characters, but also not to lose concentration on the anchors that prevent the snakes from going to feed, or first captured by gentle snake rings, and then daddy's hands. BRR. No, death is better. As a result, at least there will be an afterlife. All away with thoughts that knock down concentration. When the last symbol has been brought out, I light incense and candles on the nodal symbols of the seal, creating a certain flow of the Sinchakra, and take out the tied victim from the bag and turn the neck in one movement, laying it in the center. The color of candles and incense smoke turned dark lilac. Breakthrough is stable. And now, Radox rabbit dog snake and a sacrifice to the personally called to bite a finger and shed blood in the center of the invocative seal. Poof! From a cloud of chakra reset, a serpent appears, just emerging from the shell of its small testicle. It was dark brown in color, and the length did not exceed my child's little finger. SHSHSHSH the little demon hissed rather pathetically. I catch him by the base of his head and envelop him with chakra, showing my absolute supremacy at a given moment in time. The serpent wriggles for some more time, but eventually recognizes attempts to free himself as meaningless and gives up. I send him, squeezing out all my concentration, a mental image through the chakra. Exchange/agreement/contract. Interest/surprise. Agreement/confirmation. I/master/overlord/contractor give/exchange/provide chakra/telesma/development. You/servant/contractor are obliged/must obey/follow orders. The contract/agreement is indissoluble/indestructible. The little demon thought for a moment. This development of events was for him the best development of the situation, and he responded with stormy consent. For him, such an outcome was the most beneficial, because in the usual course of events, the parent's chakra, which supports his semi-animal mind, will soon disappear, and he will become just another of the lower unreasonable snakes, in which the probability of awakening the mind is close to zero. I pull the forearm with a cord and cut the veins, filling the cup with my blood. From the serpent's tongue, a tiny drop of already his blood falls into the bowl and mixes in the bowl. I set fire to our blood, and don't ask how it burns, and we both inhale the fumes. When the contents, I don't think it can be called blood, burn through, on some intuition I pick up the serpent and throw it into the still burning liquid. From now until the end of all existing and never being, your name is Agni. I don't say it in my own voice, from which space itself was agitated for a moment. After the liquid burned down, an unconscious snake carcass remained in the bowl, having dark scarlet scales, along which tiny sparks ran in places. I wonder if Rakuja Senin will eat or praise for this. Detachedly I asked a question in the void, and I had something to think about. Serpent's a totem that specializes in doton, sueton, organic poisons, bio, and, like all demons, darkness, een. And it is these spectra of the Sinchakra that they absorb. My trick, and I can't call it otherwise, gave Agni also a kinship with Kato. Well, martyr, live with me for now. You will get stronger. You will grow wiser. Maybe they won't eat you when you return. In the meantime, drink some milk. Chapter 4. Agni and I have been living at the base for the 4th month already. To create a high level of chakra pressure for him, as on Ryukido, I unsealed a weed and transformed it with Mokuton into a bottle, which I secured behind my back with a kind of backpack with 2 straps. I poured the excess chakra produced into a bottle, where it inside creates an increased chakra background, at the same time developing the throughput of Tenketsu on the back. By the way, this very SCCH capacity, for the most part depends on the Tenketsu, and not on the chakra channels, and develops up to 21 years for men and up to 18 for women. After this period, only the depth of the chakra channel develops. This is due to the period of active growth of the body and its flexibility, which is transmitted to the prana secreted by it and, accordingly, to the chakra. This dependence of chakra on the body and mind is two-way and works both ways. Here are some well-known examples. When training Senjutsu in the summon world, a shinobi adjusts his chakra to the Sinchakra of the domain and his body acquires mutations characteristic of this call, or the same Kekkei Kai. With the development of shinobi in any direction, these results are imprinted in the chakra and the genetic code. In the next generation, this imprint in the genetic code can be activated by the training that the parent of the imprint carrier went through and, as a result, quite quickly reached the level of the parent. Well, how fast? 2 or 3 times faster. It all depends on the strength of the imprint and the conditions necessary for its awakening. Sometimes, as in the case of the Sharingan, the catalyst for awakening is not certain Juken Hyug training, but strong negative emotions, from which a certain type of chakra is produced by the brain. The same Kakashi in the canon received a Sharingan with 1 tomo, and during the war, he suffered such that he was able to develop the received eye with a partially awakened imprint from the single tome in Mangekyo, without being an Uchiha. Or here is an example of the dependence of the body and the chakra me and my Mokuton. He is the element of life. My body had 2 superimposed features from Hashirama and Zetsu, which allowed me, using the experience of controlling the energies of the foundation, to connect to the weed while still in the egg and thereby instinctively awaken Mokuton. True, this almost closed the possibility of converting chakra into other elements, except for Inton, Yoton, Doton, Suiton, and Mokuton himself. Fortunately, I have the features of the body, inherited from Zetsu, and the Papani reincarnation of the undead technique, which allows me to master the affinities not only with the other 5 elements, but also to fully master other people's Kekkei Genkai, except for the Yukikov Sharingan. But there is a situation with the peculiarities of the structure of the brain and chakra channels, which do not allow me to fully adopt them. Even if I can absorb an Uchiha, and even with a full-fledged Sharingan, but he will hang like a dead weight on me, because I can't activate it. Well, or deactivate, and I will walk with it on all the time. Unfortunately, I cannot adopt such great differences in the structure of the chakra channels and the brain. Here Zetsu or Dad could. But I'm not a dad, much less a Zetsu, and for the full awakening of their inheritance, I will need 3 or 4 centuries. And this is at best they are still monsters. One is brilliant, and the second is 1,000 years old. During our stay here, Agni, on constant replenishment from me, doubled in size, now the size of my hand, and changed color to bright turquoise. The chakra absorbed by him passed through the bottle of weed and containing the Mokuton chakra, affected. And I also made a bonfire in one of the halls near the exit and maintained it all these 4 months just at the request of Agni. After the conclusion of our contract, he fell in love with bathing in fire, and the longer it burns, the cleaner. I think this is due to the spectrum of the Sin chakra, which is cleared by fire from everything except Kato, and brings more pleasure. What else is new with us? About. Now I have constant evening procedures for poison acceptance. Agni bites me, and we exchange chakra little by little, quite a bit, literally a drop. This is a very dangerous way to grow your contractor, at which the probability of becoming an animal is highest. However, with this method, you will not have a truer comrade than your contractor. So strong are the resulting bonds. Even from this method, and the biggest return in terms of received personal and team strength. So, like my father, I acquired the ability to see in the infrared range, and it became very difficult to lead me into an ordinary, even a workshop, illusion. It also became very difficult to poison me with organic poisons. Agni, as I hope, will be able to awaken Mokuton and the corresponding instinctive Yoton, the element of yang control of prana, characteristic of the Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Senju clan, thereby providing tremendous vitality. Even from this method, and the biggest return in terms of received personal and team strength. So, like my father, I acquired the ability to see in the infrared range, and it became very difficult to lead me into an ordinary, even a workshop, illusion. It also became very difficult to poison me with organic poisons. Agni, as I hope, will be able to awaken Mokuton and the corresponding instinctive Yoton, the element of yang control of prana, characteristic of the Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Senju clan, thereby providing tremendous vitality. Even from this method, and the biggest return in terms of received personal and team strength. So, like my father, I acquired the ability to see in the infrared range, and it became very difficult to lead me into an ordinary, even a workshop, illusion. It also became very difficult to poison me with organic poisons. Agni, as I hope, will be able to awaken Mokuton and the corresponding instinctive Yoton, the element of yang control of prana, characteristic of the Uzumaki, Kagaya and Senju clan, thus providing tremendous vitality. Apart from the activation of my father's heritage in the form of the ability to see in the infrared spectrum and the appeared immunity to simple organic poisons, I have not changed much. Only the biological age continues to return to my present 1.5 years, and my body is already at the age of 5. And now I watch how Agni bathes in the fire of a fire, and hisses with pleasure. Swim well. Tomorrow we go to my niece. Agni hissed indignantly at my words, and flew up over the coals. And yes, thanks to our poison taking and chakra exchange, he learned to understand human language. Don't worry, I'll seal the fire. As soon as we get to a more or less permanent place of residence, I will immediately print it out. I hurried to calm Agni, who was raging from the possible loss of his beloved fire. She. Ah, that's okay. Sure 3? And the fire will not suffer from this? It shouldn't. I specifically calculated the fuin so that it sealed not only the fire, but also its Sin chakra. Or do you think that I'm so eager to ruin all our work? After all, I also tried for him. Literally materializing wood for my chakra is very, expensive and just hard. In a slightly feigned tone, I blame this inexperienced and sharp demon who first hisses and then thinks. Should dash. Sure? Sorry dash. Are you offended? Knowing my, as well as my own, rather touchy and vengeful nature, I decided to obey Agni. It is easier for him to apologize than to lose special fuel for his fire. He says that with an ordinary tree. Well, it's like the difference between cheap brew and high-class wine with a piece of goat cheese. This practice of burning the wood I created started with the fact that I needed somewhere to put the consequences of my Mokuton training. One day I decided to burn them in a fire. Well, do not disappear the same good? I thought then. Agni liked the effect of the Poleshki. And so it went. Don't be offended. Just think before you throw accusations next time. After all, the mind distinguishes you from the animal. To my little joke in comparison with an animal, I heard only an angry, but not malicious hiss. And the next moment, he stopped pouting, and I was flooded with questions about the outside world. We were not far from the base. Dirty and noisy. You'll see. The next moment, I was bombarded with more questions from this curious child. After 2 days in this trash can, Agni refused to get out of his cozy bottle, and I honestly envied him. For me, this city also began to be perceived as a semblance of a dump. The feelings that had become aggravated after poison taking had an effect. If at night, in the morning, and in the evening there was still nothing, then closer to noon, in a word the tropics, humidity, heat, excessive sunshine, and so on. The voyage to semi-criminal desks that give money at solid interest was repeated from and to, after which I went to a provincial town on the border with San to Tsunade. The journey took only a week and a half, which was solid for a pawn fight with such a shket as I was. During this time, even the workers of bushes and onions did not encroach on me. 4 bandits from the main road. I was too strange, and therefore dangerous, target to contact the owner of the genome, which can be seen from my rather noticeable skin, very pale, and not going to sunbathe, and eyes, cold green slits of snake scara. And here I am watching a petite blonde woman with brown, honey, eyes and dressed in Senja colors, drinking cheap and terrible tasting liquor. She is distinguished from the crowd by 2 hemispheres of the size of So, the 5th, which, with her low stature, look very impressive. I understand that this is none other than Tsunade. Nearby sits a pretty miniature brunette of a typical Japanese appearance. It appears to be Shizen, Tsunade's personal apprentice. Under the table, a boar is gently eating. Such a typical mini-pig of a hostess who went on her belly, beads, a little makeup, clothes, But no, this is not makeup, but the change is made. I sit down to them, and then I just believed it, are suddenly noticed. Well, what do you need? Tsunade immediately began to bully, mistaking the campaign for my unlucky dad. Political refuge. I answer with a pretty little smile. PFFF. Repeat? It seems like the woman asked, imposing on herself a whole cascade of simple Iranian techniques that brought her to a sober state. I say, take it to the clan. All data for this is available. And yes, I'm talking right now. I'm not my unlucky dad. Tsunade's eyes flickered for a couple of seconds, and she fell into meditation, allowing her to think about the situation 4 to 7 times faster. A dozen hand seals and a horn seal covers the floor below us, creating a one-way sound and picture-distorting barrier. And now in order. And in detail. I told him about the essence of dads, immortality, technique, about my growing up and birth, about capturing Sai's body, about my way here, about concluding a contract with Agni, about my worries from the remnants of Dad's personality. Almost all. That's how I got to you. And now a little lie, which you have to believe yourself. Self-help. I speak at once. You didn't give up on me as a person at all. It's just that Body has a bzick on his parents. A childhood trauma that was passed on to me. And you are the only one of the 3 blood relatives that will not try to devour me at the first meeting or send me to the dissecting table, and then devour me. And why shouldn't I abandon you or trade you for something of value with other factions? Have the same Orochimaru, for example. They looked at me with a sharp look of a broken and believing woman. Because Orochimaru knows you through and through, and he is me, even though I'm not him. And continued seeing that she wants to insert a cue. This is the first. And now the second, I can help develop a way to safely resurrect Nawaka and Dan. The method of unholy resurrection is nothing but a means of damaging the soul of the resurrected and worsening the karma of the resurrected. This is the second reason. The third one, I put my hand to my face and make a movement as if I'm taking off the mask. Orochimaru was wrong about one thing. Not only the chakra of 1041 experimental children were used to create me. From my words and look, girls froze. And I can understand them perfectly. The look of someone who lived for thousands of years in the expanses of the world under the moon, devouring his own kind, and lived the lives of hundreds of thousands of diplomats and other politicians. And in accordance with this, who drank such crap that few will keep their stomach in mind, is not so easy to endure. And such a look at a 5-year-old. Sometimes I myself cannot look at myself in the mirror. So I took it as a habit to wear masks and appreciate the days when the memory is not yet completely transferred to the mental body. So for a while, all the rubbish I experienced is forgotten. Here is a way to forget. My last words were a fat hint without a drop of lies in the direction of a false, but understandable reason for the appearance of oddities in me. I put on a mask. And again, I smile at women with an innocent childish smile. I need to think. Tsunade came to the room shared with Shizen with a twitchy gait of a drunken man, and her eyes were clear. Crystal. Shizen, before moving away from the impression, sat for about a quarter of an hour. And then, I got drunk like I never drank before, and will never drink again. For a long time, she was tormented by nightmares in which she saw this view. Tsunade lay on the bed, and just stared blankly at the ceiling. Today there was a conversation from which there were so many impressions that the mind fell into a stupor. This had already happened to her when she first went to war. Then the days flew like years, and she lay in the same way, looking at the ceiling of the camp tent, digesting the impressions and experiences received. Orochimaru. What did you create? The devastated voice of the last time of the Shinji clan resounded around the room, again remembering the pitiless look of the creature, for which all people are nothing more than one-day moths, visible and understandable at first sight. Moreover, this being does not underestimate or dislike people. No, rather, he perceives them as cute kittens, which are so interesting to watch and be touched by their fuss. A look in which there is nothing human. While one blonde was indulging in heavy thoughts, shaking up our conversation and carefully catching the hints left by me, I watched one sweet girl get drunk with all her tenacity. "Now you can definitely rightfully be called Tsunade's apprentice." Quietly, I commented on this obscenity. "I want to. That's just immunity from organic poisons will reduce the entire effect of alcohol to nothing." I spent the night on the roof of the hotel, and in the morning I was asked only one question. "What is your name?" said a woman who crept up unnoticed. "I don't have," and a shrug. "I really don't care. Do not offend and okay. Nicknames, I feel, I will have a bunch. So why puzzle and invent? So you will be Adarashiki." It seems to me, or did she think about it for a long time? "Ah, it doesn't matter. Senju Adarashiki. I rolled this name on my tongue. It'll do. Well, you know, I thought about him all night. And he's still unhappy. And how much simulated indignation and expression. I didn't say it was bad." We were silent for a while, admiring the view from the roof of the city reservoir. "When do we leave this bedbug? I'll pay off my debts and let's go." "And what?" Without even turning her head, the blonde replied. "Nothing. I just don't like cities." And after a short pause, "It stinks." Orochimaru said that too. Her eyes twitched with nostalgia. "You can go to the park at the reservoir. It's just cool and not so. Stinks. At the same time, you walk Agni." "Yeah. When will you be accepted into the clan?" After these words, all her relaxed bliss instantly evaporated. I did not decide yet. According to the rules, the ritual must be performed in the temple of our clan quarter, but to shine with you in Konoha, already ours, that means. Yes, it would be just the top of prudence. Why not use the invocation? I will create and fill the seal, and Agni will go with you and activate it. Our chakra is quite related. I give out a sketch of the plan. It will not work. During the journey, the chakra will simply disappear. Immediately criticize this plan, Tsunade. It won't fade in a couple of hours. Seeing her questioning look, he continued. There is not a single patrol 10 kilometers from Konoha. I'll wait for the call in this territory. Specify the location of traps and signaling at the place of my stop, and you yourself will go to the village. Will you visit the old man there? Look at your godson? Or what do you usually do there? While discussing the plan for my delivery to the family temple, combining the role of the ancestral tomb, we waited for Shizune to awaken. Tsunade helped her student get rid of the consequences of the evening libation, and I put on my backpack bottle. I also screwed a bag for scrolls to it, and went to the reservoir. The lake met me with the screech of children splashing on the sandy shore, and the silhouettes of boats, with amateur fishermen, who decided to take a break from everyone with a hidden bottle of sake. There was not a single house for the next 500 meters from the banks of the reservoir. They say this lake appeared as a result of some powerful shinobi technique, which in my opinion is true. This is evidenced by the correct hemisphere of the crater, and the fact that the lake appeared after the construction of the city. Oddly enough, this destruction did the city only good, giving it a place where surplus flows once a year during the semi-monthly monsoons and a reservoir of water supplies during the rest of the rather dry year. I put the bottle on its side, and Agni crawled out of it. After looking around a bit and hissing something approving, he went into the water to catch fry and small fish that loves to swim in warm coastal waters. Have a good hunting. I wished the snake, and he went to the nearest tree. Today I have in my plans a control training more commonly known as tree walking. For this training, the main thing is to choose the right tree. It should have a hard and resilient trunk with middle-aged and wide bark without cracks. This is necessary so that the trunk does not suffer from the infused chakra, and the bark, on the contrary, is destroyed more easily. The destruction of material, not just wood, due to oversaturation of that shinobi's chakra, not sen chakra, is because chakra is not just energy. Chakra is a part of a shinobi, like the heart or any other organ. Although it would be more correct to compare the chakra circulation system with an organ, and the chakra itself with the blood that circulates through it, as through the circulatory system. And, like any other part of the body, it carries information about the body as a whole. And everything is fine, but the chakra is the chakra, and simply nothing happens to it. I once said that the chakra and the body containing it have a certain dependence on each other. When the chakra reaches its critical amount in the material, it begins to adapt to the organism that is its source. It is in the process of this adjustment that destruction occurs. Having picked up a suitable tree, I began the training itself. Chakra in the soles, run, break loose and mark my result with a kunai, borrowed from Shizun. And so to the moon I have a lot of chakras. When the rising moon lit up in the sky, I gathered my things in the form of drying clothes. I also wanted to take a dip, and crawled into my bottle of Agni, after which I went to my room. Eat and sleep. Why would I go through these, let's be frank, primitive training? Because I have absorbed the skills of Sai and Dad. But nothing that to create something you need not only to know and be able, but also to have straight hands. In my case, the necessary control of the chakra, which initially did not cause an impression, and after the absorption of Sai, he completely changed the composition, becoming like a genin who had just graduated from the academy. Clanless. Here I am making it. Oh, here are the apartment windows. Now order to the room and shower. And eat and sleep there. In total, tree walking training took 3 days. The reason for this was that Tsunade's client, unexpectedly for everyone, sailed to another city, and she had to look for another money bag. During our leisurely hiking trip, Tsunade taught me, and I quote, "Be a real senju, not a fence scum." It was she who subtly hinted at my manners. What am I? I'm nothing. I pulled out the basic or logical rules of decency, and although I, like Dad, know the rest of the troubles, I don't want to follow other people's illogical nonsense for no reason, and I won't. What was not slow to express on the first day. As a result, a dispute arose in which we came to a consensus. We discussed the theory, and Tsunade tells me the source of any rule of conduct. In exchange, I agreed to hold once-a-day training, official receptions, in the next city where we will stay for a week. And yes, her voyage to entertainment venues continues. She just changed course towards Konoha. What can I say about a woman called Tsunade? A strong and strong-willed person who has lost hope. This description fits best. She had to endure a lot of losses. First, her brother, the closest and beloved person, died before her eyes. Then she remained almost the last senju. Considering that she was the last pure blood left with a few half-bloods, or bastards also half-bloods. And even then, she found the strength to move forward. She even found the perfect candidate for her future children and, lo and behold, really fell in love with him. Yes, Kato Dan was not chosen by chance. Let's remember that Kekkeigenkai Senju is Yoton, thanks to which we are the best Irionen and just tenacious bastards, and Kato Dan just specialized in yin and yang elements. But whatever it was, she again lost her loved one right in her arms. Then she received several psychological traumas like hemophobia and, having grabbed her lover's niece under her guardianship in the form of an apprenticeship, hit the blackest depression. And so she recovered a little as the renewal of the egg stopped, and without her firm hand, all the half-breeds were taken away by the clans. It was then that she lost hope. The penultimate reason to move forward was lost. The only things that made her move a little were Shizun, and the desire to get drunk so that the alcohol mist would muffle the pain of loss. And then all such a beautiful eye crawls out, owning the evolution of her clan Kekkeigenkai, and having the potential of her former teammate, and already realizing it. And taking into account my proposal to develop a technique for resurrecting her beloved. In short, she literally rejuvenated not so much externally as internally. After all, even with a misfire with the resurrection of her loved ones, she will be able to fulfill her duty to the clan and raise me like Senju. At least she will try to do it. What else interesting happens in our company? Tun, The same costumed mini pig found a common language with Agni and made a truce. The pig does not touch the snake and is bottled with a fire. I was nevertheless asked to print it, and the snake does not notice the pig and restrains the instincts that require to devour such appetizing piece of meat. The truce lasts until the pig breaks again. And then somehow, he tried to find out what was so special about the wood I was creating, and pulled off a couple of branches. Agni got angry. And strongly. We even had to change the room. On the last night, the previous one was simply destroyed by Agni chasing the pig. Almost started a fire, parasite. At this point in time, we are walking towards the neighboring city in our favorite shinobi way on foot. A red lace with 3 tomos symbolizes belonging to the Uchiha vassals, and its location symbolizes a place in the hierarchy. The right forearm is a warrior, the left forearm is an artisan, the belt is a servant, the neck is a concubine. And it's interesting to tell, but during these 4 days of continuous lectures, I was frankly sick of it. All, I said weightily and firmly, though without raising my voice. Sorry, what? She pretended not to hear the combat pensioner. I'm talking about enough. You are interesting and comprehensive, but my mind needs time to absorb the material, and not just memorize stupidly. I need to distract myself, at least for control training. I fulfilled the request and answered more detailed. Fine. I also got into something. I've been talking for days now. Here, just nearby, there is a small pond next to which is a fairly popular place for caravans to spend the night. At the bus stop, the women pitched a tent, and I caught fish and then started walking on the water. The whole point of this training is to give chakra not in portions, but in an even flow. And this is quite difficult. I was training and saw a terrible blasphemy. Agni is engaged in doing nothing. And not only idles, but also eats my fish. Agni! I called out to one lazy freeloader that he did not want to hunt on his own. Shu? What are you? The reincarnation of someone from the Nara clan answered. Training. I pronounced with an air of importance, pointing to a tree. Shu? What? I say, go train and control. And again I point to the tree. Shushu? Is it necessary? With a look as if he was offered to go to the chopping block, one lazy bastard asked. Do you want to become strong so you can survive after meeting Rakuja Sanin or another supreme? I'm asking a provocative question. Shu'ei. And he went to the tree for control training. Only if I use the chakra through the feet, then he will use the entire surface of the belly for this. And then the whole body. With the development of the power of spirit calls in this world, everything is rather confusing, but it is possible to single out the main method of development. The call concludes a contract with the shinobi, and he receives benefits and training, and the call in the scroll of the contract stipulates conditions such as a fee for summoning a fighter of a certain strength. As a result, there is a mutually beneficial exchange between the totem and the shinobi. As a result of the sacrifice of blood and chakra, the summoning is given a boost in the form of an increase in chakra reserve or the acquisition of a Kekkei Genkai contractor, or the ability to adopt the skill of converting the absorbed Sen chakra spectrum into an element that a shinobi contractor uses and is not part of. Absorbed spectrum. However, such a spirit can learn without a source of chakra in the form of a contractor, but it will take a very long time. Yes, and the transformation into elements of the spectrum of the absorbed Sen chakra that are not characteristic of the spirit cannot be obtained in this way. At the same time, the simple gluttony of the spirit with chakra only increases its reserve, and without training, the spirit does not add much strength. For this, Agni needs this training. This moment is just perfect. The chakra reserve is already large enough to start using the chakra seriously, and the mind of the young spirit has not yet begun to stiffen and say, "What kind of canoe?" on various brain-twisting techniques like the same shadow clones. So that you can start using the chakra seriously, and the mind of the young spirit has not yet begun to stiffen and say, "What kind of canoe?" on various brain-twisting techniques like the same shadow clones. so that you can start using the chakra seriously, and the mind of the young spirit has not yet begun to stiffen and say, "What kind of canoe?" on various brain-twisting techniques like the same shadow clones. YH. SSSHSCH. This is how I express my emotions about the fact that I again crashed into the water. And it would be nice if the beach was sandy. So no, it's full-fledged and very slippery mud. I feel that today I will have to ask someone to rub my back, otherwise I won't wash myself. In various translations from Japanese into Russian and English, it is translated differently. There is a mystical hand, there is a mystical palm, there is a magic hand. I will use exactly the type of translation that will be used for a better understanding of the storyline. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama, from whose genetic material Gigi appeared. So he is Hashirama, in fact, the son, and Hashirama's granddaughter is the uncle. Send the coin with the smallest denomination, an analog of a penny. Tunnel effect or tunnel effect occurs when there is a difference in lighting inside and outside the object. If it is dark inside the building and light outside, then the eye that has not had time to readjust will perceive windows and other entrances to the building as dark gaps. If anyone does not know, this is a place consisting of a door frame, a threshold, and an arch. Ink in Japan was originally sold in solid form. Shows the temperature in the visible spectrum. Chapter 5 Shizen spent the whole day watching this incomprehensible boy, who so easily slipped into their small but friendly team. And I must say that if it were not for their first meeting and that look, she would have taken him for an ordinary boy with an unusual pet. Yes, this Adarashiki is very dangerous. Shizen, although she tried not to show it, being so close to the dangerous boy was very disturbing. However, she was willing to endure such a dangerous element as long as it did not harm and positively affect Tsunade-sama. And this effect was noticeable to the naked eye. She paid off all the accumulated debts that had been gradually accumulating over the past 6 months. Just from the moment she finally sank into melancholy, or the fact that since the moment he appeared, she had never touched sake. And this is an indicator. Yes, Shizen was very happy that her beloved sensei stopped drinking. For that alone, she was grateful to this Adarashiki. Under these thoughts, Shizen noticed one dirty spot among the bushes, which had arms and legs. Can someone rub my back? Correction, not a dirty spot, but Adarashiki, covered in mud so much that there was not a single white spot on his body. To this speech, Shizen could not answer a word. She was so dumbfounded by the nonchalance with which this brat asked them to rub their backs. "And where did you manage to do that?" Sensei asked him with incomprehensible interest. "Yes, this silt near the shore is very sticky." With fleeting embarrassment, the boy answered, "Come here." Sensei asked with strange concern as she activated the sage's palms technique. Sensei's frown deepened with each passing moment. "Stop the flow of chakra." Adarashiki closed the seal of concentration, and at the same moment, under Sensei's hands, the dirt from his body began to come off. Sensei ran her hands over his body until the dirt was gone from the last patch of skin. "Congratulations, you have a very good affinity with Daten, which you, a trifle, do not own at all," and started messing around with it. Just think, by a lucky chance to create a semblance of stone armor. "Can you explain?" Tsunade-sensei asked, hiding her concern behind a jolly streak. "I spoke about interfering. Hereditary quirks." Receiving a nod of approval, he continued, "And our dad is still a collector of technicians and shinobi from different villages. So he somehow pulled out several techniques from one mason, including this clan one, and, having suffered a little with the restructuring of the chakra capillaries of the upper skin, managed to learn it. Rare. Someday you'll need it," he thought then. "I learned it, but it did not fit the style of his taijutsu from the word at all. But for ambushes in the ground is great. That's part of the legacy." Enrolled me. Yes, it's a pity that it only suits your fighting style, Tsunade, and you don't have the right level of Doton. Nothing, I'll work it out. You only show the exercises to develop affinity. Sensei answered with burning eyes. Looking skeptically at Sensei, Arashiki paused for a moment and nodded. Come with me tomorrow. Bathe. Sensing a clear catch, Sensei nodded. Agreement. Tree. Still sensing the catch. Sensei agreed. Shizun witness. And look in my direction. Fine. And what was left for me? Getting Tsunade and Shizun apart for another day of training, and no lectures was easier than I thought. How I got sick of these lectures on fucking court etiquette. If I had known that I could be so screwed up, I wouldn't have believed it. Well, okay, messed up and that's enough. I consider the experiment with an attempt to create a semblance of Nawaki's behavior successful. And no, I didn't yell that I wanted to become Hokage, or moreover, I didn't call Tsunade sis. No, 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 and again no. Everything is more complicated and easier. I used my dad's memories of his brother and fiancée Tsunade and copied some of their behavior, facial expressions, a couple of characteristic gestures, etc. I did it gently, unobtrusively, and very naturally. As a result, in my presence, she became ashamed to get drunk, a deep blues passed, and even little things. When will we eat? I asked my niece's student. Almost done. And where do you get so much? And such a look at my not bony, but rather frail 5-year-old body. Chakra, Shizun. Chakra and no fraud. And let your eyes get a little crazy. Nothing, but you will learn how to cook for your future husband. And while she did not come to her senses, run to Tsunade. On the way I caught Tun and began to snuggle him. The pig is out. The pig was furious. Pig was freaking out dash. Hide behind Tsunade and... Bastard. Am I the one who can't cook? And what other husband? However, seeing how Tsunade smiled furtively, Shizun only sighed sadly and began to continue cooking dinner. When Tsunade and I moved away from Shizun, who was concentrating on cooking, she asked, "And why are you taking such a risk with this lace?" And an eloquent look at Agni. I don't want to repeat the fate of Orochimaru or Jiraiya-sen. Lose your humanity or risk. I chose the latter. Either that or no way to get stronger. And without this opportunity, it will be very difficult for me to survive. A small pause. For a father, I am too valuable a step to immortality, which I will not be able to repeat with all my desire. Do you mind if I take some tests from you? Totally agree. But only after the voyage to Konoha. Agreed? Decided to put a small condition. I don't want to give even a shadow of a chance for someone in power to get my tissues. It is acceptable. The woman nodded at something. And the next day, as agreed, we went swimming. And then I persuaded her to call Katsuyu. A huge slug as a substitute for a water slide showed its best side. And there was nothing slimy or unpleasant about her. This is no ordinary slug. To the touch, Katsuyu was very pleasant and gentle. Its surface was like velvet. Suffice it to say that since that day, instead of Tun, I have been squeezing Mini Katsuya. Even more. Since then, I have used it as a hug pillow. Cool in summer, warm on cold nights, and on the ground can be used instead of a water mattress. And what funny eyes on legs, and a gentle voice she has. With this voice, she sang to me and Agni before going to bed. However, what else could be expected from the light, demonic call? After all, Katsuyu is a deity with the attribute of healing. Gradually, from my psychological influence, Tsunade's mind floated out of the crisis, and her troubles got over. And after I started calling her, nephew dash. Who that face was unforgettable. She was either angry or embarrassed. Too bad I didn't have a pick. Well, nothing. There will be time and I will draw this frame of my life. And when she is elected to the post of Kage, I will blackmail her. Boo ha ha ha. Yes, I am evil. Time passed. I was trained and put up with quirks. More precisely, they pointed to them, and I sorted them out. But what if I did some desires and actions that are absolutely natural for a dad on the machine and just didn't notice? But many inconsistencies and just oddities of my behavior were attributed to them, even if at times they smacked of outright madness. But what is madness and just blasphemy for such young beings? For me, it's just another way out of this situation. The same call for Katsuyu to entertain and create comfort for Tsunade and Shizen simply would not have occurred to her. Shinobi militarism at its finest. My training in mastering the chakra went by leaps and bounds, and I was limited only by my control, which was given maximum time in training. And the specialization of the rest of the training for me was chosen in the direction of medicine. Moreover, these semi-trainings, semi-lectures, semi-arguments were very fun. Tsu gave a lecture and explained on the example of a caught outcast. In my case, at that moment, a baton jump could emerge, and this happened at every second such training, and we began a dispute using additional material. By the way, now Tsu borrowed money not for drinking and slot machines, but for delivering an extra criminal element to us. However, Tsu did not get rid of gambling addiction, and even began to teach me how to play it. It's just that they weren't interesting to me. Then Shizen brought Shogi and Go. These games were interesting. In the first 1,000 rounds, the novelty is gone, but the simplicity remains. I remember games from Soul Society. Yes, these are games. Why limit yourself to a two-dimensional board? The game is getting too easy. After I stopped losing to Shiren Tsu, I was dubbed a petty swindler, and at every game, pretty good, they tried to cheat against me. And a professional shinobi with great gambling experience can cheat very well. Since then, our games have moved into the category of who will outsmart whom. Tsu cheats, and I play in such a way as to win even against the cheater, trying to catch that one. And after all, with all my experience, it was interesting and quite difficult. Why limit yourself to a two-dimensional board? The game is getting too easy. After I stopped losing to Shiren Tsu, I was dubbed a petty swindler, and at every game, pretty good, they tried to cheat against me. And a professional shinobi with great gambling experience can cheat very well. Since then, our games have moved into the category of who will outsmart whom. Tsu cheats, and I play in such a way as to win even against the cheater, trying to catch that one. And after all, with all my experience, it was interesting and quite difficult. Why limit yourself to a two-dimensional board? The game is getting too easy. After I stopped losing to Shiren Tsu, I was dubbed a petty swindler, and at every game, pretty good, they tried to cheat against me. And a professional shinobi with great gambling experience can cheat very well. Since then, our games have moved into the category of who will outsmart whom. Tsu cheats, and I play in such a way as to win even against the cheater, trying to catch that one. And after all, with all my experience, it was interesting and quite difficult. Agni also grew up, became wiser and stronger. Tsu taught him a couple of techniques. Anabiosis, which allows you to practically stop all physiological processes and chakra secretions for some time, and mimicry, which allows you to merge with the terrain in all radiations as long as you are motionless. More precisely, it was she who taught us both, but I think that she decided to teach us precisely because she heard about the preparations for the return of Agni to Ryukido. These were difficult techniques, but we were given a very old, non-printed version of their training, which we went through for 4 months. From these workouts, the skin is still unpleasantly itchy. And yes, I had to sit on an anthill. Still. Anyway, I don't want to remember. The infiltration into Konoha went like clockwork. So they leave me in an inconspicuous clearing and seal me in a special, created for this moment, Fuin Scroll of Agni. I fill the second summoning scroll with my chakra, nearly exhausted, and wait 4.5 hours until I am called. Here they call me, and at the same moment I turn out, feelings of displacement, unforgettable. Then they give strong sweet tea and, using medical equipment, put them to sleep. During the time of unconsciousness, they managed to take and seal all the analyses from me in special scrolls, so that after leaving the village they could be examined. There's actually a funny incident here. To analyze compositions or various fences, there are a huge number of techniques invented for field work back in the days of clan wars. But for safe, in the field, when the patient's belly is torn open, there's somehow no time to think about the safety of taking tests. Taking these same tests, you need good equipment and, preferably, a set of seals that help keep the patient in this world even with a broken skull. Such seals were available only in some of the most secret baby labs, in the Konoha Hospital and other Great Gakurazado, or in the clan quarter of Shinjuikizoku and other clans who specialized in medicine. At the end of the epic, in order to take me out of the village, they sealed me in a Fuin scroll and calmly carried me out of the gate. Such Fuin carriers are easily perceptible by strong Hyuga-type sensors, although, thanks to the insulating case, the type of Fuin is indeterminate. The picture that emerges from Tsunade's visit to Konoha and the clan quarter is pretty clear. Hima needed something to take from her home, and she decided to grab it. The appearance of a child in her environment, massive purchases of material, and a way out of depression only complete the picture that the last, Baron, representative of the dying founding clan in her travels found a capable child with a pronounced Shinjikeki Jinkai. Why did she decide to hide him her? Although it's more likely to hide. So this is understandable, she will cherish the last hope as the greatest treasure. Considering the information about her brother and the clan's fiancé, such professional nonsense will be perceived quite neutrally, and in some places even positively. Unofficially, she announced about me, declared. And for those who did not understand such a hint, such people cannot be taken into account, especially with the material. The flashing happened quite as expected and served more as a means to show the slug princess has taken her head out of her delicious ass and is regaining her shape. Why so? And not for my learning remembering? And I would have had enough of simple animals or even fresh corpses. With experiments on people, the local Aesculapius is quite simple. Not yours? Well, do with it what you want. Why not on an animal? So chakra, simple manipulations, and working out of techniques go on any fish and pigs. Further, in order to understand the material, there is work with corpses, and already at the last stage with living people, who are supplied on an industrial scale from roadside bushes after getting rid of piercing and cutting weapons. The need to practice medical techniques on living people is based on the presence of those chakras. Do not forget that Irayanen's work is done by touch and by technicians and not by high-precision equipment. A living organism differs from a dead one, just as a standing car without fuel and various oils differs from a moving car. If in the first case everything can be safely assembled and disassembled, then in the second case it is necessary to do this so that the car does not even stall. After the pop of chakra from moving Agni to Ryukido, I shrugged Minikatsuyu a little more actively and went to pack up the camp. Don't be upset. You will see again. Decided to cheer me up with light green slime. I know. We have done everything in our power for this. I'm not worried about this, but about lest the heart of this idiot become hardened. I shared my experiences. As long as he has you, his fire will not go out. Ornately expressed the goddess. And what? That slugs are bisexual. Gender depends on the chakra and gender of the contractor on which the call grew. And how many meanings in this phrase, even with all my experience, I am not able to understand now. It is truth too. And thanks for chasing this prankster. Yes, the master classes in Bite showed Agni the peak to which it is worth striving. It cost me almost nothing, but it gave him an incentive to develop. Minikatsuyu said, slightly embarrassed. That's all she is. Light deity. I laid the Minikatsuyu on the ground and started cleaning up the camp. For monotonous work, time flew by imperceptibly. And at the end of the cleaning, Tsunade called me. Katsuyu, how soon will the test report be ready? Nobody misheard. It turns out that Katsuyu can not only assist in operations or treat, but is also a portable high-quality camping laboratory, inside which analyses of substances can be carried out. And not only analyzes, but also conduct chemical reactions to create the necessary chemical compounds. That's for sure, Katsuyu is the dream of any medical practitioner. Soon, the last one's left. No, I still trudge from her voice. Given that Katsuyu had been doing analysis all night long, even an hour was pretty soon for her. It happened as I expected. Katsuyu finished the analysis only on the way to the city. But the long-awaited bath was so close that we postponed the review of the results. Shinobi at least know how to endure hardships and feel acceptable even with a minimum of amenities. But this does not mean that we will refuse the opportunity to use these benefits. It's like with a person without disgust. When there is no choice, he can drink from a puddle, but when there is a choice between a puddle and a bottle of water, you can force him to drink from a puddle only under torture. After checking into the room in hot springs, a relaxed Sue gave Katsuya an inkwell and blank sheets in which the latter, having previously absorbed the ink, began to write a report, literally moving along them, and leaving behind even lines and graphics. It took no more than half an hour, but the resulting stack was decent. I didn't know you wrote at such a fast pace. Indeed, the dream of any physician. That's all I said then. Tsunade looked at the test results and couldn't believe her eyes. The fact that her former teammate is a genius, she knew for a long time. But only now she realized the whole abyss that appeared between them during the time that she, let's be frank, thumped. In order to create an ideal vessel for himself, he literally jumped above his head and created a truly ideal body, which, in all respects and subject to certain actions, can live almost indefinitely. The main thing is to take certain chemical compounds that stimulate the reproduction of stem cells and access to the jinchuriki, which the body constantly absorbs. And that's just fine. After all, an ideal body, in his understanding, should have such capabilities. However, what he created was really the ideal, absolute adaptability in which Adarashiki will be able to live in an environment that is completely unsuitable for people. Bisexuality, depending only on the self-perception of one's sex by the mind in this very body, and the possibility of parthenogenesis allowing you to create offspring with anyone and at the same time preserve the genome and pass both genomes to the next generation. High plasticity of the chakra and STS, allowing, in theory, to master all the genomes of the world. Regeneration, allowing to grow organs and limbs on one chakra, and many other things that simply defy human logic. Indeed, Adarashiki's body is a masterpiece of genius. Considering his plastic psyche and inherited out-of-the-box thinking and memory, you involuntarily start thinking, will he become the new Madara and Hashirama? Depending only on the self-perception of one's sex by the mind in this very body and the possibility of parthenogenesis allowing you to create offspring with anyone and at the same time preserve the genome and pass on both genomes to the next generation. High plasticity of the chakra and STS, allowing, in theory, to master all the genomes of the world. Regeneration, allowing to grow organs and limbs on one chakra, and many other things that simply defy human logic. Indeed, Adarashiki's body is a masterpiece of genius. Considering his plastic psyche and inherited out-of-the-box thinking and memory, you involuntarily start thinking, will he become the new Madara and Hashirama? Depending only on the self-perception of one's sex by the mind in this very body and the possibility of parthenogenesis allowing you to create offspring with anyone and at the same time preserve the genome and pass on both genomes to the next generation. High plasticity of the chakra and STS, allowing, in theory, to master all the genomes of the world. Regeneration, allowing to grow organs and limbs on one chakra, and many other things that simply defy human logic. Indeed, Adarashiki's body is a masterpiece of genius. Considering his plastic psyche and inherited out-of-the-box thinking and memory, you involuntarily start thinking, Will he become the new Madara and Hashirama? Allowing to create offspring with anyone and at the same time preserve the genome and pass both genomes to the next generation. High plasticity of the chakra and STS, allowing, in theory, to master all the genomes of the world. Regeneration, allowing to grow organs and limbs on one chakra, and many other things that simply defy human logic. Indeed, Adarashiki's body is a masterpiece of genius. Considering his plastic psyche and inherited out-of-the-box thinking and memory, you involuntarily start thinking, will he become the new Madara and Hashirama? Allowing to create offspring with anyone and at the same time preserve the genome and pass both genomes to the next generation. High plasticity of the chakra and STS, allowing, in theory, to master all the genomes of the world. Regeneration, allowing to grow organs and limbs on one chakra, and many other things that simply defy human logic. Indeed, Adarashiki's body is a masterpiece of genius. Considering his plastic psyche and inherited out-of-the-box thinking and memory, you involuntarily start thinking, will he become the new Madara and Hashirama? Having called the reason for such thoughts, the woman received only, as I thought, I am an unknown animal, which is a very conditional person. In general, nothing new. I could tell it like that. It was said with such indifference and calmness that Tsunade could not utter a single word. Then she remembered that Adarashiki had Orochimaru's memory, and everything fell into place. She had already begun to forget who was in front of her. Tsu decided to shell out for 2 numbers today. In one, she and Shizen slept, and in the second, I and my favorite pillow, Katsuyu. All according to plan. I don't want her to be wrong about me. I am I, and not an image sewn from scraps of her memory of her brother and lover. She needs to remember this. A clumsy bumblebee was crawling along the ceiling beam. He crawled slowly, and with an arrangement, sometimes he buzzed something under his breath. A silent shadow flickered beside him, and extended its finger towards him. The bumblebee touched it with its antennae, and climbed onto a hand clad in a thin leather glove. Shadow, having watched the child sleeping from below for a while, opened the vessel from which heavy colorless smoke began to evaporate. The smoke did not rise above the neck of the vessel, but immediately fell to the floor. Having waited for all the signs of a deep narcotic sleep of the child, the shadow silently, and without using the chakras, descended from the beam and picked up the child. A moment later, the presence of a tenant in the room was reminded only of a fast-sleeping light green slug and the left things. A few minutes later, the slug woke up and went to his contractor. They covered me with seals. They tied me up. I was thrown into a bag, and the bag was dragged in a backpack. I mentally cursed. That was how I could describe my condition. And I didn't swear because I was kidnapped. There are just no problems with this. The super mini Katsuyu, the size of a pea in my ear, is the best beacon, which not only indicates the direction and distance with an accuracy of a centimeter, but also acts as a microphone, allowing girls to find me even on the other side of the continent. So I was calm about that. Besides, if anything, then I can cut out all the kidnappers and screw it myself. Fortunately, these guys, imprisoned for quiet murders, forgeries, kidnappings and other, subtle, work, have never been particularly strong. Yes, even in the mist, where it is hidden murder that is elevated to a kind of cult, there are not many really strong ones. Yes, and these seals do not allow the release of chakra outside the body. I hate feeling so helpless. My kidnapper ran to bed for an hour and a half, which at his speed was so 70 kilometers per hour was decent. During this time, I managed to scan it with psionic sensors, and gave it my all, and recognized the characteristic features of a stonemason from the Ishii clan. Members of this clan have an ancestral contract with the Preta Earth bumblebees and specialize in intelligence and just, quiet affairs. Now the rich experience of this hereditary quiet man is clear. However, I'm more interested in his summons. Of all the calls, the most inconvenient and dangerous are insects. Of course, provided that the interaction is set at the level. And with a hereditary contract, it cannot be otherwise. Preta from the same Oni differ only in that their domain does not have sufficient concentration of energy, and therefore, they cannot teach Senjutsu or give support in the form of giant warriors called bosses. The boss is a spirit that has an immortal and divine shell of the soul. In various mythologies, there are analogues of bosses, archangels, archdemons, etc. However, this is also a plus. Due to the fact that the influence of their energy on the contractor through the connection is less, they are in great demand among the shinobi. After all, the probability that you will go crazy decreases exponentially. And what if there are no bosses? Only S-class shinobi or jinchuriki who have a chakra reactor on legs sit in their belly can summon such guys. Senjutsu? When studying it, the probability of becoming a stone and being locked in it until the destruction of the domain, while working as a free supplier of energy, is above 90%. And after all, while being a statue, you feel and realize everything. A terrible fate. And you are not ensured that you will not be made a battery that absorbs the entire spectrum of the energies of the world. People, unlike spirits, absorb it all on purpose. In some domains of demonic, spirits, there are whole fields batteries of these unfortunate ones. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain, working as a free supplier of energy above 90%. And after all, while being a statue, you feel and realize everything. A terrible fate. And you are not ensured that you will not be made a battery that absorbs the entire spectrum of the energies of the world. People, unlike spirits, absorb it all on purpose. In some domains of demonic, spirits, there are whole fields batteries of these unfortunate ones. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain, working as a free supplier of energy above 90%. And after all, while being a statue, you feel and realize everything. A terrible fate. And you are not ensured that you will not be made a battery that absorbs the entire spectrum of the energies of the world. People, unlike spirits, absorb it all on purpose. In some domains of demonic, spirits, there are whole fields batteries of these unfortunate ones. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain. And you are not ensured that you will not be made a battery that absorbs the entire spectrum of the energies of the world. People, unlike spirits, absorb it all on purpose. In some domains of demonic, spirits, there are whole fields batteries of these unfortunate ones. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain. And you are not ensured that you will not be made a battery that absorbs the entire spectrum of the energies of the world. People, unlike spirits, absorb it all on purpose. In some domains of demonic, spirits, there are whole fields batteries of these unfortunate ones. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain. Why specifically? So in the contract, a clause is written with approximately the following content. When in the domain, the excess chakra allocated by the contractor goes to the god of the domain. It is for this reason that the statues of the unfortunate are not destroyed, releasing the soul for reincarnation, but are left to develop telesma, which goes to the god of the domain. In addition, if you really try, then this senjutsu can be learned without the call. The same Yugo and Juin dads, created using Yugo's genes, are perfect examples of this, because some kind of heredity is necessary for the emergence of a Kekkei Genkai that allows you to absorb Sen chakra. In addition, the main problem there is that Sen chakra is a mixture of chakra, which is distinguished by life in this world, and free Ryatsu, which chakra users, with rare exceptions, do not own. Someone may ask about Inton and Yoton, which is used in seals, jinjutsu, and non-elemental techniques. So, I'm disappointing someone. It uses the elements Inton and Yoton, which are similar in composition to Yin, the energy emitted by the soul, from the 7 chakras, personality, telesma, mental body, psi energy, etc., and Yang, energy, secreted by the cells of the body and known in other worlds as prana, Ryatsu spectra used to create chakra. That's just what exactly are similar, but are not them. To my great regret, what were my hopes? How does the activation of the hermit mode happen? The shinobi falls into a kind of lethargic sleep and his MCC opens, the Sen chakra of the world, absorbing it. With an overdose of this energy, the chakra contained in a cocktail of energies called Sen chakra begins to liken the body to the outside world. The effect of likening a chakra carrier to its source has not been cancelled. Actually, with an overdose, the statue turns out not to be a human one, but an animal call, precisely because the entire chakra of the domain belongs to its god. So the likeness goes more like a god. But I digress. Keeping the proportions of 2:1 to the existing shinobi Ryatsu, the Yin-Yang and Sen energies are mixed in the source, in which a special chakra is produced, transferring the shinobi into hermit mode. In this mode, the quantity and quality of the chakra increases many times over, and the possibilities granted by the chakra grow by an order of magnitude. Can you lift a cinder with one hand? In hermit mode, you can do a ton. Feeling, sensor, and can you determine the sources of chakra in a kilometer radius? In hermit mode, the Sen chakra becomes related to you and is used as a superconductor. As a result, you get a radar in the form of hundreds of kilometers and the ability to determine the direction and level of development of sources of Ryatsu. Ninjutsu user? In hermit mode, your techniques become super stable and super controllable, increasing in power. Are you following the path of jinjutsu? Do you want material illusions? A taijutsu master? Your blows will hurt without even touching the enemy. Prince? Stop limiting yourself to surfaces. In hermit mode, you don't need a canvas. Of course, provided that you know how to burn seals with chakra. From now on, your canvas is the world itself. And so it is with everything. This is what the hermit mode is, the main meaning of which is to use the SCC as an additional source of energy in creating chakra. In order to become a Senin, I call on Agni every night before going to bed for my poison taking, in which my chakra is synchronized with the Sen energy that Agni operates. Due to this, the risk that during the becoming a Senin I will undergo training, otherwise death will be my deliverance, will increase with each procedure. Yes, and feed, heal, Ryakudo is a dangerous and cruel place, and just talk with him. In general, we kill an hour for everything about everything at least every evening. Unfortunately, you can't call him without a reason. Offended that they considered weak. And for demons, this is a strong insult, washed away only by blood. Often, such evening gatherings end with Agni's overnight stay. Of course, he roams for the sake of appearance, but we quickly talk him up. Rest is good for him. What can I say, if every time he passes out and sleeps like the dead? 6 days of continuous stress called living in Ryakudo will kill anyone, especially for now, a small snake. Still, the 6-to-1 difference in time flows between the Foundation world and the Ryakudo domain has an effect. During my thoughts, time passed unnoticed, and my kidnapper managed to get to the disguised bed. Moreover, the lane was of such a level that any beacons were jammed by installed expensive barriers. But all this is temporary. I wonder how many lions were killed for trying to kidnap me. Katsuyu, get in my stomach. Barely audible whispering to a small slug. Practice with sound jinjutsu takes a toll. The reason that prompted me to do this is that such beds are usually used to test for beacons, poison capsules, and other rubbish stuffed with the bodies of shinobi. I'll have to throw up later, but Mini Katsuyu can survive in the stomach, and the chance of her being found there is minimal. No matter how confident I am in my abilities, but self-confidence is the first step on the path to defeat, arrogance is the second step on the path to the abyss, and pride is the third step on the path to obscurity. And I don't want to go that route. Simulating a dream state is actually very simple. It is only necessary to control the involuntary reactions of the body, such as pulse, breathing, movement of the eyeballs under the eyelids, etc. Which is what I did. The kidnapper made a set of scanning med techniques and, finding nothing, used an unfamiliar highly specialized wind-based technique and ventilated my airways. How at that moment I had the willpower to continue pretending. Finding nothing again, he nodded to something and calmed down. I think it's worth describing my kidnapper. About 168 centimeters tall, hands are dressed in thin black gloves. Underwear is not visible because everything is covered by a brown cape with a bright red belt. On the feet, shoes look like a hybrid of sneakers and ballet flats. A kind of ballet shoes with a sole from sneakers. The eyes are brown, but it can be lenses. The eyebrows are black, maybe paint. The hair and the lower part of the face are hidden by a cloth. Under the fabric, there are characteristic signs of a lining that changes the visual structure of the face, so I can't see the face under the mask. And what only Dad Tyra technology just did not learn. Now that I have been fully checked and examined, you can proceed. As the saying goes, saving the drowning is the work of the drowning themselves. I focus and use the invisible mist med technique. I learned this rather complex and relatively useless technique from the arsenal of Honey Kunoichi for the sake of the possibility of indirectly influencing the interlocutor or others. This technique affects the sweat glands, forcing them to produce certain chemical compounds. Honey girls, and sometimes boys, use this technique to saturate their target with pheromones. Together with their tricks, they can seduce even the most faithful married Puritan. Tsunade showed a modification of this technique. In fact, this is the same technique, but with a slightly different effect on the glands. When it is activated, a chemical compound begins to be produced, causing an instant cut-off for 5 hours even with a simple contact with the skin. It has no color, no taste, no smell, and it evaporates quickly. This technique has 3 disadvantages. It works only indoors. The enemy must be calm, and you don't know the exact time of the enemy's cut. With the condition that it must be used indoors, the rapid decomposition of the substance when interacting with nitrogen is associated. Just a minute and a half and that's it. With the exact timing of the hitch is that the delivery of sleeping pills can occur at any moment beyond your control. With the fact that the enemy must be calm is quite simple. Chakra. More precisely, its flow rate in the channels. And here the cut happened. I vomit Mikitsuya, and she grew up a little, 3 times, and she begins to eat away at the rope of my bonds. I free my hands and, after rummaging through the boy's things, I take out the kukri. I examine for the presence of surprises, take out the needle with poison, and already without fear I cut the ropes entangling me. After waiting a bit, I slowed down the speed of the chakra flow through my SCH, which allows me not to cut myself off from my own sweat, and, after folding the seals, I use medical equipment for especially violent patients on the guy, plunging him into a deep sleep. Tsunade arrived a quarter of an hour later. It turns out that the seals pasted on the walls of the cave create a barrier that prevents even communication between Katsuyu. The one Tsunade could only give a rough direction. I met her with the words, "Thank you for the technique." Helped. Stalking a naked boy, it was necessary to get rid of various surprises. Let me do it. Finally, Sue could not stand it. So you want to grope a young and juicy boy? I decided to make a little joke. The body of a child and hormones also hit the brain. Now only self-control is holding me back from the instincts of any child driven into the subcortex to seek protection and solace from an older, and preferably a relative. The woman paid no attention to my comment and, activating the technique of the sage's palms, began to examine the guy, who turned out to be a pretty gray-eyed brown-haired man. And he had all sorts of implanted interesting things, just a bunch and a small cart, several seals of silence, capsules with poison in different parts of the body, a razor blade under the nail, and many other things. We returned to the room only after 8 hours. This was due to the fact that I studied and memorized the structure of the Fuin barriers for 4 hours. Psionic sensing is a very expensive tool in terms of endurance, but subtle enough to feel every symbol of such an interesting seal scheme. To make my job easier, I had to infuse each area of the seal with my own chakra and use that one as a guide. As a result, I was able to memorize the mental structure of the seals and roughly understand its actions. This complex of seals only non-material manifestations of the world. So an ordinary pebble can easily pass through the barrier, and the chakra in all its non-material manifestations and other non-material energies, Ryatsu and Sen chakra, except for Telesma, will not be able to overcome the barrier. Quite an interesting solution. The nephew sealed the prisoner in a scroll, in which I still left Konoha. Inside the scroll, time passes very slowly, so there was no need to worry about the prisoner. Sitting down in a chair, Tsunade pointed to the bed with a nod. Yes, there were beds in the rooms, oddly enough, and after I sat down on her, she began to stare at me. Having practiced a little in the battle of looks, yeah, I found someone to butt with. Dad won the staring snakes. She sighed heavily and, having decided something, asked, "What are you going to do with the prisoner?" Phew, I thought. There are several options. I lie on the bed with my back. I'm inclined to exchange it for the Vera. So we will not spoil our relationship with Ishii, and we will benefit. After my words, fleeting anxiety disappeared in her eyes. Or did you think that I would run to open it? Look to the side. What, seriously? Tsunade somehow withered and showed all signs of embarrassment. I used sensorics for a long time today, but I think it's worth it. I stretch a thread from the chakra in her direction. You don't have to be a puppeteer to control it, and wow dash. So much embarrassment, guilt, resentment, joy and chronic pain, and I have never seen one tangle. Let's be honest. Consistent covering of the eyelids in response. I'm not going to follow Orochimaru's path. Those demonstration aids that you bought were sentenced to the gallows in absentia. I just used them to the maximum before I died. Let them do better before their death than just die. This same guy, although he has a bunch of corpses and all sorts of filth behind him, is not such garbage. To study the features of his STS? Interesting but useless. Killing or torturing him? I'm not fond of that. So it turns out that the Vera from his clan for a caught and talented specialist is the best option. Of course, in the long run, it would be good to transfer it to Ibiki-san's department, but I'm too selfish for that. Yes, And I have an idea to increase my combat potential bypassing the reincarnation of the undead technique. What's wrong with her? Notice the disclaimer. My roof is leaking a little. I don't want any more problems in the coming decades. But this is immaterial. I hasten to reassure the woman. The main thing is not to use it. At your discretion. Decided to show trust in Tsunade. Thank you. So, I follow completely different goals and completely different paths from Daddy's. I hope we don't have this kind of conversation again. Agreed, nephew. I lift my head to see the blonde roll her eyes. Whom did you call nephews, little one? Sister and so on. And I was captured. Okay, Imuto-chan. From that day on, we only slept in one room, and various kidnappers did not dare to approach the best medical shinobi. Parthenogenesis, virgin reproduction, one of the forms of sexual reproduction of organisms, in which female germ cells develop without fertilization. Parthenogenetic reproduction has been described for aphids, Daphnia, some fish, and other animals. The formation of an ovum during parthenogenesis, as a rule, occurs by ordinary mitotic division, without the reduction of chromosomes and their recombination. Developing organisms are completely identical to the parent. In many Hymenoptera insects, including the honeybee, eggs are formed as a result of meiosis and are haploid. They can be fertilized and can develop parthenogenetic. The queen bee, for example, lays both fertilized, diploid eggs and unfertilized, haploid ones. Source: www.bioaid.info. Younger sister. Chapter 6 Today, like the last 3 years, my day started with my wake-up mini Katsuyu. Previously, Katsuyu woke up not only me, but also Agni, but this scaly half a year ago could no longer fit in a double bed, and he had to move to the floor. However, the floor, unlike the bed and the nearby heat source, is cold and hard, which reminds him too much of Ryukido. And in Ryukido, sound sleeper is equivalent to Eaton. So I sometimes move into his rings and give a feeling of relative safety in which you can sleep peacefully. Yes, during these 3 years of mine and 18 of his, Agni grew to 6 meters in length and mine in girth of thickness. His skin is not so soft now, but still the same bright turquoise with sparks slipping in the depths. Last time, his skin was darkening due to the upcoming shedding. Then I managed to persuade him to stay until the creep appears. He substantiated this with the help of Tsu by the fact that the creep must be processed immediately after the molt. She seems to be good at this. Although what else was to be expected from a medic and my dad's teammate? That crawl went to me on fingerless gloves covering the knuckles and the first phalanx of the fingers. And don't ask how Tsunade made this. This semi-living accessory not only regenerates due to the absorbed chakra and is a good conductor, but also promises to grow with my hand. How did Tsunade make something like this? This semi-living accessory not only regenerates due to the absorbed chakra and is a good conductor, but also promises to grow with my hand. How did Tsunade make something like this? This semi-living accessory not only regenerates due to the absorbed chakra and is a good conductor, but also promises to grow with my hand. Get up, Katsuyu-san, get up, mumbled a sleepy and shaggy kid. Get up and get stronger, Agni demanded in a soft but insistent baritone. We need strength. Strength is good, I mumbled as I went to the bathroom. As I get older, I have some issues. It turns out that my body is not only incomprehensible crap. The same flora and fauna of the bacteria of my stomach allows me to calmly digest wood, but it also ages and matures 5 times slower. This means that Tsunade's matriarchal plans for me and Shizune in the next 30 years are not feasible. And what? The clan needs to be restored. So why not a medical student? Medical women are generally ideal mothers, giving offspring even in the 2nd generation with great STS potential. Besides, I have nothing against Shizune, strong, pragmatic, behind her mountain, understanding and just a good party. Not just teeth. Don't forget to wash up too. Broadcast from my shoulder, Katsuyu. Hey, Katsuyu-san. I don't want to argue with her. Although I still don't understand. Why wash yourself if right now they will roll you on the ground? By the time I got out of the bathroom, Agni was no longer in the room. After taking my morning exercise, I dressed in gray shorts, a white t-shirt, a green robe with Shinjikamen, and went to the first floor. To the canteen. There I was already waiting for an order in the form of healthy food. Why the hell do I need this crap if I have a bioreactor instead of a stomach? I don't know either, but I accept this kind of concern. After breakfast, I went up to the room on the third floor and put on a massive bracer made of transformed weed, which immediately began to draw chakra on my left hand. The bracer looks like any other representative of this type of armor, in the form of two expanding semicircles, fastened with vines. The outer side resembles the texture of the bark of a young mountain ash. The thickness of the walls of the bracer is 3 centimeters. After I put on the bracer, I open its secret latch and take out a white larva. I take out a needle and pierce my finger, running the bloody end of the needle along my finger to my palm in order to mark the path for the flowing blood. The larva entered and crawled towards the food. After crawling a couple of centimeters, she began to saturate. After feeding, I put it in the secret compartment of the bracer and, having healed the wound, put on fingerless gloves. Ready for training. I go out into the courtyard, in which Shizun is already waiting for me, my coach for today. He and his niece take turns with me every day. Morning. Greetings to this ever-serious 28-year-old girl. Good morning to you too. And a fleeting smile. Shizun took me to the side of the park and began to supervise my performance of various warm-up complexes that complemented each other, to develop joint bags, to increase muscle performance, to develop stretching, to develop the correct chakra reflexes safely. And yes, I was also shocked when I came across a detailed description of driving certain reflexes into the SCCH among followers of the Taijutsu path. These reflexes are clogged with the actions of the body and, thanks to them, an instinctive strengthening and acceleration of the body occurs. Actually, all these 16, 32, 64, etc. blows of heaven hug and come from clogging these same chakra reflexes. When I remembered this, I thought about the concept for a long time and drew parallels with the magic of the demon path. Let's just say, I found a lot. In recent years, my training has been aimed at preparing my body and SCC for future reflex training. Clan children begin this training from 2 to 7 years of age, and only then does the learning of the STS begin to correctly act on a stimulus in the form of a stand and pronounce the name of the technique to oneself. Such training is conducted only under the supervision of either a master of the style being taught or a qualified medic of at least B rank. That's why the girls look after me in shifts. Tsunade checks the result of the training and shows the exercises, and Shizun looks after me so that I do not get hurt. I'm everything, I say, and wait until Shizun comes up and brings my muscles into tone. I could do it myself, but I need strength for training. Like this. New entry. After the procedures, my lady overseer sent me to a new circle of kata. I'm at dinner time after the 7th lap, tired, having changed 10 sweats, and brutally hungry. Having quickly taken a shower and dressed in new, the same clothes, we bought a sports uniform with a margin it takes a whole suitcase. I set off quickly and elegantly to work as a food harvester. I overate this time not with anything, but with my favorite eel. In this case, the main thing is not to forget about etiquette. You don't want to get hit on the forehead from Tsuyu fly away from her clicks for several meters. She, of course, then heals and eliminates a possible concussion, but it's still unpleasant. While eating, I noticed Shizun's slight nervousness. Something happened? As if by chance, I asked the girl. I noticed. I don't like it anymore. What? It happened. Don't look at me like that. Orochimaru-sen came. Fact. Don't pull the cat by the tail. Tell me, I demanded in a serious voice. He offered the resurrection of Nabaka and Dan for healing their hands. In the same breath, Shizen gave out. Not bad. What about Amuto? She promised to think. Weak. And why is she so nervous? And then I noticed that I was led. A drug? Considering my physiology and awareness of it. Such an effect on me could only be done, clearly. So what is next? I asked with a slightly slurred tongue. Sensei asked me to hide you in a safe place. With the look of a guilty schoolgirl came from Shizen's direction. Everything was already swimming before my eyes. Then use the scroll under my bed to carry me. Shielded. Only DOD. And I switched off. I, like any normal shinobi, really do not like to sit in Fuin scrolls. The feeling of helplessness that comes with you sealing and unsealing. Awareness of power over you. Unpleasant. Coming to my senses in the dugout, I thought. And what else do you order to do if any movement brings excruciating pain? So I've been thinking. It looks like the situation is going strictly according to the canon, and Dad grabbed a bream from a Babizian. Damn, how ex-rovo. Drugs that act on the SCC through the body are my only weakness in terms of poisons. Only such expensive and specific chemical compounds can incapacitate me imperceptibly. Yes, Dad knows how to offer the pay that people desire deep in their hearts. The resurrection of Nawaki and Dan. I also suggested this to Tsunade, and we even started researching this technique. This is a typical invocation of the soul with the help of a suicide medium, which will keep the soul in touch with this world. The body of the summoned is created from the Sin chakra using the imprint stored in the chakra source of the spirit. That is why, as long as there is an anchor victim, the summoned shinobi will have pseudo-immortality. The duration of the soul's stay in this world depends on the strength of the sacrifice. There is also the possibility of a full resurrection. However, in this case, a payment is required in the form of a soul of equal or greater power. You can get by with a simple soul that is chakra. Even the half-rotten remnant of the last drug addict will do, and large, simply huge infusions of chakra, which can only be found on tailed chakra reactors, or in Fuin Tsunade. For the last 2 years, we have been doing nothing but making calculations to reduce the cost of the ritual. Yes, we even considered the possibility of creating hecatombs. And there are some results. By all accounts, we'll be able to resurrect Nawaki. However, Tsunade wishes to resurrect Dan first. And no, there are no feelings here. It's just between choosing to resurrect a strong genin and attract attention by performing a ritual, and the resulting ritual is so powerful that any user of the chakra of this continent will feel the ripples from it. Or wait a bit and resurrect a strong S-rank shinobi. We chose the second option. Yes, we even considered the possibility of creating hecatombs. And there are some results. By all accounts, we'll be able to resurrect Nawaki. However, Tsunade wishes to resurrect Dan first. And no, there are no feelings here. It's just between choosing to resurrect a strong genin and attract attention by performing a ritual, and the resulting ritual is so powerful that any user of the chakra of this continent will feel the ripples from it. Or wait a bit and resurrect a strong S-rank shinobi. We chose the second option. Yes, we even considered the possibility of creating hecatombs. And there are some results. By all accounts, we'll be able to resurrect Nawaki. However, Tsunade wishes to resurrect Dan first. And no, there are no feelings here. It's just between choosing to resurrect a strong genin and attract attention by performing a ritual, and the resulting ritual is so powerful that any user of the chakra of this continent will feel the ripples from it. Or wait a bit and resurrect a strong S-rank shinobi. We chose the second option. That ripples from it will be felt by any user of the chakra of this continent. Or wait a bit and resurrect a strong S-rank shinobi. We chose the second option. That ripples from it will be felt by any user of the chakra of this continent, or wait a bit and resurrect a strong S-rank shinobi. We chose the second option. Well, I lay down, I thought. The body moved a little. Now you can clean yourself from various muck. A cascade of hand seals and... Where is the toilet? Shizen spent the day watching her sensei, drinking. Exactly a week has passed since the meeting with the former teammate of the Slug Princess, and all this time Tsunade was drunk to the green devils. Shizen sighed again. And why did sensei hide the boy? Although, then Shizen had an idea. So that's why sensei asked Katsuya-san to rewrite the further training in detail and, an unheard of thing, transfer the detailed description of clan techniques to paper. She had insurance in case of death. Their deaths. Then yes, all her actions make sense, and at the very least, Adarashiki will be able to survive. And their Agni-kun and Katsuya-san will look after him. And then, there are these two, pinned down. Shizen initially mistook them as the reason for doing this to Adarashiki-kun. No matter how Jiraiya-san calls himself and whoever he refers to, but showing him a younger version of Orochimaru is the height of stupidity. Even if sensei accepts the offer to return to the hellhole called Konoha. Not to show the child of the clan before 6 is a tradition that did not come out of nowhere. Shizen once again looked at her sensei and thought that this time the reason for drinking was really serious. I wonder if I can make it to the end of the week, the girl said with her lips. It took me half a day to sort myself out. Half a fucking day. And judging by my chakra calendar, showing the activity of the moon, 2 weeks have passed since my cut. And they didn't come to pick me up. Ass. Once again, I open the oval amulet in which a photo is usually placed. Inside there are still 2 locks of hair, golden and black. So you decided to take a chance. I say it dully. Well, the ritual remains to be finalized quite a bit, and the chakras in the next war will be in abundance. In the dugout, which is a box of a typical log cabin, half buried in the ground, I spent 2 more days. I was moving away from the drug and prolonged suspended animation. Fortunately, everything needed, including, numbered in line for use, preparations for this was available. Lying on the roof of the dugout and watching the clouds, Agni and I basked in the sun. Agni turned around me like a kind of spiral oval and vigilantly flashed his bright green eyes, ready to jump up at the slightest suspicious rustle. I was dressed in a rough black and very durable jumpsuit with a high collar and a deep hood. Underneath were only underwear and a t-shirt. I was belted with a belt with an X-shaped buckle. Behind him hung a black purse bag with a minimal set of shurikens, senbons, and a pair of kunai. Also in the bag were 2 Fuin scrolls. The first with a library and a schedule for the further preparation of my body and STS, and in the second sat Tun-Tun. It was decided not to release her. When you open the bag, you can see a small and thin plate of chakra-conductive metal, which has a Fuin storage with an impressive amount of money on which the average civilian can live without getting too fat from the age of 5. A note with the amount of inheritance and various confessions was in the bag. On the feet were typical sandals with 2 low horizontal platforms, which are stamped and sold in all the cities of the tropical nation of fire. On the left forearm, as in the last 3 years, there is a wooden bracer. Now the windbreaker was unbuttoned, the hood was thrown over the collar, and in my lips a blade of grass was rolling, the juice of which has a slight sedative effect even on me. A kind of analog of cigarettes for the poor. Agni. SHHMM? Where do you think is the best place to go? To the mist to the Civil War and collecting fuel for the ritual, or to the island where the uzumaki used to live to knowledge? I decided to ask for advice. It never hurts to consult with someone close. Into the mist. The snake surprised me. Can you explain? Sometimes the thoughts of the spirits go in very obscure ways, but you shouldn't consider them stupid or crazy. They just look at the situation from their bell tower. You need to learn to be a hunter, which can become prey at any moment. Sometimes stretching hissing consonants answered Agni. Dangerous opponents from the battle, with whom you may not emerge victorious. Yes, this is what I need now. Having looked at the problem from this angle, I accepted Agni's arguments. By the way, how soon will you start molting? I asked, noticing a slight tarnishing of the scales. Year. Shall we finish you? Answered first, then asked. Nice. That means 2 months. I have a premonition that this suit, despite all its astronomical strength, will not survive the next 6 months. So I thought to repeat the Amuto gift. All the necessary information on dressing is available. I'll read it. Will you give? It was not enough for Agni to crawl along Ryakudo with a slipping skin. At this time, the serpent's strength drops by 10%, and before the molt itself, by all 20. Let it be better with me. Agni looked at me with unblinking eyes for several minutes until he nodded lightly. That's good. For the next 4 months, I traveled to the eastern border of the Hai no Kuni. It took so long because I didn't stop training, which took 3 to 5 hours a day. During this time, nothing unusual happened. My daily routine looked something like this. Wake up at 7 or 8, breakfast from yesterday's leftovers, train until noon, dinner from the last leftovers, sleep until 4 o'clock, hunt game, cook and dinner at 5 or 6 o'clock, walk until midnight, poisoning and cut. This daily routine was associated with 2 reasons: a black jumpsuit and unwillingness to meet people. Walking under the hot sun in my black jumpsuit bakes a lot, so I try to walk and train without it. The second reason is connected with this: my likeness of a very thin diving suit obtained from Agni's crawling out. It is very comfortable, and training in it is just a fairy tale. The body breathes, is protected, does not sweat, etc. It also regenerates damage received. That's just, it's thin. No, it is very thin and hugs me like a second skin. Literally. It's not that I'm so ashamed to show myself in front of people in it. I just don't want to attract attention. Yeah, I just don't want extra eyes. And nothing else. Therefore, I use the freed up daytime to sleep off. In the evening and until midnight, thanks to the warmth kept by the road and the ability to see in the thermal spectrum, I can safely move along the trampled rubble, avoiding large stones and twigs that can easily injure my legs. Someone will yell, "You are a cool shinobi." What nah, bumps? I will answer that I, like any shinobi, am a person. Strong, trained, adaptable, but human, and, like every human being, I have my limits. Shinobi on missions use a kind of mask. When using it, the shinobi goes into a combat mode, in which they become real shinobi. They think at the speed of light, notice and remember every line, decisive, rational, etc., etc. At home, they take it off and relax, because we are people, and during the regime of such concentration, our mind is depleted very much. So at home, in the safety of a shinobi, it is quite possible to stumble on the threshold and stretch out on the floor in a starfish position or fall into a child's trap with a button on a chair. I differ from the rest of the children of my 5-year-old age only in a richer life experience, endurance from chakra reserves, and a greater potential for the development of STS. Well, and the opportunity, after reading a long spell, during the reading of which they will bang me 10 times, to gasp with a spell. I'll fight off the Jin yet, but the Chunin, with luck. I can gasp with an earth dragon and fall down with exhaustion. If the Chunin dodges, then I can be taken warm. Stamina from chakra reserves, and a great potential for the development of STS. Well, and the opportunity, after reading a long spell, during the reading of which they will bang me 10 times, to gasp with a spell. I'll fight off the Jin yet, but the Chunin, with luck. I can gasp with an earth dragon and fall down with exhaustion. If the Chunin dodges, then I can be taken warm. Stamina from chakra reserves, and a great potential for the development of STS. Well, and the opportunity, after reading a long spell, during the reading of which they will bang me 10 times, to gasp with a spell. I'll fight off the Jinin yet, but the Chunin, with luck. I can gasp with an earth dragon and fall down with exhaustion. If the Chunin dodges, then I can be taken warm. Why then am I going to the fog, since such a frail? The fact is that without any incentive, a shinobi develops very slowly. The stimulus can be anything, but to achieve it, the desire for power is necessary. This is due to the reaction to conscious and subconscious desires at the chakra. So the canon Naruto in the first season went out only on his huge reserves of chakra and tail prana reactor, which pulled him out of his frank ass and from the other world. And in the second season, in 3 years, having the goal of returning Sasuke and the strength necessary for this, he became a super assassin that swung on equal terms with the nine-tailed. Okay, half. 1,000-year-old fucking demon. And this transformation from Naruto to Naruto happened in 3 fucking years. He, of course, had a high potential, which limited his teacher, and he was generally the reincarnation of Azura, which I highly doubt, but without a catalyst in the form of a goal/obsession/reason, such a transformation is impossible to live. For an incentive for a lazy myself, I go to the red dot, where I can easily be banged. I could have gone to Ryusudo, and I would have done so if I didn't have a sense of self-preservation. In the fog, at least I have a chance to survive. And here I am on a ferry sailing to one of the islands of the archipelago. I made my way to him with a hair, and now I am under massive confusion, forcing me not to notice. This is a very difficult training, in which it is necessary not only to justify free space and food, and I eat like 3 healthy sailors, but also to monitor its support on the crew and passengers. And then you wake up so tied hand and foot. Of course, I will be freed, but do I need this trouble? Food. How I miss normal food during this time. On the way to the port, I had to enter the cities, but I tried not to linger in them, having a snack in various fast foods, and most of the way I was grazing. After a small snack and wallowing on the roof of the cabin, I did a light warm-up of the joints and took the asana of a slightly modified lotus, folding the mudras of life. The pads of the little finger and ring finger are connected to the pad of the thumb, the other 2 fingers are freely straightened. The hands rest on the knees. Lamb, lamb, lamb! I chanted the mantra with slow breathing. What the fuck am I doing? Meditation for balancing the energy background of the body and the development of the cerebral hemispheres. It is recommended for children under 9 years of age and is mandatory practiced in the clans. For me, it will be relevant for another 20 or 30 years, so I decided not to waste time until I can freely perform kata for the development of the body. I did this meditation for 4 hours. Then dinner was announced, and I again ate from the belly. Then meditation began again, but a different one. This time, the hands are clasped in Shunkan Mudra. The 4 fingers of the right hand hug the thumb of the left, and the thumb of the right hand touches the pad of the middle finger of the left. Even breathing and mantra. OM! 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 And so on until dinner time. This meditation is used in the Father's Village of Sound for the development of small chakra capillaries of the throat. Initially, this exercise was the clan secret of the masters of overlaying jinjutsu with the voice, but Dad was able to capture the knowledge, along with skulls, of the clan and rework the training for musical instruments. This meditation is useful even for a crutch user. I originally aimed to achieve the ability to cast jinjutsu only with my voice, but in training, I had to reduce the time of doing this meditation to 3 times a day for 15 minutes. The imposition of illusions by voice in this world is very effective. The fact is that due to the peculiarities of the local mentality, everyone above the level of Chunin, with mutual detection of the enemy, likes to chat. When conducting a session of pre-battle chatter, both shinobi adhere to certain safety rules. They do not add seals, do not look into each other's eyes, etc. Moreover, these ras harkavanya have a certain meaning. Before the upcoming fight, which usually does not take more than half a minute, the shinobi evaluates the opponent and the environment. At the speeds at which shinobi fight, without Sharingan, only Tai and Ken masters, who are accustomed to the unconscious control of a certain sphere around their body, can use the environment in battle without prior analysis. Another reason to chat with shinobi from different villages is the reluctance to shed too much blood. And I'm not kidding. In peacetime, when teams from different Gakurazado meet, their commanders, Tokubetsu and Just Jonin, try to agree amicably and disperse with the world. Sometimes a shinobi, if it does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin. And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. In peacetime, when teams from different Gakurazado meet, their commanders, Tokubetsu and Just Jonin, try to agree amicably and disperse with the world. Sometimes a shinobi, if it does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin. And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. In peacetime, when teams from different Gakurazado meet, their commanders, Tokubetsu and Just Jonin, try to agree amicably and disperse with the world. Sometimes a shinobi, if it does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin. And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. Their commanders, Tokubetsu and Just Jonin, try to agree amicably and disperse with the world. Sometimes a shinobi, if it does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin. And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. Their commanders, Tokubetsu and Just Jonin, try to agree amicably and disperse with the world. Sometimes a shinobi, if it does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin. And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. If this does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, it can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin? And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. If this does not harm the reputation of the village and the possible opponent is too strong, it can break the contract unilaterally. Failed, it happens. There will be a record of failure in a personal file, but they will not be reproached for such an act. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin? And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin? And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. But he saved his life. For example, allowing to bang his ward. After all, what is more important for the village? A failed C-rank mission and the life of a civilian, or a trio of Jinin with the prospect of Jonin? And this is considered normal. Or did someone expect something different from the killers/saboteurs/mercenaries? However, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that by being able to cast complex jinjutsu with a simple conversation, I can achieve a great advantage. Well, at least I will devote these 2 days of swimming to meditation. The ferry, although I still couldn't understand why the ferry. Do they arrange a crossing with a rope across the rivers? Here it's rather a very wide boat. Sail slowly, there is an impenetrable place people rarely look up. All conditions for relaxation and meditation. It is a pity not to call Agni. Too bad he's healthy. Here they are, the islands. They are accompanied by the smell of iodine and rotten algae, the local especially fucked up mentality, constant fogs and rains, with the great Gakurazado, which produces the best specialists in silent killings in all their variations. There are exceptions among my statements in the form of foggers, who specialize in assaults, although even in this case they like to use the hiding fog technique. Or rare fogless sunny days, or absolutely fucking manifestations of the local mentality. It's not that I slander the Eastern mentality, I admit that it has undoubted advantages, but in this world it has acquired completely new facets, and even in this archipelago. Sometimes, I really want to kill myself with a broom. In this archipelago, the most disgusting and destructive kind of war is going on. Civil war. This type of war is destructive primarily for society. When a brother goes after a brother, and a nice uncle neighbor kills your dad and rapes your mom, the foundations of society collapse like a house of cards. It's good that this war is only for shinobi, a caste whose population does not exceed a percentage of the total. Although some support of the population goes in favor of clanless loyalists. In this war, I have several goals: to become much stronger, to get living victims for the resurrection ritual, and to get rare reagents for the ritual, which should significantly reduce the cost of it. I am not going to increase my strength in the direction of Hulk is angry. Here's what I can't do. The kata that I perform are used to improve body performance and develop certain muscle groups, i.e. creating a base on which my future style of taijutsu will be based. Not a single acquired reflex is crammed into my SCCH, and I'm not going to do this without Tsunade's supervision. All my weapons are cunning, deceit, ingenuity, stealth, Fuin and Hoin, Jin, body's memory for creating ambushes and traps, a little Nin, and the most important thing for a shinobi in any war is the ability to escape correctly and on time. It is these aspects that I will develop. Moreover, I'm going to develop stealth and the ability to wash off in the first place using the example of body. A little while later, forest of one of the islands of the archipelago. The forest was covered in fog. It seemed to stretch out your hand and not see your fingers. For the archipelago, this phenomenon was, although not often, but not rare. This land is familiar with the seas of mist, and in these seas you can meet the local sharks, which are currently divided into two warring flocks. Here is one joint from a pack loyal to the Mizuki's power, swimming, tearing through the foggy waters. An old shark from the clanless leads the young of two guys, and one medical girl with a characteristic backpack. The guys are only 12, but it was clear from their looks that they had already bathed in blood. The guys were black-eyed brunettes with a characteristic phenotype of the archipelago. Their commander also had black eyebrows and graying hair showing through a bandana. The old and experienced sea dog sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. He and his charges had already inhaled the aerosol suspended in the air by the mist. Another moment, and their muscles brought the strongest spasm. He was so strong that some of the bones got cracks from the load that created muscles on them. A trill of a small local bird was heard from the bushes, and from a completely different direction forth in, poison-soaked Saban flew in and quite expectedly hit their targets. For a few more minutes, the wheezing of numb bodies could be heard. Two bright and cold snake eyes flashed in the bushes, and their owner, having checked the situation, went to the passed-out shinobi and began to pull senbons out of their bodies. Masters of hidden and covert assassinations. Those who come, and in the morning only corpses remain. Blood mist. Ugh. They should not have cancelled the exam, which eliminated half the garbage. At least they wouldn't spoil the gene pool. And he is frankly so spoiled. A merciless assessment was given to the children in the black overalls. The child unrolled the scroll and transferred the unconscious bodies onto it one by one, sealing them. The slots are almost over. And where can I get more chakra papers for the scroll? I'll clean up all the local small stocks of bat tins. After a little inspection of the surface of the scroll, the boy said, "Well, do not dispossess me of the local hillocks?" Another look at the scroll. Looks like it will. There was no sadness. My hopes for rare ingredients in the secrets of my father's labs were cruelly and casually dispelled. Only one lab was uninjured. All the rest, despite the unprecedented norms of their hidden, were gutted and ruined. Why didn't I buy the right ingredients on the black market if I have the money to do so? I don't want to spend. It's that simple. I need money to buy Bikugan, Sharingan, and other dojutsu. I haven't opened a single hay out of that Fuin purse yet. Just sealed the mine money. I made money in many different ways. I was also a burglar, and arranged a GOP stop for caravans, and was engaged in headhunting. How does the latter relate to the fact that I need living victims for the resurrection? So not all my opponents survive. Then I thought, why should the good disappear? Let the money bring. I mainly use strong jonin as my means of making money. This is due to the fact that the stronger the SCH, the greater the acceleration of the chakra moves, and the faster the chakra moves, the worse the drugs of instant or almost instant action. There are exceptions to this rule in the form of Irianan poisons, which infuse their poisons with chakra. Unfortunately, I have not mastered this path enough, and my chakra does not linger in the preparations for more than a second. With my ambush tactics, I have to deal with the enemy with the first blow, otherwise they will simply smash me. Therefore, strong opponents have to be beaten for sure, leaving no opportunity for a retaliatory strike. Or hide. The last unrevealed base of the Land of Mists. I put the scroll in a pile of the same ones and anoint my skinny ass on the three-legged stool. I look at the calendar hanging on the wall and see that there are still 2 days left until the end of the month and the battle against Yagura by the forces of the clans. By that day, he will have lost 4% of his chakra power compared to the full moon. Interestingly, if he were a Sannin, he would not have had this problem. Now I decided to go or sit out. On the one hand, I can easily lay down my head, and on the other hand, I can pick up a good swag. Dilemma. A child's voice echoed through the cell. KKKKRRRR. From the wooden bracer came a soft crack like from a falling tree, and I knew what that sound meant. The time for the evolution of the spiritual shells of the larva was over, and the pupa began to unfold. Dilemma solved, I said, looking into the open secret compartment of the bracer. It is better not to ignore such hints of fate. It's fraud. A small bumblebee crawled out of the chrysalis into the light. A black body with an orange-red tint, the tip of the abdomen, antennae with 12 segments and 3 pairs of legs. Moving his antennae a little, he crawled onto my arm and tried to bite through my skin with his mandibles. To this I could only answer, "Rogue," and pierce the ball of your finger with a small sabon. Feeling the blood flowing nearby, the bumblebee, quickly moving its paws, ran towards the food. When he reached the palm, in which a little life-giving moisture had accumulated, he immediately began to greedily draw it in, shooting out with a black proboscis. That's better. The story of how this Preda beast came to be begins with my desire to get the most out of the Vera for my first and last kidnapper. Tsunade decided that the decision about the prisoner was my choice and contacted the mediation clan, who had already contacted the representatives of the Ishii clan. They arranged a meeting for us on the territory of intermediaries, where bargaining for a promising guy began. We managed to agree on 5 million rios for trouble, and on the larva of a bumblebee. They wanted to give us a bee larva, but when it turned out that I was a guy and the grown larva would be male, which means it would not give offspring in any case, we parted satisfied with each other. My point is that the contract with this spirit will give me a predisposition to futon and, in the long run, air transport, a subspecies of helicopter. Representatives of Isaiah by the fact that they got off cheaply for that a member of their clan was caught in the act. Intermediaries in that they got half a llama of full-fledged rios for such a simple deal. Look, I had to confirm that the kid had proof between his legs that he was a kid. Predas, although they do not have a way to teach senjutsu, it turns out that a certain level of development of the domain is only needed if there are no alternatives, like toadwell ponds or snake poisoning, but the contract and the resulting bond formation makes it possible to master the elements in which Appeal specializes, like a native. Bumblebees specialize in Doton and Futon. Their closest relatives, one of whom they wanted to sell me on Futon. Why sell if all that matters to me is my affinity for Futon? But because a bee, unlike a bumblebee, if the bee is not a queen, cannot develop as a person. As a result, even if I develop the bee to the level of boss, it will continue to be a dumb insect. Whatever it was, but now you have to wait for the moment of death of the body to get to the fuel, prisoners and experiments, and the ingredients for the ritual. In the meantime, let's take care of earning, developing, being ice, and increasing your potential in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, I said, simultaneously saturating my blood with additional chakra. Commentary on Chapter 6. I remind you that the time difference between the worlds is 6:1. Asana, a certain posture for meditation. Part of the land of water. Chapter 7 I decided to change edge on the former land of Yuzakagura. Agni had to get to the big island. The journey looked something like this: climbed into the mouth of a snake, fell into meditation in an attempt to feel the Sin chakra, the main problem of mastering Senjutsu after the opportunity to become a stone, stop futile attempts and get out of the mouth of Agni, getting rid of liquids from the skin and suit. The island over the years has been overgrown with low undergrowth, but the flora has not touched the place of settlement. In some places, anomalies from damaged fuins appeared. Thanks to my gift in psi sensing, during the exploration of the island, I was able to bypass them. The surface survey of the entire island took 4 days. I was able to locate 6 settlements, a port, a military camp, a half-destroyed bijou, a training camp, workshops, and 2 sleeping districts. And the winged energizer hovered over me all the time. I turned out to be a very energetic bumblebee. Only the batteries ran out quickly. This electric broom flies and flies for 5 minutes and sits down to beg for a new drop of blood from me. It turns out that my chakra, and the blood that contains it, which has grown quite strong in recent years for such a small spirit, was something like coffee with sugar for small children. From her, he too cannot sit in one place and is worn. Sometimes this buzzing makes the head split. However, such blood sampling by a little vampire gave only pluses in the form of a grain of sand from his Sin chakra absorbed by my body during feeding directly from the wound. I thought about this method during the next poisoning from Agni. Well, the method works, but on such a minuscule scale that it will take me about 1,000 years to become a Sannin in this way. So I now feed him from the wound just like that. May it develop and help with increasing affinity with futon. And I also like the pure childish emotions of delight from flying at super fast speeds, achieved with the help of infusions of my chakra. Recently, sensory has moved to a level where you can appreciate vivid emotions by the smell of objects in your sphere of attention. For myself, with the help of Mokuton, I raised a small house and furniture. Instead of windows, he put frail barriers powered by the background of the Sin chakra, copied from the houses of former residents. The door was made to slide to the side. For its better sliding, I used small round pebbles as hinges. My good old sleeping bag was used under the mattress. A blanket in a house without gaps was not needed. Everything is simple and extremely functional. With the help of Jinjutsu, he got food directly from the water. Just a couple of whistles directed towards the shoal passing by the pier I have grown, and the fish itself is thrown ashore. The simplest hassle that inspires any desire. Drinking water had to be created by transmuting Suten's chakra. The reason for this was the emanations from the Biju chakra that attacked the Uzumaki. From this chakra, various plants grow, and animals are slowly poisoned and either mutate or die. The land of this island has absorbed so much chakra of the tailed ones that it will be impossible for ordinary people to live on it for another 20 or 40 years. That is why this land has not yet been inhabited. I don't need much water, which can't be said about food, but the fish helped out. So food and water was provided in plenty. He hardly wore clothes on the island because it was hot and humid. He wore wicker sandals on his feet and a wicker Vietnamese hat on his head. And yes, I don't consider Agni's crawl-out suit to be clothes. It didn't work out well for him at all. I screwed up the roofing felt somewhere in the dressing, or I screwed up the matter, but initially I should have got an analog of my dark turquoise jumpsuit. Initially he did. When it was time for an afternoon nap, I decided not to undress and fell asleep right in my new clothes. When I woke up, instead of a suit, I found only this lewdness on myself. Don't throw it away, I decided then, and did not regret it. True, in a decent society, it is better to wear something on him. I don't want any little boy lovers problems. 2.5 years later. Juju. I was chasing icebergs in the sky. Ice has already been living with Adarashiki for 2.5 turns in the middle of the big water on this piece of land. Shiki and I is always researching something interesting to him. Some squiggles. Why they need ice did not understand. Shiki and I somehow tried to explain and Ice even understood it. And then he lost interest. Why does he need all these drawings, when from the enemy you can either fly away on wings or hide in the ground? Zoo! Ice buzzed as he saddled the bird. Seagull was unhappy that someone straddled her neck and made dizzying somersaults to throw off an unwanted fellow traveler. Ice, on the other hand, only buzzed with delight even more. Ice learned his fate of becoming the clan's bargaining chip from the swarm's mind during his time as a larva. But the realization of the situation came to Ice when the poor larva was cut off from the swarm. The poor little grub could have died from any missed feeding. Luckily, Shiki and I found a cradle that allowed her to receive food for a long time. Rolling on a bird, Ice began to play catch-up with her. He didn't worry about being eaten. Ice at any moment can press its paws and wings and become covered with a hard stone shell. Ice will not be harmed by a bird. Shuzu, teased the feathered Ice. Isu is very lucky with Shiki and I. He not only has a strong Agni and I, but also becomes stronger by leaps and bounds. Ice each time feels Shiki and I's chakra getting stronger and stronger, allowing Ice to get stronger as well. And this is very good. Now Isa has the strength to fly quickly, helping with the wind, without food for a very long time. Zhu, offended by the boring bird Ice. She quit the game. Zhu? Zoo. I saw something interesting and rushed to this something at full speed. Living on an island, when there are a lot of fish around it, and you own chakra is quite comfortable. A 20-meter calm snake and a hyperactive little energizer perfectly brighten up my company, and do not let me get bored. Training, meditation, and study a few and take up extra free time. That's how I would live. That's just time goes by and the opportunity to collect fuel from the lab, who have lost their owner in the person of body, will no longer be presented. Over the years, I have regained my Ryatsu sensitivity and control. So, in extreme cases, I'll be able to kick some kind of keto at the enemy like that. The Psi Sensorics have pulled up quite well. Now I have a sphere of perception in the whole meter. And this result, for a moment, in just some miserable, almost 6 years. The natural growth of Psi capabilities when interacting with the chakra is simply amazing. Someone might think that this does not give much and will be fundamentally wrong. Don't forget about the chakra threads technique. Using it, I can create probes conductors of my Psi energy and create a sensitive sentinel network or feel, a remote object with sensors. I recently decided to check my Fuin piggy bank and printed out the contents. In this Fuin, not only nearly 40 accumulated Su millions were found, but also 3 items. A scroll of summoning Katsuyu, a pendant of the first Hokage, and the second part of the amulet magnet worn around my neck. 2 curls were found in it, like chestnut and blue. Both are in the blood. It was then that I made the decision to act. To begin with, it was decided to draw up a plan. The first thing I need is 4 living strong shinobi. And strong in terms of reserve, and not the ability to finish me off. To do this, I have taught him access to the black market and the future auction, which takes place every 6 months. The next one should take place in a month and a half, and during this time my capital should increase to at least 200 million. And I see several ways to get this money. The first is a daring robbery. The second is blackmailing an official. The third is a job as a bounty hunter for sell the pendant. And the fifth to dispossess the body. I immediately put the first one on the shelf once it can give a ride, but they will immediately announce such a raid on me that I will have to lie low for a long time. And no auction. I considered the second method for a long time and also postponed it. For him, compromising evidence or a hostage of which can be exchanged is needed. And information. And I just don't have a source. The third way I will use this way, and that way. Along the way. The fourth one is the last one. Just really extreme. The fifth method I use right before the auction, when the bait is not up to finances. Experience memories. From the first person, of how the essence itself breaks during the expulsion of you by a dying body, still cause goosebumps between the shoulder blades. Demonization is a bad thing. And now, things are collected. A trunk of scrolls with captives in a special sealing scroll with an ultra-stable space. I learned how to make it for 2 months. And this is with all the detailed explanations on how to create it, which allows you to seal things with pocket spaces in it. Plans are outlined. Ice is buzzing. Everything is in place. Making prints. Summons. A cloud of chakra smoke from a leak from the chakra technique and Agni. As long as my censored arm. Sure. My F-King passes a little, and I start to wait until Agni and Ice burst through. Goonies. Agni shows me the illusion of my fucking, and I join them in a burst of uncontrollable laughter. Let's put it out. I decided to podnitch it on the topic of boasting one reptile. Shy, as one who proved the right to live, was honored with an audience with Rakuja Senin. Now I have access to the library, Agni said proudly. There I learned the technique that allows me to acquire a second form. It is often used by flocks for the convenience of living in society. From the memories of what Agni went through, I shuddered a little, just a little. The test of proof of right is an unpleasant event. The candidate is released into a huge vessel along with 10 more large lower ones. In this small enclosed space, you and your enemies are crammed like herrings in a barrel. The vessel opens when only one survivor remains. Understood. Keep your friends close, and possible enemies even closer. Yes, Rakuja Senin? Congratulations. Make the most of this chance. I might not remember. Smugly issued one reptile. Shuju! 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 Dangled around Agni Ice, congratulating him in his own special manner. Just expressing moral support. I decided to disown possible hints. And you, such a viper, you know it very well. Oh, those snakes. All you have to do is keep your eyes open with them. They test for strength all the time. Demons. So what did you call? Need to forward? Pointing his tail into the water, asked Agni. Not only. I take out one of the 2 scrolls lying in it from the pouch. This? Yes, Katsuyu's summoning scroll. Prepaid? I checked it and didn't find anything extra. I want you to take a look too. And I turn in front of him. I don't see anything extra either. Show turnover. I turn it over and Agni begins to study by some of his own means with the help of the chakra. Yeah. And points to a column of hieroglyphs. Protection at the info field level? Here is a surprise. So Katsuya knows. The summoned party undertakes to take care of the summoning party until the puberty of the summoning party in exchange for the excess chakra secreted during the execution of the contract. Here's an insurance policy against Tsunade. Tsunade breaks out from Agni and me. We were silent, remembering this great woman. And for us, she was really a human being. She built bridges between Agni and Katsuyu, helped me with training and my father's oddities, raised Shizun. I'm asking for advice. You've already decided everything. Approves one reptile. But could you support me? You do not need it. And malicious sparkle of green eyes. Hand seals. A drop of blood on a tidy contract and poo. A light green slug with a dark back appears in a chakra cloud. Chihuahua size. Adarashiki-kun? Uncertainly. Katsuyu saying. Who else? And a malicious grin, as if pleased with a trick I did not recognize. I approve. You have changed. Looking at me with her beady eyes, she said a little sharper than the goddess wanted. Became more perfect. And cleaner. I figured out the inheritance. I decided to clear things up a bit. Yes, but I'm talking about something else. But this is interesting. Your chakra. She has become more perfect. Like as? No, don't pay attention. Just thinking out loud? Okay, let's change it for clarity. In general, I read the hidden part of the contract. I warn you, in 6 months I have planned the resurrection of Tsunade, Shizun, Nawaki, and Dan. To do this, I have to get dirty. Are you with us? I say this so that you have a reason to terminate the contract by mutual agreement. I will understand. I won't refuse. I am a child of nature, and I understand that life and death always go hand in hand. Designated its position Katsuyu. That's what I mean. I'm going to go against the laws of nature and the world, truly resurrecting them. I posted part of my plan. I will help you until then. Then you are on your own. Contract? The goddess of nature has found a way out of the situation, the laws of which I am going to violate. Contract? And a drop of my blood falls to the sheet of the scroll. As soon as my blood touched the sheet, the inscriptions began to blur and rearrange. Now the contract has a validity period until the beginning of the ritual to resurrect Tsunade. Katsuyu and I made it to the other side inside Agni. During the crossing, Ice hid in a bracer. Despite the fact that he was no longer that little bumblebee with a marigold, he still fit in a secret compartment. I could increase this separation further, but Ace needs to. Wean from the nipple. Jujuju, a large black bumblebee, sat on a stone and watched the caravan. After observing the moving carts a little more, the bumblebee rose into the sky and flew along the mountain road. After some time, he came across a parking lot where caravans usually spend the night. A 6-year-old boy has already settled down in this parking lot near the fire. Next to him lay a bundle of firewood and a hiking backpack. Juju! A bumblebee spun around the head of a guy staring at the flame of a fire. SHI. A turquoise snake appeared from under the boy's overalls and hissed at the bumblebee with displeasure. So they fit, muttered the guy looking at the fire. A quarter of an hour later, the first cart of the caravan appeared from behind the stones. The caravan moved slowly and clumsily, like an overeaten hippopotamus. There was nothing surprising in this. This caravan was carrying one of the most sought-after things in the country of stone's food. The carts were loaded with the finest barley from grassland. The first cart drove into the side of the mountain path, and the head of the caravan saw that the place for the night had already been occupied. According to all the rules, you need to move to the next Odnork, but there is only one person. It is possible to agree. Riding even closer, the head saw a dwarf dressed in a black jumpsuit with a high collar covering the lower part of his face. In mountain drafts, only shinobi don't go with such long black hair, but this is already strange, and bright green eyes. The guy was neat and not skinny, which spoke of his high level of ability to move around the mountainous regions and the skills to earn his daily bread. A smooth road to you, the dwarf was the first to greet, hinting at the name of the head of the caravan. It was said in an amazingly melodious and wondrous voice. Head of the caravan, Kuramori Daichi. Mind if we take your parking lot? Dear, the merchant switched to his usual business tone. Yasuo introduced himself as a dwarf. For me, it will only be a joy. And if you treat and toss a couple of rios for the performance. Performance? You see, I'm a wandering singer. I earn money in various taverns with songs about the part of the world that I managed to see. At this explanation, the merchant only nodded. Now all the oddities of the new acquaintance were clear. Long hair is part of the image that attracts attention. Traveling alone? And what to take from a wandering singer who even has an instrument his own voice? The dwarf is dressed in albeit strong, but obviously old and shabby clothes which are already 5 years old. It can be seen that it has been carefully darned many times. On the legs are shabby geta with a low platform. Backpack? There is probably only a couple of scrolls with songs, an inkstone with an inkwell and a brush, a skein of thread with a needle for mending clothes, some food and water. Maybe 100 rios were lying around, which is unlikely. Even the profession of a singer is understandable. A useless dwarf was expelled from the village, so he began to earn what he has with a beautiful voice. I want to immediately warn you. The dwarf raised his voice. I have a friend. A turquoise head appeared from under the gate, clearly a poisonous snake. He guards my sleep, so do not disturb me at night. And if you need something, then poke me with a stick. Clear. Daichi nodded and went to issue instructions. As I lay down in my sleeping bag, I could only exhale heavily. Singing for an hour and a half in a row is very difficult. Impersonating a wandering bard occurred to me after meeting with one of his brethren. Why not become a bard? I thought then. Everyone is happy for them. Small oddities are attributed to the stage image, and various road patrols at the outposts do not require a passport, a special plate, but the ability to entertain. Well, people have boring jobs. For me, it is not a problem to impose a slight hassle through the voice that affects the emotions of the crowd. I learned how to change my voice while still practicing jinjutsu with my voice. Actually, the ability to change the voice is one of the main ones in this method of imposing confusion. I sing with a minimum of words and without accompaniment, but I supplement this deficiency with the sounds I make. People love it, but I like the extra workout. I am now heading from the land of stone, part of the land of earth, to the land of grass, famous for its fields where cattle graze or crops grow like barley or wheat. In the country of the stone, I was engaged in cashing out my father's anonymous accounts and hunting for the heads of various petty riffraff, which shinobi chase, disdain. How else, if Iwagakure is the only fully clan-based hidden village? Then out axe and dagger workers on the roads while escorting the caravan, please. Any condition of the contract. Go after chakra-wielding non-Nukenin criminals? There's nothing else for us to do. That's what bounty hunters are for. A typical reasoning of a typical bricklayer. I go to the grass for the auction. It turns out that while Dad was in charge of the sound, he managed to decently replenish the money box for a rainy day, and I was able to get to 200 million in the banks of the land of the earth. Which was for me, no, not a shock, but somewhere nearby. And after all, these are only old accounts known to me. In the morning the caravan left and went to the country of the stone, and I, having cancelled the call of Agni and removed the lenses, the pupils strongly unmasked, wandered towards the country of grass. After a few hours of my run, the mountainous terrain ended, and I went to the nearest stream that flows into the pond. There I undressed and, jumping into the water, swam. How I missed that. In the country of the stone, almost the entire terrain is mountains, and the water in most places is very dirty. You can swim only in the bathrooms or in the public bath. You can also take a shower, but it is expensive Rio per liter of water. Happiness to stumble upon a clean stream and create a backwater with Doton. For all the time, I succeeded only 4 times. And all 4 times, I had to call on Agni to heat the water. And what to do if I have Kato in its infancy? There is enough to light a fire, but I don't need more. The serpent grumbled that he was being torn away from an interesting manuscript, but he agreed to help. After swimming and playing enough catch up with ice, I summoned Katsuya and began to train under her supervision. The auction is still 2 weeks away. Why hurry? 1 week later. The auction traditionally takes place in the city of Ube, in the northeast of the country of grass. This city thrives due to its location at the crossroads of 3 trade routes: to stone, to waterfall, and to fire. The last path passes through the Canopy Bridge and makes a small detour in a day or 2. The trading city is relatively small and is known for its extraterritoriality and untouchability even during the World Wars. His position is associated with skillful leadership and benefits for all the powerful of this world. And of course, the auction. At the auction, which takes place every 6 months, you can see the most unexpected things. From the rights to a small country or a large company to the artifacts of the Rakuto Sennin himself. What can I say, if in the history of the auction, not a single bid per lot fell below 100,000. And this despite the fact that bargaining traditionally begins with 1 hey. I checked into a top-level hotel, where places are sold only to visitors of the auction. Actually, it is inhabited only twice a year. Such tricks of her owner are justified by the fact that she is really the best and exorbitant prices per night. 10 millions. And after all, only those living in it can visit the auction. This hotel is a means to weed out all insufficiently solvent potential visitors. Any solvent reasonable person can become a client of the auction, even a draft animal. The auction lasts for 3 days, and every day the value and price of the lots increases exponentially. At the end, the last lot appears. This lot is another highlight of the auction. It's not in the catalog. More precisely, there is only the name, last lot. Just to look at it, people are willing to pay for a day's stay in a hotel. A distinctive feature of the auction is not all its highlights, but the complete anonymity of the client during the auction itself. This is done in order to avoid unpleasant situations. The hotel looks like a huge Japanese-style castle surrounded by an impressive wall. The language asks for show off our everything. I got through the security quite simply, a little trouble, and that's it. However, these 2 cabinets, 2 by 1.5, with muzzles of seasoned bloodletters, stand on the gate only to scare away any riffraff. At the reception behind the counter stood a sweet girl of 20 to 25 years old with blue eyes and golden hair. I was so surprised that I unconsciously scanned it through the chakra threads with size sensors. It didn't seem. Octane Yamanaka. Did you want something? The very politeness and charm. Good damn thing. Yes, number for 1 and exchange for chips. Do you have cash or a bill of exchange? She even asks questions on duty, as if she is really interested, showing it with every muscle contraction. Strong blood. Cash. Then please go to this room. And points to the door. The same charming, friendly black-haired and brown-eyed guy was waiting for me outside the door. Right in front of me, he sealed the mountain of paper that I had brought into plastic chips with fuin. These chips are another auction tradition. The fact is that each lot is paid only in cash, and only guests can attend the auction itself. These chips are necessary so that customers do not have to carry quintals of waste paper. To print, simply break along the line and demonstrate it on his chip. Prudently. Your 41 number is already ready. Price list of special services on the bedside table. If something does not happen, a personal servant is at your complete disposal. I just nodded at this and, having taken the money, went up to the room, accompanied by a curvaceous, personal servant, an exact copy of the girl at the reception. At the door they asked me, "Are you interested in evening service?" "No. And I don't like being used without my permission. So tell her." And I slammed the door. Look what you thought. She framed her sister for the youngster so that she could work here and at the next auction. The fact is that all the local maids are disposable, specially trained virgins of the highest rank, so their use set is changed every time. So the girl decided to help her sister, inspecting the mansions, 3 rooms of the highest class. There's even a telly, a newfangled plasma. And this despite the fact that color and black and white boxes are now in use among the population. Bed. I put my hand. No, I won't fall asleep on such a cloud. I take a list of additional services. No, I'm not going to spend money on this. And I throw it back on the nightstand. I open the door and see a maid faithfully looking at me. The mattress is too soft. Replace? Yes, sir. I myself went to the bathroom and buzz. In the bathroom. Shoo. Shoo. Played and steamed clubs with my ice illusions. Not bad. And this is the comment of the summoned Agni about the bathroom. Not so bad. I agree. Today I plan to view the catalog and go to the first part of the auction in the evening. Are you with me? I already gave a voice from the jacuzzi. SHHHHH. I guess I'll take a look at the curiosities. After a little thought, the snake agreed. Before entering the hall, where the exhibition of lots is being held, I was given a red cloak with a deep hood painted on the inside of the fuin, and a half mask in the form of dark blue bat wings covering the upper part of the face. This cloak perfectly shields the wearer's chakra and shades everything under its skirts, naturally, except for the issued mask. These cloaks and masks are the hallmark of the auction. As I understand it, the disclosure of appearance outside the room is not exactly forbidden here. No, who will forbid such clients? Just a tradition, and traditions for the local society are more important than any laws. So I had to take Agni under the cloak and let him examine things, bending over with the letter G. It was impossible to show this reptile, but he needed to examine the thing up close. By the way, he did not examine all the exhibits, but rather, like all snakes, he tried on the tongue their smells. After becoming a Sannin, Dad also acquired such a kind of sensorics that allows him to determine the approximate level and direction of development of the enemy by the smell of his chakra. I heard that Inazuk Ninkions have the same ability. The trading hall was made in the form of a stage on which a lot should be exhibited and a hall filled with tables. The tables were small and round. The distance between the two tables was 4 meters. I took the table closest to the stage. Agni and I stayed in the room. Ice to look after the number, and Agni to look after Ice. In addition, after viewing the lots, Agni lost all interest in them. Just asked to by the Shinoiki clan's dojutsu. Said he wanted to get the blood dragon eyes. Trades went on and on. They bought up art, rarities, like an extremely rare variety of tea, and exotic creatures, including slaves. I bought a string of rare metal additives for 600,000. Somehow, among the slaves, a real Nika came across cat ears, a tail and eyes with a vertical pupil. More than anything this day of the auction, I do not remember. On the second evening of trading, real rarities went. Dojutsu, slaves with Kekkei Genkai, chakra-conducting iron. I bought a couple, dozens of ingots, jewelry, etc. This evening, except for chakra iron, did not bring me anything interesting. By the third evening, I mentally prepared. Especially valuable lots will be exhibited this evening. Today I will get the eyes of a god and unravel their secrets. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader was ruined. Today, those who can afford it have gathered here, and blah blah blah. You are the great celestials, and I am your obedient servant. So it was possible to translate the monologue of the presenter, entertaining the CSF of those present here. Let me introduce you to the first lot of this evening, one of the 3 final blow artifacts. This bracelet will allow you to survive one absolutely any fatal blow. Such great people must have many ill-wishers who want to send a night messenger. So, the starting price is 1 September announced the last sentence of the beginning of trading leading this evening. Lots went one after another, and for each people bargained desperately. True, there were those who went under the hammer quickly enough simply because for one suspicion of owning such a thing, it would make you the main target of powerful clans. Most people don't need these problems. Lot 124, Byakugan. At these words, quiet whispers subsided. Everyone was waiting for someone to declare war on the Hyuga-Kizoku. 100,000. I decided to set the minimum decent price. 100,000 times. 100,002. 100,003. Sold to this risky man. Nothing. After that I'll lock myself up on Ozu, and who the hell will pull me out of there? The following lots were also quite interesting. One artifact blade generally captivated me, a real flame bird that inflicts non-healing wounds. If not for the goal in the form of Sharingan and Karyugan, I would definitely buy it. Nothing. A side beacon hangs on it. You won't get away from me anywhere. Lot 208. The Sharingan of the nearly extinct Uchiha Ikizoku. And here is my goal. 1,000,000. 2. 3. 10. From all over the hall, voices of those who wanted to get a streak from the 8 dojutsu of a great and almost extinct clan rushed. 50. I yelled out the price. I don't know if I got a certain reputation after buying the Byakugan or something else, but no one began to raise it. Sold to the master in scarlet. Why so much? Actually, I didn't pay that much. The average cost of one pair of Sharingan is 3 million. And I got 8 pairs of eyes. Fuck me so much? To explore? In addition, not all of these 8 couples have all 3 steps. The auction went on and on. People traded, and out of boredom I began to kimar. Well, in fact, I'm not very interested in these artifact trinkets and various rarities. 273rd lot. The last pair of Karyugan. Look at those beautiful eyes, their depth. 50. I interrupted the leader, declaring my rights to these eyes, and showing that I would bargain for them to the last. I decided to use my hunch. It seems that because of my short stature and the posture in which I had to squat for the convenience of viewing the Agni exhibits, spine with the letter Zu, they confused me with one artist called Sasori of the Red Sands. And my cape is the right color, as far as I know. At the last auction he bought almost the same as me. How do I know? Am I really not collecting data on this odious organization? I'm too looking forward to the moment when the main events for catching caudates begin. Actually, I came across this auction when I was looking for information on Akatsuki. Fortunately, such personalities leave a distinct trace in the infosphere which I can calculate even with my meager capabilities. If an ordinary person is a grain of sand, a shinobi or a politician is a stone, then S-class shinobi are real mountains. Not to notice, the mountain range in the desert is very difficult. Same with Akatsuki. As sold to a collector of beautiful. Wow, and the presenter is already sweating. Sasori, well, you have a reputation. Although, you are a frequent visitor here. The next trades were at first a little shaky, but then the excitement took its toll, and the fun went on again. I was looking for something interesting out of all this. There is always a rare and interesting show at the end. And yes, I didn't look closely at the lots. So, I dabbled with an eye and made sure that the right lots were present at the auction. It was Agni who was looking for something. Among the exhibited items, nothing else of interest came across. The set of chakra iron saban with special grooves for poison that I bought for 100,000 does not count. Pre-list. My delight. Ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful evening is coming to an end, and it's time for the last lot. Everyone paused and turned their eyes to the stage. Let me introduce you to the last representative of Kagaya Kizoku, the beautiful bone flower, Akina. At the last words of the presenter, the curtain fell, and I saw a 5-year-old girl with 2 red marks above her eyes and white hair. White motherfucking hair, a sign of Shikatsumiyaku. So, the starting price is 1 sen. Anticipating said leader. What started the next moment? The numbers just rolled in. Everyone wanted to grow their own ideal bodyguard slash bed toy slash faithful rabid dog. Kagaya Kizoku has a reputation. Hints, or transfer it to the hidden village of their country. The price has already grown to 90 million, as I decided. We must take it. 100 million? I threw a sign to the leader. 100 million times. You'll have to use the money from the pod for chakra paper, but it's worth it. The body that has the Shikatsumiyaku genome, I just have to get. 100 million too. The last owner of this genome was considered to be Kimamaru, who was infected with a local retrovirus. Dad tried to cure him, but Jun only gave him the opportunity to stretch out a little longer, and for a full cure from the retrovirus, Dad had too little data about Kimamaru's body. 100 million 3. Sold to the master in scarlet. When I came to the room, this little thing was already waiting for me in the Dijedza pose. And this is in traditional clothes. I see obedience to her hammered firmly. I fold the seals of the technique of the palms of the sage and begin to drive over it with a luminous light green hand. I spread the Fuin scroll on the floor and point to it. Lie down? Yes, master. Too infantile. I do not like it. I put my hand on her head and start a surface mind scan. Clearly, a hippo program of behavior removed by conditioned signals. Now I understand why the girl at the reception has such a high position. The girl turned out to be a quadroon, whose grandmother was raped in one of the raids by someone from Kaguya, and she was lucky, although this is how you look at it, to survive. And in her this blood woke up. Amazing story. Usually shinobi, by force of women, do not take. When from the age of 10, you accustom yourself to the fact that serious relationships before the age of 16 are taboo, and try to control your libido, you unconsciously build certain frames in your mind. A rather rare phenomenon happened to the girl's grandmother, the rape of a shinobi. And it would be okay, during the fighting of the Berserker clan, what just happens? So she managed to survive after that, and a miracle. To endure a child from a strong shinobi. The truth itself died, but endured the same. The miracle is that she was a simple civilian, and the shinobi seed also carries data and potential to the chakra. Therefore, there is a certain minimum of how much the fetus drinks chakras from the body for the formation of its heart. Relax. I order and seal in a scroll. And now we have to get out of here, until no one realized that he was bred like a sucker, and those who wanted to grab the last carrier of the Kaguya genome did not start chasing me. Commentary on Chapter 7. The spirits have a slightly unusual worldview. Isu, for example, finds it easier to perceive the change of year not by spring, summer / autumn / winter, but by the revolutions of the planet around the star. Big Brother Shiki, short for Adarashiki, analog of the family / clan for this cult. Ice is the name given to the wooden bracer. Peaceful. Chapter 8 I ran away from the hotel like a turd. I was chased by all the free guards of the auction customers. On the one hand, this is good, I can turn around to the fullest in spells and recruit strong shinobi. On the other hand, there are too many of them. It's good that they interfere with each other. Otherwise, I would have been tied up. When I sealed the girl, at the same moment, I realized that Daddy's quirk backfired on me again. Well, how much can you? I thought I got rid of him. Alright, I'll go back to Ozu and shake my head one more time. 10 times. A kunai with an explosion seal rushes past. I print out a log and go 7 meters to the side with a replacement. An explosion rumbles to the left, scattering trees with shrapnel, and I keep running, trying to locate the enemy. In the dark with thermal vision, it's not that hard. On right. Binding path 81. Prison of the 6 beams of light. I shout, directing my fingers towards the enemy. The jonin are supported at waist level by 6 thin, but wide beams of bright light, causing them to freeze. I quickly seal it in a scroll and run on. The group of this man remained to distract the pursuers, opening the way for him to me, which is good news. However, when they realize that they haven't captured me yet, but quite the contrary. I'll come to the island and work out my shumpo. I'm running for 4 hours. The enemies are half an hour behind, but they took a clear trail, so they just won't get rid of it. I don't even try to set traps, it's just a waste of time, and now every minute of separation is important. How to throw off the tail. An idea. I stop and open the secret compartment in which Ice hid. Get out, every second counts. I say, opening a clean scroll, the size of my finger. I take out my ink brush and start writing the scroll of my call. Listen carefully. Now I will create a scroll of summoning and fill it with chakra. Your task is to fly east to us and at all possible speed. Then open the scroll and activate the seal of my call. You must summon me in exactly 2 hours. Understood? I spoke, simultaneously displaying characters. Zoo. Hiding nervousness behind bravado, I speetled. It took me 13 minutes and 2/3 of my chakra reserves to inscribe the scroll of my summoning. Then he rolled up a narrow but long scroll and put it in Ice's paws. He grabbed it with all 6 legs. It looked like an ant was holding a twig. The dimensions are comparable, and, using chakra, rushed to the east, and I continued my way to the south. I rush on the last remnants of the chakra, and count the last seconds of the moment before the call. I don't know what happened in the camp of the pursuers, but a full-fledged combat formation catches up with me and takes me into a half ring. Although, the news of the last bearer of Shikatsumiyaku should have already spread, so it could be brand new pursuers. Everything, forces remained at the bottom. I am not going to bring myself to exhaustion by taking prana for the transformation of the chakra from the inviolable reserves of the body. I stop, and I fall. For minutes later, the pursuers approach, carefully squeezing the ring, which is what I need. It's so frustrating to waste time. And now, sit in a confident pose and get a thermos with sweet tea. The delegation in the form of pursuers came out from behind the trees in the form of a tall man of 40 or 45 years old with brown hair, blue eyes, and some kind of bestial look. Totem-Nick? It seems. 60 seconds. Good morning, dear. We smile and wave, guys. Smile and wave. And I will now follow this advice to the fullest. Sanjiro. A man introduced himself. And what, is that all? Sanjiro asked, hinting at my helpless state. If I say yes, will anything change? They'll stuff you with kunai right away. You have to, he replied. Decided to accept the game, or is it also playing for time? These tall? They won't be able to. I speak with absolute certainty. Why? They will miss. I whisper as if I'm sharing the greatest secret. Ha 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 ha, I like you. No, I definitely like you. I look with slight suspicion and issue. It's too early for me to do different Shiramura. Yes, and you are a man, but, as Suwon-sen said, Shiramura between boys is bad. And make your ears blush. 38 seconds. No, boy, I'm not in this field. Sumiiro immediately disowned the collision. Congratulations. With maximum sincerity and childish spontaneity, I say to this peasant. But now I definitely won't give up my little sister. Sister? Managed to get out of the rut. Fine. 15 seconds. Yeah. Along the line. For me, she is a grandmother, but for her, I can't say for sure. And bite your thumbnail. Like a thought flew into the clouds and counting. 6 seconds. I'm curvy and mature. Sumiiro repulsed this hint as well. Then congratulations. I look at the sun and nod. 0 seconds, and I have to go. Poof. Sumiiro stared at the spot covered in kunai. Sumiiro scratched his turnip. Sumiiro sighed bitterly and looked half a meter ahead of where the boy was sitting. Where he sat, the grass was almost untouched, but in the place where the man is now looking, the green shoots were well crushed. Indeed, they missed. BWHHH, I definitely like this boy. Such a simple and elegant visual illusion of displacement and not notice. I'm getting old. The chakra smoke dissipated, and I found myself in a clearing surrounded by a forest wall. Still, the haze imposed by the voice came out well, and it was only necessary to slightly shift my projection half a meter forward. Zhu. A squeezed eye sat on his shoulder. Right now, baby, right now, I'll give you a bite to eat. A little patience. I need to recover. Pause. Well done. CH. I bite my finger and put a swelling drop under Isis proboscis. He, without thinking twice, begins to drink it greedily. Having drunk, at the same time emptying my accumulated reserves, the bumblebee spread out on the palm of his hand and fell asleep. Now you understand why I need these squiggles? I'm asking nowhere. Well, a black bumblebee buzzed and half asleep. I put it in the hidden compartment of the bracer and also passed out. I have never had such exhausting marathons in my life. And the rest of the shinobi so once a month on an ongoing basis? Nafig need. Although the shortcomings and directions of development, such stress tests show well. I got to Ozu within 3 days of a constant marathon and breaks, trying to quickly leave the area of possible searches. On the way, I survived only by pasture. I threw a saban at a bird, it fell, that's dinner, and rested only during sleep. Such stress, oddly enough, but only affected my body for the better. All indicators jumped by at least 3%. And how many ideas came up? So I am now standing naked on a cliff blown by all the winds and am engaged in mastering Shumpo. What is Shumpo itself? Shumpo, or, as it is called, gate, is nothing more than the ability to rebuild the movement of energy flows on the surface of the skin in a certain way, and for a moment to overwhelm them with energy, making a step. In some ways, this is similar to the replacement, which is mandatory taught at the academy. During the step, there is also a shift in the energy background of the world. However, although the method is similar, the principle is completely different. When replacing, the world pushes you out by itself, and you only determine the coordinates in which you will be moved, and only the energy barrier around the point of displacement can become an obstacle on your path of displacement. This is due to the fact that your body, as it were, goes around all obstacles along the path of least environmental resistance. When using the step technique, the opposite is true. Ryutsu flows on the surface of the skin create an exoskeleton that allows you to move for a short moment, pushing your spiritual body in space. For those who have a body, this technique is useless and even dangerous. Dangerously huge overloads. Overloads are created by the fact that the user of the technique instantly picks up speed almost to superluminal speed and instantly stops, ramming the energy in physical space. The spiritual body, thanks to the capsule of the exoskeleton, endures such things calmly, but the physical body from this becomes a wineskin of meat, bones, shit, and blood. However, for spirits it is not essential. Thanks to the chakra, I found a solution to this problem. Chakra is an amazing energy. It has two states, energy and matter. Moreover, the energy that has become matter in the form of a pebble is and will be this pebble, without ceasing to be a chakra, which, within certain limits, can be controlled by the creator of this very pebble. So, by setting the properties of Kato to the chakra and subsequently transferring it into matter, you can create a flame. Or, by saturating the water with the chakra with the given properties of Suiton, it is possible, having soaked it, to take control of the alien matter as if it were created from one's own chakra. True, you won't be able to transform the captured matter into chakra. I remembered Katen Hyuga, who was once seen by my father. They release chakra in a certain way from all tenketsu, and at the moment of rotation materialize it without setting the properties of any element. This matter creates a shield for their bodies, and I decided to use this idea and refine the gate for the owners of fragile physical bodies. To do this, it is necessary to saturate the changed flows on the surface of the skin not only with Ryutsu, but also with materialized chakra without an elemental color. Now, standing on a cliff, I am learning to control the flow of Ryutsu on the surface of my skin. And the result of this exercise depends only on two indicators: talent in the form of instinctive interaction with Ryutsu and practice. Ryutsu control plays almost zero role here. And I just cried a cat for this very talent too systemic way of thinking. Here Deborah in it would become an ace very quickly. Actually, that is why, when I was part of the foundation, I did not study the technique of steps, too useless a waste of time even for general development, and now I am reaping the fruits of my laziness. I stand on a cliff to be blown by the sea breeze. This makes it easier to focus on the surface of the skin. It is a pity that this method does not have meditation, and I have to be a pioneer, inventing new exercises. I trained for a week and the results were modest. Direct control of Ryutsu in this reincarnation was initially almost zero. So I had to kill a few days to start controlling this obstinate energy, and only then proceed to change the flows on the surface of the skin. At least the first and most difficult step in the form of creating a network of straight-ahead configuration flows was successful for me. Now it remains only to gain experience in changing the configuration of flows to select the direction of displacement. Everything turned out to be extremely simple with the girl, You say what exercise to do, and she does it. You say eat, and she eats. You say to relieve herself, and she gets rid of waste products. You say sleep, and she sleeps. Oh, how much effort it took me to finalize the hypno program. Can't be put into words. Well, yes, hypno program. And no, I'm not ashamed. I am raising a body for myself, not a student. In fact, she doesn't know anything. Her mind, somewhere in the back of her mind, sleeps and sees sweet dreams. The body, using memory, is controlled by the hypno program modified by me. How much I suffered with its creation, but still I have to improve it almost every day. Oh yes, I especially created a few and seal on my body for her, in which I now keep it. She takes a place opposite the navel after the merger with Saya appeared, and is fed directly from the center of the chakra. I'm not going to leave her alone. Incidents happened. During one of the meditations on creating and managing a network, I noticed an interesting thing. Chakra and Ryatsu were mixed. Moreover, the resulting mixture turned out to be a little easier to manage, as more stable. The conducted experiments showed that I did not dream, and thus the controllability of the chakra noticeably increases. Now it does not give me anything, but in the future, when I hit the ceiling of chakra control. With this very control, it's generally a real horror. It should be understood that it depends on three main indicators: the content of inton in the chakra relative to yoton, the volume of the SCF, and the experience of control. With the volume of the SCH, it is clear. The stronger you are, the harder it is for you to do subtle manipulations. With experience, too, it seems clear. The more experience, the higher the efficiency and more knowledge how to control the chakra. But with the content of inton and yoton in the chakra, violence against the brain begins. The fact is that the neutral chakra is heterogeneous and has two components, inton and yoton. Their ratio depends on the ratio of yin and yang energies going into the furnace of the hearth. The higher the content in the inton chakra, the greater the conductivity of the will with psi energy, and the more controllable the chakra. The higher the content of yoton, the higher the strength of the chakra. I say strength simply because I am unable to find the correct label. But if you list, then the more ioton, the more it is coarser, more powerful, less controllable, more straightforward, and more strongly affects reality. But you still need to take into account their quality, which quite often has hereditary differences. The paths of jinjutsu, taijutsu, senjutsu, seals, and kinjutsu are based precisely on the control of inton and yoton. So, the higher the content of inton you have, the easier it will be for you to jinjutsu. The higher the content of yoton, the easier it will be for you to print/runes. The stronger the seal, the more balanced your inton and yoton are, the faster your heart processes ryutsu into the chakra, and the faster its replenishment. Despite the fact that for most people the volumes of SCH are rather modest, and the reserves of ryatsu can be processed and filled 5 times with the resulting SCH chakra in a battle, this indicator is important for those who follow the paths of taijutsu and kinjutsu. For the path of senjutsu, this indicator is also important because the faster the chakra is produced in the hearth, the less time you need to spend in a dead state. This is how the pandemonium comes out. Of course, there are other indicators, but I gave the main ones. My chakra is now relatively stable at 3D1 towards inton, but the difference is growing little by little all the time. Actually, that is why I chose from the possible paths, as the main one, the path of jinjutsu. Hugh and I began to study for the sake of convenience and the ritual of resurrection. And if it were my will, I would study only them, but training in seals can only be complex. You cannot write a poem without knowing the rules of the language in which it is written. Also in Fuin, the study of taijutsu began as it began. Here, those who do not follow the path of taijutsu are either geniuses in other directions, or sit on the kunai of the first serious opponent. Irai ninjutsu, which oddly enough, is a mixture of senjutsu and ninjutsu paths, I practice under the yoke of the memory of a martial Iranian. As a result, I come out as a generalist who knows how to run and hide well. Well, not bad in guerrilla warfare. A month of self-development and research later. A little more than a month has passed since I returned to Ozu. During this time, a lot has changed. I did research on Sharingan and Byakugan. Agni did something with Karyugan and got stylish bloody burkles. I completely devoured Saya. But first things first. Sharingan and Byakugan. Their research made me very happy and disappointed. First of all, it must be said that the change when they are activated is due to the fact that the chakra in the dojutsu structure is activated, turning into a material form and giving or enhancing abilities. The Byakugan disappointed me with the fact that in order to fully use it, you must have absolutely neutral chakra. So it turned out to be almost useless for me. So for the time being I put it in print on my belly. Sharingan, on the contrary, only pleased. First, I found his on-off button. To do this, you just need to have an instinctive impulse to Ryatsu, which is inherited. By the way, I picked the right team. Secondly, all those who like to transplant other people's dojutsu to themselves are real imbeciles. All descendants of Kagaya have an altered formation of a third eye in their foreheads on their physical, chakra, and astral bodies. Ordinary people also have it, but without additions. And the funny thing is that the influence on Tsunade's forehead uses these most unforeseen additions. When I found out, in general, I laughed long and with feeling over local electoral blindness in some matters. Thirdly, I now have the imprint of the Sharingan in my forehead. Transplanting your Sharingan is a thankless task and leads to a sad end. So I took and transplanted myself parts of the astral body, which will allow to instill the Sharingan manipulation reflex and the beginnings of chakra channels from the eyes. Because of this, they fell into disrepair, and I gained a full-fledged Uchiha heritage in my Lobshnik. When is it activated? No idea. My new acquisition is gradually rebuilding the body, but it is not known when the restructuring will come to an end. It can take a year, or 10, or 100, or a whole 1,000 years. The fact that changes occur at all is due to the formation of a foundation for them in the third eye. Without him, there would be nothing. And 100 and 1,000 years. The fact that changes occur at all is due to the formation of a foundation for them in the third eye. Without him, there would be nothing. And 100 and 1,000 years. The fact that changes occur at all is due to the formation of a foundation for them in the third eye. Without him, there would be nothing. The funny thing is that normally, without specific knowledge, only an activated dojutsu can be transplanted. This is due to the fact that when turned on, the chakra channels of the dojutsu become material and thereby change the eyes. Thanks to this, the entire structure of the dojutsu can be easily felt. Irionen, if they are not Uchiha or Hyuga, always work by touch and transplanted. In the case of a deactivated Sharingan, the structure goes into a dormant state and loses contact with the eyeball, forcing it to work at the level of the SCH at the level of the A rank Irionen. By the way, an S rank is assigned to an Irionen because she can fully work with the SCC with the ability to grow chakra channels and tenketsu, and not just cut/splice chakra channels. But that was after my size sacrifice. Once upon a time, one master said, "To create a statue, you just need to trim everything that is superfluous." So I did the same with Sai. I simply destroyed parts of the girl's personality that I didn't need, and she herself completely gave herself to me, having carried out a completely voluntary sacrifice of her soul. At that moment, I became the sole owner and owner of this body. The SCC finally merged, and my chakra became a little more perfect. And I'm still disgusted by these actions. Like, well, he ate his soul, what is it? And there is some angst. Kerrigan was somehow assimilated by Agni. I didn't ask how he, being a spirit, was able to absorb the dojutsu. If he wants, he will tell. But now, he has become quite good at jinjutsu, and is learning to control blood. At this moment in time, I am thinking these thoughts, and I am lying on the water of the pond I dug next to the house. Actually, I think because I have nothing else to do. Studying few treatises? While reading them, I dive into them too much and, as a result, fall under the water. Hashtag trink trink, trinket trink hashtag, an antediluvian alarm clock is crackling, which I found among the houses while searching for interesting manuscripts. I roll over on my side and set the alarm for 5 minutes, continuing to maintain a constant chakra flow. This training is necessary for the uniform development of tenketsu of the whole body, the first requirement for mastering kaiten and my future technique based on it. Can I do puzzles or drawing? There is paper. Pencil too. Perhaps I'll take up drawing, and when I get bored I'll make puzzles. And why didn't I bring a couple of books? They say that ika is quite relaxing and allows you to get distracted. And what for during the attack was to destroy the library. At the end of the sentence came the pain. Unbearable burning pain. She tore apart consciousness and forced to lose concentration. All I could do was to crawl ashore with the last of my strength and curl up into a fetal position. I realized myself in a huge stomach. This is how the place could be described. The floor consisted of flesh, with a muscle structure characteristic of snakes. Everything up to the horizon was covered with flesh. There were no visible walls or other obstructions. No sources of illumination were found either. Although it looks great. And what story did I get into this time? I'm asking philosophically. Although it doesn't matter. It is important to get out of here with your own and, if possible, squeeze the maximum out of the situation. I set myself the main goal. What is the scariest thing about a strange situation? The answer is the unknown, and the panic that follows. What to do? Where to go? The most dangerous thing in such situations is to get lost. Therefore, you need to do as I do, and set yourself a global goal to which you will strive. I look around more closely, and again, do not find any landmark. I jump a few meters up, peering into the distance at the highest point of the jump. After each jump, I turn 230 degrees clockwise. On the fourth jump, luck smiled at me, and I saw a cluster of tubercles made of flesh and, without thinking twice, jumped in their direction. Flesh, with some dexterity, was an excellent substitute for a trampoline. You just need to get used to picking up the moments of contraction and relaxation of muscle fibers. Thanks to this, I got to let there be cocoons pretty quickly. The souls of the victims of Papa's reincarnation technique were found in them, which told me a maximum of information about the current situation. So he's completely demonized, and I'm here without a body? Fabulous. I muttered and plopped down into a meditative pose. I decided to take advantage of the fact that I am without a body and in the domain of a relative. It is very difficult to imagine the best conditions for becoming the first stage of being a Sannin to feel the Sen chakra and absorb it. Therefore, I did not waste time and started training. Prisoners? Dad treated them in such a way that not only would they not want to get out, but they would also try to make a larva out of me. Personally, I do not need this happiness. It was possible to feel and absorb the Sen chakra quite quickly, on which I calmed down. And I'm not such a genius. Not at all. Just in a disembodied state, the substitute for the sensation of the body was the STS. The chakra layer of the soul in this incorporeal state appeared to me like a physical body after a 6-month coma. I learned to move my fingers, clench and unclench my fists. And I just learned to control this body not through programming, techniques or training, but to move directly, unconsciously. It is said that the true masters of the path transcend techniques and work their path without the limitations of patterns. That was Senju Hashirama, who did not use seals to create techniques. He simply went beyond the level of conscious control of medical techniques, thus earning the fame of the best Irionin. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point the cocoons disappeared under the flesh, and I was able to get up with the help of chakra. At that moment, I like I was paralyzed and was able to take a step. Clumsy, insecure, with all his might, but it was a breakthrough. At that moment, I felt the SCS not just an organ, but an additional limb that I can move. While I was admiring, a new character appeared in this place. Black hair and eyes, a muzzle so cute and brutal that one involuntarily has a desire to scratch one's fists about it. And all this in the clothes of the father's close associates. A white top, a dark bottom, and a powerful purple rope tied at the back on the belt. Mtaya, when I see your arrogant, pretty face, my fists begin to itch by themselves. I speak, addressing, as it were, not to him. The guy reacted to this remark in any way. Just rolled his eyes. Who are you? Not with a question, but rather with a strange form of assertion, the guy ordered to name himself. At the moment, your most loyal ally. And then, if you don't want to bang, then we'll part ways as friends. If you try to kill, you're unlikely to succeed. If it works out, then I will finally make it so that you will never be able to control the chakra. I decided to scare him. For me, it will be the end, but you have to leave beautifully clear. What do you want? The Uchiha asked less threateningly. Our desires are very similar to bang a hated relative. Isn't that right, Otu-san? I asked the head of the body that appeared from the thick tentacle. Glad to meet you. Charisma strikes even in this state. Even a little jealous. Can you tell me how you got in here? Dad recognized me. Let's take into account. I have several theories, but the main one is that at the moment of your final demonization, I, as your offspring, was pulled into your finally formed domain. I shared my observations while I was entangled with tentacles. Hearing this, Dad was puzzled for a moment, but the next second he continued connecting to me. It looks like he decided to leave the Uchiha for dessert. Yukishinish himself only watched us with interest. Gad. Although if I were in his place, I would have done the same. While the two tigers are fighting, the smart macaque sits on the sidelines and waits for the weekend winner. Or something like that. I do not remember verbatim, but the situation is similar. You know, after Shizen and Yamato died, I thought for a long time about how to make you suffer. My voice sounded thoughtful. And at some point, I remembered the phrase, be careful what you wish for. They may come true. Orochimaru even stopped the ritual at my words. But in the dead eyes of Sasuke flashed a spark of interest. And what wish of mine do you want to fulfill? Here you go, researcher. At such interest, I only smiled thinly, and then my smile grew into a sarcastic grin. You will know true immortality as a part of me. Synchronization of associative links. Remove the third level of the blockade of the passage of information, inclusive. And with the last word, I bring down all my will on this space, subordinating it and changing it to please myself. Now my mind is fully synchronized with that part of myself that is hidden in the bookmark, and it is not the shadow and particle of Ephialtes that looks at the world, slowly unfolding his memory and becoming him. No, now Ephialtes himself, the highest god, embodied in me, is looking at the world. The one whose fleeting will changes this space. Usually, I have a limiter on the associative links between the knowledge in the bookmark and the mental body that does not allow my soul and body to explode from incoming information. Because of this, I cannot immediately use some areas of memory and most of the knowledge. Now I have removed these limiters. Sasuke, can you see me with your eyes? I know what you see. This is how you should take revenge. Look and don't look away. This soul will not be able to maintain my personality for a long time, producing in shock doses of telesma. I'm not tired of this world yet. I draw attention to the white snake. Yes, indeed a demon. And though young, but the most real. I take his soul into the grip of my will and break it into separate fragments and slowly, piece by piece, absorb them, building up the part of the soul I have that was once part of the white snake Orochimaru, and which he so imprudently gave to his creation. The fragments, despite their separate existence, thanks to the domain, retain their unity, but remain absolutely helpless in front of their fate to be devoured slowly and with pleasure. From this process, the one who was Orochimaru felt the most terrible sensations and all-consuming despair. From Orochimaru, the last piece of essence remained his personal dimension in which he was God. His domain. I feel that I won't pull this piece yet and destroy it, using the process of destroying souls worked out for thousands of years and creating a nutritious broth from them. I immediately absorb the resulting food and restore the bookmark limiters. Commentary on Chapter 8. Father equals Chapter 9 equals. On the island known in this part of the world as Ozu, a huge deciduous tree had been growing for more than a month. Its trunk and branches were like the blackest coal in color. Its leaves were most like maple, and had 5 rays at the same distance of ends from each other. From the branches of the crown of the tree, shoots descended to the ground, which would soon become additional trunks supporting the overgrown crown. However, this is something that could only be seen on the surface of the earth. Under the ground, in the roots of a majestic tree, there was an egg, protected by him with all his might. At the moment, the inhabitant of the egg is undergoing an evolution caused by a sharp increase in its soul shells, and the awakening of one of the 2 legacies of the Sage of the 6 Paths, the Sharingan. To do this, he needed a lot of energy. Lots of chakra. The plant that lived on the left hand felt this and, like once upon a time, began to look for the sources of this amazing energy. When no living source was found, the plant began to grow. Its roots sprouted into the ground and searched for water with nutrients, and its crown reached for the light with every leaf. However, every day the need for treasure in the chakra only increased, and the changes took place faster and faster. And the inhabitant of the egg would have drunk the plant to the very last drop, if it had not stumbled with its roots on the remains of a chakra of great strength. The land of the island has absorbed huge reserves of tailed chakra. This chakra was very strong and rough, but at the same time, kindred. The roots began to absorb particles of emanations and grow underground for hundreds of meters. The crown became just another source of energy, while the roots grew every hour, braiding the island. The growth of the tree would continue for a very long time, and until some shinobi found a source of the most valuable chakra wood. However, the processes taking place in the egg entered the final phase, and the body, which had dissolved into the simplest proteins, began to form again. This took 2 more days. On the 3rd day, a 6-year-old boy emerged from the roots. Long black hair hung down in wet icicles. Green eyes looked at the tree with interest and searched for something. The mouth is open. Upchui. Fucking dust, fucking fluff, fucking intemperance. Well, what should I have resisted? The whole balance of the chakra is down the drain. The boy muttered. Zhu. Jew. A bumblebee spun around him. Everything is fine. I'm alive and well. Let's go home. I need to come to my senses. So that I once again fell off the cut, the boy bonfired himself, walking towards his house. When I got home, the first thing I did was take wood from under the fabric canopy. It's good to be able to grow small rectangles of wood right away, and threw them under my bath. A bit of Kato, and the fire is already flaring up. I fetched water from a nearby stream. Then he waited half an hour, at the same time rinsing himself from various liquids in the same stream, and climbed into his bath. My bathtub is made from half of an old white aluminum barrel that was found in the ruins. Although there was rust on the top, there were no signs of corrosion inside. For her, Doton created a hearth and placed a barrel cut in half on it. Half of it. In order not to get burned from the bottom when the hearth burns, the bottom of the pot was overgrown with beams into a cell. Here's an outdoor bath. With my height, I don't need to carry a lot of water. Or does someone think that it is a joy for me to bathe in cold spring water? No, during the day it's still nothing and even pleasant, but I also want to soak in a warm bath, steaming the skin. After soaking and wiping off various unpleasant and corrosive consequences of evolution, the inventory of the organism began. First of all, good news. I've cut my Sharingan. Single volume. But what are my years? The main thing is that he appeared, and the rest is secondary. I even tried it. I authoritatively declare even one volume gives a lot, allowing to feel material objects. Your understanding of the material world is getting deeper. For example, now I notice and analyze small details that I did not pay attention to. The movement of air currents, temperature, although I had seen it before, but did not perceive it so clearly, the strength and mass of material objects, location in space, etc. And what happened when I looked through it at the stars? Let's just say I'm not surprised that the Uchihas occupied the niche of law enforcement officers. Even with a first-degree Sharingan, you can become a top-level forensic scientist. The absorption of such a demon as Dad was also not in vain. My STS, physical and astral bodies have evolved. Now I can safely be considered an Uchiha by blood. However, and to Senju too. The volume and other indicators of the chakra also jumped significantly. In general, these are the advantages. Now the cons. So, minus the first, living with 3 eyes is unusual. Perception only sucks. It says that this is the Sharingan, and the third eye has eyelids that allow you to return to the previous viewing format. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have made it home. By the way, all 3 of my eyes are now green, but with a round pupil. Minus the second, changes in the balance of my chakra energies, caused by evolution, seriously lowered my control. And if I say, seriously, then it's really serious. Saves only erupted skill of unconscious control. Otherwise, there would be scenes in general. And minus the third, the consequences of my failure in the form of removing the fuses, seriously hit my soul, speeding up the evolution. Now the coming years will be spent on meditations on energy alignment and stabilization. But this world is soon waiting for such a cute tin-tailed scribe in the form of Kagaya's grandmother. At this point, I have the calculation of the entire ritual organized. And I'm not capable of anything. The bad and the good are over. Let's move on to the neutral ones reported by ICE. First things first, my possible future body. I knowingly toiled with this hypno program. The body, although it did not care about the conveniences, but supported its vital activity throughout the whole month. Nothing, we will take a bath, cut our nails and hair, brush our teeth, get rid of parasites, dress up, feed, and everything will be fine. The important thing is that she didn't die. The second neutral is that I switched to full-fledged self-sufficiency with the Sin chakra. It is now independent of my blood and the chakra it contains. It doesn't really affect anything. He will continue to draw blood and chakra from me. Neither I nor he are going to refuse such doping. The third neutral. But there is none. All news is over. I spent the next 2 months meditating, regaining chakra control, and strengthening my spiritual sheaths. The shadow cloning technique helped a lot, which I began to use to regain control when chakras began to suffice for its safe use. And speaking of safe use, I'm not talking about the lack of chakra as such, but about access to a certain amount of yotan, because the cloned body is created on the basis of yotan, and inton goes to create a safe environment for a part of the soul and, when dispelled, returns with it. Previously, the iaton component in my chakra had a maximum of 5 clones, and it simply did not make sense to use them in training. The remaining chakra ended in 2 hours of medium-intensity training, and the rollback from dispelling hit the mind like this, that there was no moral strength left for anything. Now my chakra has undergone a quantitative and qualitative leap and, despite the increased bias towards inton, 8-to-1, my yotan is now enough for 8 clones, spending 5 hours on control training. Mental fatigue after the connection. During the technique, the soul remains one. And don't ask how the insane genius of the second Hokage achieved this. I'm still impressed by her. The soul appears such that I sleep for 13 hours. And during this time, They have never been able to wake me up. Ice tried. Mental fatigue after the connection. During the technique, the soul remains one. And don't ask how the insane genius of the second Hokage achieved this. I'm still impressed by her. The soul appears such that I sleep for 13 hours. And during this time, they have never been able to wake me up. Ice tried. Mental fatigue after the connection. During the technique, the soul remains one. And don't ask how the insane genius of the second Hokage achieved this. I'm still impressed by her. The soul appears such that I sleep for 13 hours. And during this time, they have never been able to wake me up. Ice tried. However, during this time, I not only developed, but also experimented with an overgrown tree. The weed, having lost a powerful outflow of chakra, began to grow and covered a third of the island with its crown. It was supported by additional trunks descending from the branches. To avoid overgrowth, I programmed the weed to grow a single sprout with a horrendous amount of chakra capacity. According to my calculations, its capacity should be like that of half a one-tail. A tree will grow from this shoot, and I will put it on the bough. What for do I need an onion? So I am at close and medium distances lubrication for kunai. I more or less know how to handle a bow, but there are patterns and principles for creating artifact bows. And I also hope that such a concentration of chakra will lead to the evolution of the weed's mind. But it's true, just the hope that people have last to die. During this time, I recreated the Fuin seal on my body with the parameters for living objects. The past was destroyed during the decay of the body into proteins. It's good that Akina was training at that time, and was able to add space stabilization in case the seal was destroyed. Carry a backpack with scrolls. It's not that inconvenient, but I have accumulated quite a lot of ordinary sealing Hoenn scrolls. Scrolls with Fuin textbooks. Scrolls with patterns of simple, and not very, artifacts. Scrolls with a supply of provisions. Lately, paranoia is acting up. Money. Scrolls with very rare materials bought at the auction. My treasures. Scrolls. With pure scrolls and much, much, much more. Sometimes, I think that I'm starting to have problems with my head, but I remember that FCK that will happen soon and do not interfere with my spiritual impulses. Although I force myself to give up the idea of collecting all the treatises from the libraries on Fuin. I collected only topics related to artifacts, household items, strengthening buildings, and making various traps. I understand that for me this is almost useless, and it will take at least 2 or 3 centuries to study these topics, but the toad is choking. Cats just gnaw at me when I understand that such wealth will simply rot on the shelves. At such moments, I wake up angry at these militarists, called shinobi. Everyone is fighting, slaughtering each other. And so from century to century. With the advent of Gakurazado, only the scale has changed, but not the essence. That for me this is almost useless, and it will take at least 2 or 3 centuries to study these topics, but the toad is choking. Cats just gnaw at me when I understand that such wealth will simply rot on the shelves. At such moments, I wake up angry at these militarists, called shinobi. Everyone is fighting, slaughtering each other. And so from century to century. With the advent of Gakurazado, only the scale has changed, but not the essence. That for me this is almost useless, and it will take at least 2 or 3 centuries to study these topics, but the toad is choking. Cats just gnaw at me when I understand that such wealth will simply rot on the shelves. At such moments, I wake up angry at these militarists, called shinobi. Everyone is fighting, slaughtering each other. And so from century to century. With the advent of Gakurazado, only the scale has changed, but not the essence. The first meeting with Katsuyu after my evolution went in 2 ways. She seemed to be as usual benevolent, affectionate and kind, but there was tension and some wariness. 3 eyes with burning single-tone Sharingan, I decided not to hide. There was nothing like that with Agni. He only rejoiced at my qualitative leap, and was saddened for my temporary incompetence. I told him about the idea of the bow, and he promised to look for information about this in the library. And after all, he understands everything, but he accepts me for who I am. This is that special trust between the contractor and the partner he has grown, which extends to both. Me and Agni were on the seashore and admired the sunset. This time, he was especially handsome, painting everything in purple from horizon to horizon. Agni collapsed on the shore, and I sprawled on the head of a multi-ton snake. "Can you fulfill one request?" I asked, detachedly watching the sunset. "What need to do?" "Rakuja-sen and bang?" A multi-ton carcass rumbles with funny notes. "Why would I ask you to kill yourself?" I even fall out of the contemplative state. If the request was of a smaller caliber, then you would simply ask, and I would fulfill your request. As well as vice versa. You know and understand me sometimes better than myself. I gently stroked the turquoise skin, simultaneously pouring in my chakra. "So what's the request?" He closed his eyes from my caresses of snakes. "Could you become a source of sin chakra for me during the ritual?" At my words, the snake only sighed heavily and began to calculate the options and consequences of such an act. Someone else would ask, "But I will help you." I could only feel sorry for such a manifestation of care. By this act, Agni will have many enemies and may even fall into disgrace with the Rakuja Senin. Moreover, the disgrace of the spirits is not just a link with the revocation of all privileges, but also an uncomfortable existence in the domain itself, when every grain of sand rebels against you. Therefore, the spirits try not to displease the domain owner. "Thank you." That's all I could say. I just received a signal from ice in the form of a broken stick, the simplest paired artifact, about arriving at one of the lab bats in which there are a lot of, and especially strong prisoners. In an hour, I should be ready to send my loved one to the fuel for the ritual. Interesting fact. All these invocations and self-invocations are very costly techniques. The same call of the spirit partner devours a third of the volume of the called chakra for transportation between the domain and the world. Moreover, the payment under the contract must be given. Agni and I also spend a third of his chakra volume, and give another third for his development, but since I usually call him out of combat, this is not critical. At the expense of the battle, we have an agreement that in this case, I will not give him a one-time payment, but will stretch it out to the next calls in a more peaceful environment. Although I'm not obligated to give him that much chakra, I understand that it's for our common good. Here I don't bother. With self-summons, things are somewhat more complicated. This seal requires affinity between the creator and the user by chakra and costs equivalent to half of the transferred weight of the sum of energies, chakras, STSCH, yin, yang, physical body and soul. Last time, during the escape from the auction, I solved this problem by spending almost all the available chakra, pouring it into the activation of the scroll, and spending it to the bottom on increasing the time gap from the chase. Ice calling me had only to press the button to activate my summoning. This time I need to arrive at the base full of strength, so I had to use a scroll of chakra paper, tiered from the heart, to create a call seal, which I fed for 2 weeks. From such barbarity, at the first use, this scroll, despite the material, will simply burn out and become unsuitable for even the simplest explosive Hoenn seal. In an hour of preparation, I managed to warm up my muscles, take a light snack and dress in equipment. A jumpsuit, gloves, a diving suit from crawling out, I don't know anything. It's a diving suit. And that's the point. Sandals on a wooden platform. 2 pouches with equipment, and a half mask on the lower half of the face, embroidered with fuin, like a respirator that lets in only oxygen and nitrogen. The time is up, and I'm being called. The cloud formed from chakra leaks dissipates, and I find myself standing on a burnt scroll in the middle of a deciduous forest belonging to the forest steppe of the far east of the land of wind. The trees have grown, but I can still recognize this place. Ice is buzzing sluggishly nearby. I give him some blood, and he immediately comes to life. I look around again, but now I have opened and activated the third Sharingan. I immediately notice the traces of small animals, the movement of air currents, temperature, and other details that are imperceptible at first glance. I close it and, lowering the half mask to my chin, I stick out my tongue, analyzing the taste of the jinchuriki. People have not been in this place for 2 days. But 4 hours ago, an old blind bear passed by. I suck in my tongue, pull the half mask over my nose, and silently take off towards the base. Sharingan users usually don't bother checking the data they get from their eyes. However, I have a Sharingan of the first level of development, and I don't have someone who will teach me how to use it. So we have to rely on the old and proven methods that appeared after the absorption of body. At the base, I was greeted by a labyrinth of cells and 12 overseers. I quickly dealt with the overseers, stretched the thread of the chakra to the person, hammer through the conductor, reinforce through Sai with bloodlust, and, while the enemy is momentarily disoriented, stuff with poisonous saban, causing short-term, 1 to 2 seconds, paralysis of the limb. In these seconds, seal the enemy. All spent no more than 2 minutes. With the prisoners, everything was extremely simple. The haze of an unbearable desire to sleep, or, if it doesn't work, sleep gas, powered by chakra, which allows you to bypass most of the resistance to substances in shinobi organisms. Next, open the chamber and seal the unconscious carcass. And yes, I was finally able to feed the poison with chakra so that it would linger in it for a sufficiently long period. In total, I recruited 1,500 chunin level souls, 50 genin, and 8 weak jonin. I did not count and did not take civilian meat contained for collecting statistics. I also plundered warehouses with valuable reagents and laboratories with especially valuable equipment and research data. Given that this was one of the largest laboratories under government patronage, I was very lucky to stumble upon strong chunin level guards, and that they did not expect such a quiet, daring, and unexpected attack from someone who knew this complex before the last ventilation shaft. I feel that the next labs will not be so easy to take. However, I don't need to freak out. My main goal was to capture strong jonin level test subjects, which would be the cornerstones of the ritual. My next targets are small, highly specialized laboratories with rare reagents with a minimum of protection. They contain a minimum of test subjects, no more than 12 civilians, and a lot of specific data that will help me with the optimization of the ritual. Previously, I did not risk visiting them because of the unwillingness to attract the serious attention of the powerful of this world ahead of time. Right now, the focus is on Akatsuki and their activity in putting together the jigsaw puzzle called 10 Tails. The only one who really needed and was interested in these small labs, Dad, will never be interested in them. So it turns out that my indecency will remain unanswered. The place is the tropical forest of the Land of Fire. At this time of the year, it rained frequently in High no Kuni, and the skies could be overcast for weeks at a time. Then the rivers overflowed their banks and brought precious silk to the fields. Thanks to this phenomenon, the land was fertile even with 2 crops a year. However, this information was of little concern to the shadow rushing along the upper tracks. At the moment, the bearer of the name Adarashiki was in a state of light combat trance and rushed to the next laboratory, where rare and valuable reagents for the ritual and the creation of drugs were waiting for him. This was his last goal. After that, he will return to Ozu and finally perform the ritual. Frozen, the boy activated the Sharingan for a moment, and then, lowering the half mask, shot out his tongue for a second. He checked the chakra of the world around him. Once again looking around with the Sharingan, Adarashiki, avoiding traps, began to make dizzying somersaults. The ring of traps was overcome within half a minute. At the entrance, the boy reactivated the Sharingan, but this time he did not turn it off. It's better to have a second of preparation than to keep conserving chakra. Making his way through the corridors, the intruder moved without a single sound. A loud shinobi is a dead shinobi. Along the way, he met several laboratory assistants, who were stunned and sealed in a second. Bumping into empty laboratories, he carefully checked them and continued his race. Having neutralized all the inhabitants of this institution, Adarashiki began to familiarize himself with the material. The Sharingan was very helpful in this case. Crap, rubbish, dead end, stupid crap, sick initiative. Scroll through folders with research results. But this is interesting. Recovery in the form of instant regeneration, using the user's SCC for the sample and the Sinchakra for the building material. Bypassing the impasse in the form of a cell division limit is solved through the materialization of damaged tissues. Very similar to the Orochimaru-style body swap technique, which creates an exact copy of the physical body from the Sinchakra, but without wounds. Dad even learned to recreate clothes. Yes, some of the ideas used here are very worthwhile. He took out a scroll and sealed the folder in it. Next, crap, garbage, frank shit. This went on until the boys stumbled upon a folder with the telling name. Optimization of loss of nodal points of the printing scheme. His eyes literally stuck to the title, and his hands began to unconsciously reach for the folder. A moment later, he gave himself a mental cuff and began testing for protection against playful hands. Having disarmed a couple of traps, he began to quickly flip through page after page, absorbing knowledge through Sharingan processing incoming visual information. Having finished viewing and understanding the data, Adarashiki slowed down the chakra current to a certain level, a prerequisite for use, and closed the seal, activating the body flicker technique. Thanks to his technique and Sharingan, he rushed through the corridors of the base at a mind-boggling speed, reaching the exit in a measly 3 seconds. Once again checking the area with his tongue, he disappeared into the foliage. Here it is, the day of the ritual. It's the same day that Grandma Kaguya will be reborn. The echo of the ongoing battle is felt even by ordinary civilians. And to me, even with my scant psi capabilities, everything is perfectly seen through the information field. Understanding the forces that are now raging just make your hair stand on end. But this, as far as I know, is not the limit. Just a prelude. However, for me now, the altar in the form of a huge octagonal pyramid is a little more important. It is made of rare granite for this part of the mainland. The 8 sides are inscribed with a huge Fuin seal on each side, and the bottom, 9th side, in contact with the ground, had a woody structure and was connected by roots to the remains of the former body of the Weed, a giant chakra accumulator comparable to a Biju. Weed himself completely moved into an over-escape and was sealed along with ice in a seal on his stomach. I call on Agni, and a 1.5 meter snake is arranged in rings on my shoulders and waist. We do not speak with him, everything is discussed from, and to more than a dozen times. Having entered inside, I walked along the corridors of a huge Hoin seal, which is a 3-dimensional structure of a 3-dimensional labyrinth, and letters on the walls of this very labyrinth. Creating this masterpiece during all these years together with Tsunade, and then alone. I remembered all the burnt nerves, all the hopes, all the impotence. And now, the moment has almost come. Probably the most difficult thing in all this was not the creation of this monster. All the data was available, and it was just necessary to recalculate and creatively process it, but to prevent the resurrection of Tsunade and Dan as S-rank shinobi. Oh, how I have suffered. Create a thread through the available samples through the infosphere, and burn tissue through the cell with psionics. It was, of course, a good workout, but somehow I don't want to repeat something like this again. I go into the main hall and see 4 coffins on one side and 4 sarcophagi on the other. There are victims in the coffins, and in the sarcophagi under the lids, a biomass of the simplest proteins with the DNA of the resurrected Gurgles. Katsuya has to be thanked for the latter. Where are the others? Immured in the walls. Time is running. And in the next moment, I feel reality itself shudder. It's time. I give a signal to Agni and begin to absorb the Sinchakra coming from the snake. It mixes with Yin and Yang at the source, creating a more perfect energy. Turquoise lines appear on my face. I make over 3,000 hand seals, which took me over an hour. I take out a scroll from my pocket and place it in a recess in the center of the hall. Yuan, true resurrection, breaks out the cry of the key activator of the entire system of seals. I feel, despite all my blindness in chakra sensing, that chakra hurricane that is spinning outside the hall, which plays the role of the eye of the storm. The former body of the weed crumbles into dust. The layers of the island's land crawl over each other, and into the sea. The vegetation mutates and goes to full height on the ashes of the weed. Space and time jump so that for some plants millennia pass, and they grow from a sprout to gigantic sizes. The souls of immured people burn, transferring energy. And I am in the center of this storm. Unforgettably. While Arashiki was watching with all the Sharingan and catching the org, enjoying the views, he did not notice how his eyes acquired a second tomo due to an extremely powerful spiritual uplift and the corresponding increase in the production of telesma, which allowed him to feel the hurricane in the field of view of his eyes. After wiping the beads of tears that emerged from the surging feelings, I set about checking the condition of the first truly resurrected. What is the difference between a true resurrection and a wicked one? I think it's worth talking about the exemplary mechanism of the wicked. During the ritual, there is a search for a trace of the soul in this, usually afterlife, world along the energy trace of the flesh. The soul can be protected from this search by powerful sealing, protection on the soul itself, or being protected in the domain of a god, Shinigami's belly. After finding the soul, a chain of events is extended to it. The chain stretches into the past and looks for the moment when the soul was in this world and reincarnation. Further, the call from the space-time of the soul of the resurrected is carried out. Usually this is the moment just before being sent to the clear world. In the past, a label is created, and the soul comes to this world of the future. Then, there are two options. A temporary resurrection with a timer in the form of the personal power of the victim medium, and a full-fledged unholy resurrection, which sends a temporary replacement in the form of a soul victim to the mark. In this case, the soul must be equal in strength or greater than the soul of the resurrected. This will keep the balance. This method seriously affects karma, and can even lead to demonization. By the way, it is thanks to the time travel of the soul that these same souls from different reincarnations can and do meet Madara/Sasuke or Hashirama/Naruto. This will keep the balance. This method seriously affects karma, and can even lead to demonization. By the way, it is thanks to the time travel of the soul that these same souls from different reincarnations can and do meet Madara/Sasuke or Hashirama/Naruto. This will keep the balance. This method seriously affects karma, and can even lead to demonization. By the way, it is thanks to the time travel of the soul that these same souls from different reincarnations can and do meet Madara/Sasuke or Hashirama/Naruto. Our method with Su operates in a slightly different way. First of all, we abandon the tag and soul travel in time, which reduces the cost of overcoming resistance from dragging souls from the pure world. The soul is taken from there, and not from the past. This is where the main energy from the victims goes. I cheated a little more and performed the ritual in the mode of a hermit, getting rid of the resistance to this action from this world. Victims in the form of strong souls were needed to throw the collar of the pure world from the resurrected to the victims. I turn off the technique of the palms of the sage and lean against the sarcophagus with Su. They need time, while Agni and I need to rest. Souls that have spent so much time in a disembodied state need to get used to the flesh. Dan, as a user of the spiritualization technique, it will be easier with this. However, Tsunade and Shizune will not be far behind him. They have not yet managed to forget what it is. Rehabilitation can be delayed only in the case of Nawaki. Here youth plays at the moment of death, and the duration of incorporeal existence, exceeding the lifespan several times. At one of the sarcophagi, the figure of a Shinigami began to slowly and majestically appear. White clothes with long and wide sleeves, a snow-white shock of straight thick and fluffy hair, two horns, purple skin, a palisade of sharp teeth, black whites of the eyes, and golden scara. He holds a ritual tanto in his teeth. Return/save order. This image refers to me by images. Nichrome. They're out of your control, guard. I put a mark on them from the energy of the spark. And now it is beyond the competence of the pure world. In fact, we communicate with mental images, but I duplicate my words for the 4 newly born. And they really were born again and, for example, Tsunade will now be able to have children a 20-year-old body allows. The larvae of the creator are too dangerous for the balance of this world/reality, and with a flick of a finger throws me, bastard, into chaos. At the same moment, I create a crystalline barrier of order from the energy of the spark around me and Agni hanging on me. I have time with this, at the last moment another thousandth of a second, and one of the fundamentals would have touched us. Nothing else for me the spark will protect, but Agni, as a spirit with flesh from a materialized chakra, will be so distorted that the resulting creature of chaos will have to end. We've been sailing in the waters of chaos already. Who the hell knows how long? Agni I sealed in a seal on my belly, and now enjoyed the views, alone. Here in this state of being, natural needs do not bother me, and I slowly sink into deeper and deeper meditation. Here and now, there are no such constants of the material world as time and others like them, because my body froze in the position in which I was thrown out. There is only energy, but I do not use the chakra without prana, which the body does not emit in the freeze. Its creation is impossible. Through eternity, I felt the collision of the crystalline shield and the outer layers of some world. I wonder what kind of world this is, and what it will bring me, was my last thought before crossing the border. End of the first arch. Commentary on Chapter 9. I know that snakes by nature do not have eyelids, but Agni is a spirit, not an animal. Actually, here is the coloring of the Senin mode. Only not red, but turquoise, and instead of a circle and a dot on the forehead, just a circle around the third eye. https://j/2013-05/13700149755_GB0lyqh8.jpg https://pp.bk.me/c314624/v314624088/26555/vcuvqmh2la.jpg Art2 Chapter 1 To the city of Sumurum, which stands on the lower Zaba tributary of the Tigris, a 7-year-old boy is walking along the northern highway, and in the morning coolness,